Well, good morning to the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome if you're a Gloucestershire supporter or indeed a Lancashire supporter or indeed a general cricket supporter. Welcome back to 4-day cricket. This is the start of the second half of the Championship season. 7 down, 7 to go. And Gloucestershire today hosting third place Lancashire here in Division 1. Pleasure to have Dan Whiting with us as ever. Interesting news at the toss, Dan. I think you and I both thought that the side winning the toss would bowl, but they're not.
No, they're not. It's always perceived that the done thing to do here in Bristol is to bat last, because the wicket can get better and better as we go through the game. But Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bat, so let's see what happens. I wonder if it might be a turner perhaps, and maybe bring Zafar Gahar into play in the fourth innings.
Well, Lancashire, for their part, have not included Matt Parkinson in their team for this match. The pitch is probably 3 to the right of the one that we used for the T20 match on Friday. So it's slightly Kennington Avenue side, longer boundary towards the mound stand. I'll do the Lancashire side and Dan can do the Gloucestershire team. So Lancashire picked 15, but the side they've gone with is Wells, Jennings, Bohannon, Croft, Vilas, Salt as a strong top 6, Balderson at 7, and then Wood, Bailey, Will Williams, who did so well on his debut with 6 wickets, the Kiwi from Canterbury, and young Jack Morley, 21 yesterday. He will be available for his slow left arm spin, and that is their 11. The Gloucestershire side
is going to be George Scott and Chris Dent will open up for us, followed by, looks like Glenn Phillips at 3, Miles Hammond at 4, James Bracey at 5, Ryan Higgins at 6, Ollie Price at 7, Tom Price at 8, and then Zafar Gahar at 9. David Payne, fresh from his stint in the Netherlands, where he was a teammate of Phil Salt, but they'll be on opposing sides today. He'll be at 10, and Matt Taylor at 11. So a couple of left armers there in the equation, and I wonder if they'll create a bit of rough to bring that fourth innings spin option into play, perhaps.
Yeah, so we had I'm just debating in the car on the way down to the ground today. Obviously, Yorkshire won here chasing in the fourth innings. The Surrey game never got that far. The pitch was so good to bat on that we obviously lost today to the weather, and Somerset clearly got a big total, and obviously bowled Gloucestershire out twice, albeit they were without Graham Van Buren because of injury in that match. But the Lancashire side looks as strong and as balanced as that Yorkshire team did. The problem with them being third at the moment is they've only lost once, but they've had 3 games which have either not got to the fourth innings or barely got to the fourth innings, and those 3 draws has lost them a bit of ground.
Lancashire are a huge county. Look at their pedigree. They've won the county championship 9 times, including 1 shared. And, you look back on their list of players over the years, from sort of, Eddie Payne to Johnny Briggs, who was the first man to 10,000 runs and 1,000 wickets between 1879 and 1900. That's the cricketer, not the bloke who played Mike Baldwin in Coronation Street, by the way. Archie McLaren, 424, which still remains the highest score by a first-class English cricketer, which dates back all the way to 1895. And they've got wonderful, wonderful pedigree, Lancashire. And, they haven't been that prevalent in 4-day cricket in recent years. They won it in 2011, I think it was. And ironically, that was the year that they were away from Old Trafford, because they were turning the square round, weren't they then? And they tended to play a lot at Aigburth in Liverpool, which is a ground with a lovely pavilion there. It's a fantastic ground. And they used a number of their outgrounds, places like Southport, Blackpool.
Where they were this week.
And Sedbergh School they've been using in recent years as well, which I believe is actually in Cumbria, isn't it?
It is technically in Cumbria, and both Dan and I, as the players make their way to the middle, are both fans of the writing of Paul Edwards. And if you are a subscriber to one particular cricket magazine, you will know he's a regular contributor. He's a massive fan of outground cricket. He will be at Cheltenham, I'm sure, for either the Hampshire match or the Northants game. And some of his pieces about the cricket at Sedbergh since Lancashire have gone there have been an excellent read, as in a lot of his stuff, to be fair.
It's a beautiful venue, but I believe there were issues a few years ago where they couldn't get the coach down the country lane, could they? And I think they had to drop them off, like about 2 miles away or something, and it caused 1 or 2 issues with the fans, I think.
I think they tried to, as you say, lay on the transport, and then the transport couldn't get close to the ground. Anyway, lovely spot. Here today, there is a little bit of grey cloud about, but we're going to start on time. Rob Bailey and Neil Pratt are our umpires. Stephen Davis, the match referee, and Lancashire in the field with Phil Salt keeping wicket. Obviously, it's very possible that Dane Villas could, but he's not doing so in this game. And the opening over will come from the pavilion end, and George Scott will take strike.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see.
Tom Bailey is from the far end.
And again, it's not the lead singer of the Thompson Twins back in the 1980s. So, but he's a fantastic. They use him as a red ball cricketer, don't they, Tom Bailey? And doesn't play a lot of white ball stuff, but he's a wonderful, wonderful bowler. Here he comes in, first ball. And George Scott defends that one. Doesn't look a lot of pace there in the wicket, it's got to be said.
Scott will be aware, and I think I've been chatting. I think you may have had a conversation with him, Dan, about opening the batting. He is sure when he's going to have to do something in the team. Elsewhere in his cricket, he's less certain.
Bailey in, just onto the legs of Scott, who plays that one into the onside, and no run.
Batting down the order. When or if he is needed is a complete imponderable. He doesn't bowl very much, so getting mentally right when you're actually up the top of the order is probably a lot easier for him.
Yeah. Here's Bailey, Preston lad, and again that's sort of on a leg stump line, and Scott plays it out to mid-wicket for no run.
And just finishing that point about Paul Edwards, he did a piece, actually I think it may even be in within the last week or so, about a visit that he made to Ormskirk for a Saturday a league match on a Saturday. Come back to that.
Bailey into the crease, and Scott plays that out to mid-on. No run.
And he made the point that both Tom Hartley, who's in the squad for this match but not picked by Lancashire, and Josh Bohannon have connections with Ormskirk. And what I didn't know was that Tom Hartley's father was Bill Hartley, the former 400-metre runner. 400-metre hurdler.
Okay.
So I didn't make the connection between those two.
Bailey in. Scott hits that one firmly off the back foot, but can only find Josh Bohannon there. Sort of floating between a mid-off and extra cover. He's in quite close there.
4 slips for Bailey at the outset here.
Yep, so we've got Luke Wells in his customary position at first slip, where he's a wonderful, wonderful slip fielder. Keaton Jennings at second. Stephen Croft at third. Bailey in to Scott, who just plays that one onto the leg side, and that completes the first over of the day, and it's a maiden.
Yeah, Bailey played in Lancashire's last win here, albeit they haven't played very much against Gloucestershire in red ball cricket for the last 20 years. As we've known, Gloucestershire have been chiefly in the second division. Lancashire obviously have been at that level 3 times. They won the title 2005, they won the title in Division 2, 2005, 2013, 2019. But 2019, the game was played at Cheltenham. In May, unusually, the ground here wasn't available. And that game was badly affected by rain, so that was a pretty nailed-on draw. And then the last game here was in 2015, when Kyle Jarvis took 5 wickets in the second innings to skittle Gloucestershire really from a position where they looked as if they might actually go on to chase down the total. Lost by 91 in the end. Here's Will Williams then to open the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. That's outside the off stump. Kiwi made his debut in the last round and took 6 wickets as well. Now Dan's looking a bit worryingly at the weather in the distance. Are you seeing rain there?
I do, yeah. If you, as we said the other night, if you can't see the Mendips here in the West Country, then you know it's going to rain pretty soon, and if you can see them, you know it's going to rain shortly.
Yeah, we thought that on Friday, but the rain split and went past us. Here is Williams in once more to Dent, and he'll squeeze that away for a single. And Gloucestershire off and running. Yeah, the Dent ponytail has gone. Sean actually before the game against Kent, but we hadn't seen him live without it. I did wonder actually whether there was some kind of superstition as to why he'd let it grow for about 3 years. I was told no, but he clearly decided he'd had enough.
I'm trying to work out which umpire's at which end, because what you need as a commentator, you need a more portly figure as an umpire, like Ian Blackwell perhaps.
Rob Bailey at the far end, Neil Pratt at this end. Here is Williams to Scott. Oh, just pushes at that outside the off stump. Taken by Phil Salt.
It's darkening up, the clouds are coming in. We were expecting a little bit sort of this morning perhaps, and then we should be better after lunch, shouldn't we? The forecast is quite good after lunch and for the next couple of days. So we're hoping that the weather is kind to us here in Bristol.
Williams with 3 slips and a fine gully, really. That's not a more orthodox fourth, but the 3 slips quite tight together, and Scott again defends. Williams and Bailey both, you know, fast medium rather than outright fast.
Yeah, he's got a good track record, this guy, Williams Salter Austin Williams, and he's got an excellent track record for Canterbury in New Zealand, just here on a 2-match deal.
Back at the end of his run, very straight approach and down the leg side off the pad of Scott. Didn't get anything on that. A good diving stop by Phil Salt. So 2 ex-Sussex players in this. Lancashire, Salt and Wells both making the move from Hove. Luke Wood was at Notts, but other than that, Jennings was at Durham, obviously. So, but Lancashire do like to bring through a lot of their own talent. Williams again, and Scott from the crease just forces that out on the offside. Bohannon does the fielding. Made a double 100, of course, in the game at Old Trafford, which Lancashire won very late on the 4th day. Gloucestershire almost surviving, but losing still by an innings. And just to go back to the sort of the lack of games between these two, that game in 2015 when Jarvis took the 5 wickets, in terms of the record between the two sides, Gloucestershire's last win over Lancashire anywhere, Old Trafford 2015.
Bailey to Scott. And the oohs and the ahs come from the slip cordon.
Last win here in Bristol, 1993. I mean, it really is it's a long time ago.
Yeah. Even I was a young lad then, Ian. Even I was a young lad.
You know, I mean, but Bailey's been a really good operator for Lancashire for a, best part of a decade now.
Here he comes into the crease. Oh, and that's nipped back and hit Scott amidships, I think. Yep, Tom Bailey had a really good 2018, actually. Took 64 wickets. And he's been around a long time, but it's 2016 he came to prominence. He took 4 in 7 balls against Somerset, which will please the Gloucestershire fans listening in as well into the stream. Into the crease, Scott defends. Played out onto the onside. But Lancashire have got a good track record, as you were saying, of bringing through their own guys. I mean, Josh Bohannon, Rob Jones is another one. George Balderson in this side. I'm looking forward to seeing him. He can bat, bowl, and they've brought those guys through, but they've always had a tradition of, picking out the very strong Lancashire leagues in the past, haven't they? Here's Bailey to Scott, who angles that one down. That's going to run away. That's going to be the first boundary of the morning. Runs down to third. Scott was always in control of it. And moves the score on to 6. Scott on to 5. Chris Dent on 1. And Will Williams, I'm looking forward to seeing him as well, because there are a number of really good New Zealanders just under the radar of their test side, aren't there, at the moment? Will Williams is one of them. Glenn Phillips playing in this game's another. We saw Rachin Ravendra at Durham last week get 200. Here's Tom Bailey in. And they seem to have a golden generation coming through New Zealand cricket at the moment, don't they, Ian?
Yeah, Phillips. Did I read Phillips is going to go back to Otago and play cricket with his brother? He's going to make a move for the next New Zealand domestic season. But yeah, there are a crop, and the Test side clearly really battling hard against England, and Mitchell and Blundell in again this morning. Yeah, we know what they're capable of.
Bailey in. Scott plays that one uppishly. Gets on that a little bit early. Goes out to mid-on. But no harm done from a Gloucestershire perspective. Score on to 6. That's the end of the third over of the morning. And we've got some special guests coming on the stream later on. We're looking forward to having one or two. We'll keep it a surprise for our listeners, hey Ian?
Yeah, one hopefully before lunch and one hopefully after tea. That's the plan. Yeah, George Scott got his career best in the away game at Hampshire, 77 in the second innings. But he's watching on at the moment. Here's Williams into Dent. Back fit again, back in the team, having missed best part of a month after that double 100 in the game against Surrey, where he injured himself in a very odd way. It's almost sort of pushing off from the crease, and picked up a muscular injury as a result. Here he is again. Williams pitches that well up, and Dent again defends. Don't forget that, and it is a bit easier during 4-day cricket than the T20s. Our email is open throughout the day for any questions or comments. We're always welcome to those. We'll try and answer the questions as best we can. There's the email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Say contributions always welcome. Thoughts on the play, questions which we can try and tackle. Here's Williams passed again, umpire Neil Pratt, and again Dent defends. And just in the preamble to this match, Dan and I were talking about players who'd got no international recognition whatsoever, and who hadn't been tried by England, particularly at the top of the order. And actually, we came up with a left-hander from both these teams, one of whom is batting at the moment, and one of whom will open for Lancashire later, i.e. Denton Wells. Record's actually quite similar. Here is Williams in, and Dent again defends. Slightly curious approach. Got himself a little bit in a bit of a tangle there, but played the right shot in the end. So, Luke Welles's figures just under 9,000 runs at 36, with 20 first-class hundreds from 161 games. Chris Dent, 163 games, 10,000 runs at 37 with 1,900, so they're almost identical. And decent averages in both cases. Dent waits once more. Here is Williams again. Round his pad goes Dent. out on the offside.
Yeah, Lou Wells's father had a good record as well, and he didn't tend to. I think he was a one-test wonder, wasn't he? Maybe he played. We'll have to have a look at
Alan?
it. Yeah.
Yeah, one I think.
Mm.
Yeah. Morning, says Jason. Good luck to Lancashire. What a place to live, he says. Those are. He was referring to here, by the way. Not Lancashire. Here's Williams in again to Dent. That's getting a little bit leg side, and Dent just defends. So 6 without loss. I didn't read that all correctly, really. Good morning to all. Good luck to Lancashire. What a place to live. I've just seen those apartments behind the bowler's arm. Has to be the ideal residence for a cricket fan. I'm extremely jealous. From a terraced house in Eccles. Have the best day to you all. Yeah, I didn't read that completely. Jason, thanks for that. Well, obviously, these apartments were built when Tom Richardson was CEO, so we're talking early 2010, so 13, 14 I think was when they were plans drawn up, and then eventually...
That's 2013, 14, not
yeah.
in the year 13, 14.
Yeah. So they've been up a while, but they have totally changed the whole feel of the place.
Bailey approaching the crease. And that is a smart bit of work there in the gully. I'm trying to...
Vilas it is, I think.
It's Vilas, yeah, who's normally a wicket keeper. Yeah, it's Vilas. He's normally a wicket keeper, but Phil Salt's got the gloves. And he does everything well, doesn't he, Dane Vilas? Can bat, captain, keep wicket, diving stops in the gully. Bailey in. But Jason in Eccles, home of the Eccles cake, I believe. And
in the same way that the pomfret cake comes from Pontefract.
And the Dundee cake?
Yeah. I've never had a pomfret cake.
Have you not?
No.
Well, if anyone wants to send Ian Randall a pomfret cake, it's Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, the Seat Unique Stadium, Neville Road, Bristol BS7. Bailey in.
Wrong side of the pennines for that done, really.
Yeah. But there are some sort of wonderful food-related, unique stuff between these two counties, because obviously Gloucestershire, everyone's aware of, and I believe it happened 2 weeks ago, where they roll a cheese down a hill, and 200 absolute nutcases chase after it, tumbling down the hill. And there's some serious injuries there, aren't there? Broken legs and all sorts.
It is a crackers tradition, that.
That's left alone by Scott, goes through to Phil Salt. And is it in your neck of the woods?
It's not far from where I live, it is true. And it's at a venue called Cooper's Hill, which is on the road out of Cheltenham, up towards Birdlip, and it is steep. It's not. It's quite a. The distance from the hill top to bottom isn't very great.
Bailey, and Scott defends that.
But it's the incline. That's the thing.
I'm sure it is steep when you're tumbling down it head over.
Yeah.
Head over feet.
And the concept is, of course, that you roll the cheese and you try and catch it.
Has anyone ever caught it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Have you ever taken part?
I've not taken part.
No.
But it is so mad that you literally have television crews from all over the world coming to film it.
Yeah.
And you might get, if it's a decent day weather-wise, you might get 2,000 or 3,000 people.
Wow. Here's Bailey approaching the crease. Scott gets a thick inside edge, goes down to backward square, where the fielding is done by Jack Morley in the side. But Lancashire have got their very own traditions, and the World Black Pudding Throwing Championships that are held annually in Ramsbottom, which is sort of just north of Bury that way. It's the home of John Simpson, the Middlesex wicket-keeper. He's from Rammy in the Lancashire League, and it takes place annually outside the Royal Oak Pub on Bridge Street on the second Sunday of September. And It goes back to the War of the Roses, I believe. I'll come on to it after this ball from Will Williams.
From the Ashley Down Road end, with 3 slips bowling to the right-handed Scott, who looks for the single, and Dent was very quick to answer the call there. It was a sharp one, but one which was comfortably completed once Dent had really got away and answered his partner's call. And to be fair, a lot of the Gloucestershire side, some of the social media during the winter, you get into different parts of players' characters, and a lot of them say, you know, Dent is probably the fittest player in the club.
Yeah.
Williams in again to him now. That's played with soft hands out on the offside. I'm with you, Dan. I mean, I'm not sure we could have told after the one ball when you said that there wasn't much pace in the pitch, but I think now we can see that this does look a pretty docile Bristol wicket. I get that neither Williams or Bailey are express, but it's going to take some guile from them and some thought to get some wickets. And immediately, in fact, Williams decides that he's going to try something a little bit different and come round the wicket to the left-hander. Again, that's a good length, and once again Dent able to defend it out on the leg side.
So this food throwing thing, because I'm intrigued by this, and apparently it goes back to the War of the Roses, where, you know, the Lancashire, the House of Lancaster and the House of York had a battle at Stubbins in Lancashire in 1455, and apparently they ran out of ammunition, so they resorted to throwing food at each other. Black pudding from Lancashire and Yorkshire puddings from Yorkshire.
Williams again round the wicket, and again Dent drawn forward.
And then what happened was the competition was revived by a pub landlord in 1839, and then revived again in 1984 by the Stubbins Community Trust. And it's been a popular custom in the town ever since, drawing thousands again to watch. And the competitors must knock down the most Yorkshire puddings, which are placed on a 7.6 metre high plinth, hurling 3 black puddings at them.
Do you actually like black pudding?
Yeah, I love black pudding.
Do you?
Yeah.
Dent again.
Yeah.
Just at the moment, very watchful. And Williams isn't giving him anything to hit, and that was, I think, one of the points about his debut last week.
But all money's donated to local good causes, so you know there's a good thing behind it. So it's wonderful to see.
And the thing about it, just to complete the thing on the cheese run, you think about how big an actual full cheese is. Here's Williams round the wicket, and again Dent deciding that discretion, best decision there. I mean, a full cheese will weigh probably 6 or 7 pounds.
Yeah.
You know, that's that. So
get one of those hitting you on the head or rolling down a hill, it'll hurt.
It must be said that that particular part of the wider county of Gloucestershire does have some curious traditions, particularly in that sort of end of May Whit Bank holiday. The Warsack races always take place at Tetbury during that period. Go on,
tell me more.
So
after this ball, Tom Bailey is about to approach the crease. This is a cultural morning here. Scott defends that one off the back foot. No run.
Now they are, I believe, now I don't know an awful lot about this, and maybe sketching on my knowledge here, but you are literally sprinting in a woolsack.
Sorry.
On a 200-metre course in the centre of Tetbury. It is, again, it's one of the mad Gloucestershire traditions.
Bailey in to Scott, defends.
I mean, there must be others in Lancashire other than the black pudding.
We want to hear more about them. Commentators at glosccc.co.uk. You'll see it up there on the right-hand side of your screen. Let us know your food-throwing, cheese-chasing traditions. And we'd love to hear more. What else have you got up your sleeves? Oh, England. My England. Tom Bailey In. Oh, that's a peel. It looks a little bit high, possibly. Let's have a look at that again on the replay.
Slipcorden's certainly interested, but they didn't have the greatest view.
No. Here we go. We see Scott about to... Yeah, thigh paddish.
Yeah.
Nip back quite a bit.
I think Bailey was making the point, though, that there's it's this the psychology of making the batsman think there's a bit of movement in there.
Bailey in. Again, finds the outside edge of Scott's bat, and Vias diving, sprawling in the gully.
There's the view, there's the view across from the Kennington Avenue camera that's on the corner of the apartments on the Graveney side. So the 3 blocks of within the apartment, a sequence, if you like, at this end of the ground. Jessup, Hammond, and Graveney. Three pretty tidy players.
Bailey into Scott, defended. That's Tom Graveney, not David.
Yeah. Although David's here today, and you say about former players.
Yeah.
David's here today.
Yeah.
Along with a few others. Oh, Bailey's not going to ask about the ball, is he?
Bit early for all that, isn't it? I'm not even halfway through my first cup of coffee of the morning, and already we're asking about the ball to be changed.
Well, I know. I think there was a polite request. Just looking at that.
There's a bit of rain in the air.
Potential rain on the horizon. It might actually be arriving.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a bit in the air at the moment. You've got 1 ball left in this over. In fact, they're not going to wait. I did wonder whether they might actually just bowl the 1 ball and then decide, but they're going to go off.
Yep.
So Gloucestershire's head groundsman Sean Williams will be getting the tractor with the covers on pretty smartly. It's not very heavy.
It's that West Country sort of mizzle, isn't it?
Yeah, and there is some brightness behind that rain. So the radar that threatened to get the rain at 12 o'clock, which when I looked at it yesterday, perhaps that wasn't too far out. Here we are at 25 past 11, and the covers are being pulled on. But Gloucestershire have got through that first little mini session without too many alarms. They haven't looked to score quickly. Just that one boundary off a thickish edge from George Scott, but I think from what Ryan Higgins obviously decided to have a bat first up, and there haven't looked to be too many problems in the pitch, even with the new ball. And as the covers are pulled on, there's actually a rather larger sheet being brought out as well to be attached on the Kennington Avenue side. Now, whether that's just to cover up the practice wickets, we'll see. And in fact, the third part of the covers has somehow become detached, and it's being pulled on manually. So they're just making sure that where the ball realistically pitches at both ends is not getting too wet. Not that I say this is very light stuff, but it's just enough to take the players off.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm not from the West Country, and what looks like light rain can get you very wet down here. It's got to be said. It's comes in off the Atlantic, but I'm sure it's only a passing shower, and the forecast is actually quite decent for the rest of the day. So stick with us.
Yeah, this was the one little phase of possible rain today on the forecast. And just to keep you up to date with what's happening in the Test match at Headingley, New Zealand, of course, 5 down overnight. England trying to get those last 5 and leave themselves with a smaller total as possible, but at the moment Mitchell and Blundell still together. 176 for 5. The lead is 145. But I think people, there was a lot of stuff on social media last night to say that, in this series, people who've bought tickets and gone to the Test match, my word, they've had value for money, haven't they?
Oh, fantastic. What a wonderful series it's been. And New Zealand have played their part as well. But yesterday, I was just thinking, a year ago, we'd have seen, it's pretty flat wicket, and we'd have seen England bowl dry, wouldn't we? They'd have bowled it outside the fourth stump. They'd have bowled that fourth stump line and to sit in the game and look for New Zealand to make the mistakes. And this side now are grabbing the ball by the horns a little bit more, and whether that's Stokes, whether that's McCullum, whether it's both of them together and the sort of collective are sort of trying to play more positive cricket, but it's wonderful to watch. And I saw the crowd, I won't say Headingley too often because all the Lancashire fans tuning in will be booting in their television screens if I say that word too often, but I saw the crowd there and they looked as if they were having a bit of good fun. I saw a load of policemen chasing Boris Johnson around the Western Terrace there at Headingley, and a shoes off if you love Johnny Bairstow was the other one going on as well. You can see the wind getting into the covers there, but yeah, I mean, I think this is just a passing shower. We can see the Mendips bathed in sunshine over the top of the pavilion. So I don't think we're, I think this is just a passing one.
Yeah, as you can see, there is quite a breeze out there, and the ground staff struggling to keep the run-up cover under control. But as the clock just ticks round to 11:30. We'll just, as the run-ups are just being covered, so the ground staff must be just conscious that maybe there could be a 15-minute or so shower coming across the ground. The visibility in the distance is much better, so I think once this sort of mizzle does stop, we may not be off for very long, but we'll leave you with the graphic for the moment of the ground staff and the covers on the ground here at Bristol. Gloucestershire winning the toss, deciding to bat, and as you can see they are 8 without loss. Scott and Dent with all the runs off the bat. Bailey and Williams have opened for Lancashire. Nothing really for them so far, but a brief interruption here on what is former Players' Day at Bristol. So nearly 50 of them will be here enjoying the cricket, and we'll be back with you as soon as there is any news of a resumption, which we hope won't be too long.
Welcome back. We told you it was a passing shower, and it certainly was, as the teams come back to the wicket here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Gloucestershire going to resume on 8 for none. George Scott on 7, Chris Dent on 1. 6 overs gone in the game, or 6.5 overs gone in the game. There's just one ball to be bowled from Tom Bailey, and Gloucestershire, having won the toss this morning, elected to bat, and doesn't look like a lot of pace in the wicket, does there, Ian Randall?
No, there doesn't, Dan. And we've seen a few wickets this season at Bristol which have been very much, you have to say, favouring the batting side. Now, I know that Somerset won here by an innings, but I was going to say that Bailey was going to complete the over that was unfinished before, but you have to say that Gloucester should have a chance of getting a decent score.
Bailey in, goes slightly wider on the crease, and that's a pleasant shot from George Scott. That's the first authentic boundary of the morning. He got a thick outside edge earlier on that went down to third man, but that was a very pleasant shot, which brings the score into double figures. So score moving on to 12, and Scott, also moving into double figures, moves on to 11. And that was a nice shot, because it wasn't a half volley by any stretch of the imagination, and he actually made that. And he seemed to have lost the ball in the covers over there.
Yeah, now retrieved. I wonder if that little break, which was probably no more than 15 minutes, just gave Lancashire a chance to have a chat about what they had done in the opening half a dozen overs and whether they would make any tweaks or not. Williams is going to stay around the wicket to the left-handed Dent. Started over, but has been round in the last over before that shower. Visibility now better again in the distance, so hopefully that will be just the one that the radar showed us earlier on for the day. That time, of course, we hope can be made up. Lancashire haven't selected Matt Parkinson for this match, so any slow bowling duties will be down to Jack Morley and possibly Luke Wells. Williams staying around the wicket. That sounded reasonably out of the middle of Chris Dent's bat, and up to mid-on. So 3 slips and the sort of the floating fourth, you might say, Vilas. And they're not very deep there either, are they, down between? And Salty's not, he's stood back, but he's not very deep there.
No, not at all.
Williams again around the wicket, and again Den around that front pad. Luke Wood does the fielding. Lancashire lads like their caps.
Yeah.
It isn't a sun hat kind of day, but it's more breezy than anything else. I think if we do get a bit of sun later, it might be a bit glary, but for the moment we have an overcast sky. Lancashire, of course, third in the table at the moment, but perhaps feeling that this is a round where they can make some points up. Got a small crowd at the moment, but people might filter in after church. Here is... Why are you chuckling? Williams outside the off stump. Services are 11 o'clock. They would,
yeah,
filter in afterwards. And just on the subject that some people might say, well, this is the place where you conduct your worship. A very kind review, it must be said, of the match here on Friday. From a gentleman on Twitter who I will just come to in a moment. Not the fountain of all knowledge, but certainly a good length again from Williams. Rain stop play inspection at 3 is his Twitter handle. You can soon see what sport he likes with a handle like that. But he did offer a kind review of what happened here on Friday, and also of an interesting little development that the club have tried, Gloucestershire have tried this season. I mean, it is chiefly aimed at those with either poor sight or no sight at all, but who want to come to the cricket, and it is a service where you can actually listen to the commentary, our commentary, whilst on the ground.
Bailey into Scott and works that one again, open-faced.
You can buy an earpiece, or if you are, say, blind or partially sighted, it's provided free of charge by the club, and you can get the commentary whilst on the ground. And our respected friend actually bought a piece, an earpiece on Friday, and actually watched the match with our commentary. So
Bailey nips back.
Are you wondering about the rain again, Dan?
Yeah.
Because in the distance the visibility is okay, but just over us at the moment, again, umpires Pratt and Bailey, that is Rob Bailey rather than Tom Bailey.
Neil Pratt.
Rather than Gary Pratt.
Yes.
Not to be confused with the fielder. And yes, Rob Bailey's not happy. They're going to go off again.
Here we go.
That's irritating. Out come the stumps, and having come back on for the second time, Tom Bailey has an over interrupted from the pavilion end.
Yeah, just to let you know, the forecast is good. The forecast is improving, so we will have play for you. This is just going to be a short, sharp shower, but we will get some cricket in today, and I'm really looking forward to it. And this year is also the 50th anniversary of that famous game between these two sides. They had a dinner, didn't they, up at Lancashire?
They did, and obviously they would have had it last year because the match was in 71, but the principle is the same.
Yeah.
And the famous game which finished at 10-9 with no lights, and Jack Bond seeing Lancashire home after David Hughes' very aggressive attack on John Mortimer.
Wonderful quote from that game where Gloucestershire wanting to actually come off the pitch, and umpire Arthur Jepson saying, well, I can see the moon, how far do you want to see? So wonderful.
It is a very famous match, obviously.
Yeah.
And
but going back to the stream, I watched the game between Lancashire and Gloucestershire early in the season. I thought the Lancashire stream was fantastic. They've got a suite there now. Bumble involved, wasn't he, Paul Allott? And credit to Lancashire and what they're doing up there as well. And I think all counties are trying to improve their streams, and you know, we've got here at Gloucestershire a lot of guys who put a lot of hard work into it, and you know, to get that blog piece from Rain Stop Play Inspection at 3 was a credit to all of those who work here behind the scenes. I mean, you know, we milked the credit, Ian, didn't we? But there are a lot of guys who actually do the work behind the scenes here as well, and they should be applauded for their efforts.
Those of you watching at home may not be aware, and I think it is fairly similar around the counties, that the whole camera setup is often operated by one person from a console which gives you the tracking of the ball and the choice of the camera selection around the ground. And James Healy is the person who does it here, and he does a great job. So credit to him for that. Just conscious of the breeze here, the ground staff are trying to just pin the covers over the run-ups to make sure they don't blow off as they did a little earlier. And the pitch, as you can see, is now completely covered, and Gloucestershire are 12 without loss, having won the toss and elected a bat. So again, for the moment, rather frustratingly, this is a second interruption in the first hour of play. It will enable those who are here for the former Players' Day to perhaps get a coffee and shake a few hands with a few old chums. Indeed, we do hope to have one former Gloucestershire player, a former Test player, but not a player. It's a good quiz question. A former Gloucestershire player, a former Test player, but a player who wasn't capped while he was at Gloucestershire. Hopefully will join us before 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll be back as soon as these covers start to get removed. We'll be back, so stick with us. It won't be long. Trust me. My meteorology skills should be, they're not as good as Ian Randall's or even Ian McCaskill's.
Hello.
But we'll be back as soon as we can, and hopefully you can join us as Gloucestershire resume their innings on 12 for none in the 9th over of the game. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. We've had a second interruption for rain this morning. Overall, we will have lost an hour and 9 minutes, and that means that umpires Neil Pratt and Rob Bailey have so far adjusted the overs on the day down by 10. So 78 overs remain to be bowled after the one which Tom Bailey is going to complete now from the pavilion. Lunch will still be taken at 1 o'clock, we're told, but that will mean a longer afternoon session, we suspect, possibly of 40 overs, though that may be confirmed by the umpires over lunch. Lunch will be taken at 1.
Tom Bailey going to resume the over, and that's a thick outside edge and almost just evades the grasp of Keaton Jennings there at second slip. And it goes away for 4 runs. So let's have a look at this. Jennings was very close to this one. Oh, it bounced in front of him and kicked as well. So, but it's 4 runs on the book, takes the score on to 16. Bailey into Scott.
Interesting, Lancashire have really worked out with lack of pace in the pitch. They've taken the 3rd slip out, and they had Stephen Croft in at short leg there for Bailey.
Yeah. Chris Dent still on 1, having started an hour and 40 minutes ago.
Yes,
He hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be honest with you.
No, 2 interruptions here this morning. Dent has faced 19 balls. So Scott's had the majority, as you say. But it means that I'm sure that Bailey and Williams will probably bowl right through now until lunch, and indeed possibly after it as well. They may keep going.
Yep.
With another break.
There's our email address. Drop us a line, commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and we'll answer all your questions, including cheese rolling, black pudding throwing, whatever you've got. There's a little bit of a hold up here.
Now what's happening here? There's a chat between umpires Pratt and Bailey, and now they're on their radios. Maybe
Dane Vias getting called in as well. Yeah, there's more in the over.
Yeah, they've
finished it 2 balls short.
Yeah, that's what they did change, and I looked at the board and it said 8.4, and whether Rob Bailey felt in his own mind there were only 2 balls left, I don't know, but yes, clearly there's some confusion on the counting front there. You don't often see that at first class level, do you?
I wonder if he's got 2 on there and he's thinking, oh, there's only 2 to go.
Well, that's where he may have lost the thread somewhat.
So Bailey going to bowl the 5th ball of the 9th over. Inside edge there. Single to George Scott. Moves him on to 16.
Now, I do wonder whether Dent has actually faced Bailey at all this morning. I don't think they've actually changed ends.
No. I think they did. I think Scott has faced Williams. But from this end, I think this is the first ball to Chris Dent. So Bailey in. And that's pitched up and pushed out into the covers. And
after the false alarm, that does complete the over.
It does complete the over. I'm confused here. I'm losing it, mate. I'm losing the plot.
So it's been a strange old morning here. It feels as if the game hasn't really got started yet.
Staccato.
Yeah, that's a very good word. The umpires, or Rob Bailey at least, getting his counting out of order. And Lancashire, having perhaps been surprised that Gloucestershire chose to bat, have not yet made any headway. But again, they're sticking with the short leg and the 2 slips And the fine gully for Williams, who's into Scott, who defends back up the pitch. So the conditions now are much as the radar suggested they might be for the most of the day.
We've had an email in from Glos fan Barb asking what's happened to Tom Lace. Surely he adds much to his batting lineup with Marcus and Graham still missing.
Williams back at the end of his run. And Scott again widely, sort of quite a big stride forward to defend.
Bob saying it was an odd mistake he was coming in so deep last time he was in the side. He does his best work in the top four. Well, I agree with you. I'm a massive fan of Tom Lace, but at the moment he's not being picked, so...
You know, I mean, if you look at his first innings scores in particular this season, 7, 0, 0 and 5. And, you know, if you're a specialist batsman, then you're going to find it hard to stay in the team with first innings scores like that.
Yep.
Lancashire now asking about the ball.
Lovely guy, Tom. Top man.
Now, in Lace's defence, you know, he's got 2 70s in second innings, but you know, both of those were in rearguard situations. The one at Northampton, obviously Gloucestershire ended up drawing that game, but his other 70 came in the loss at Old Trafford, and he hasn't really troubled the score as much since.
Marcus Harris there, he's away with the Australian A side still. Been playing Sri Lanka.
Well, I think I've heard you use this phrase before. Runs are a batsman's currency.
They certainly are. Yes.
I think that's a Dan Whiting phrase. And at the moment, Tom Lace is he's struggling for much loose change in his pocket, I would say.
Aren't we all, Ian? Aren't we all in these rampant inflation days? Nice.
Good stop. Nice bit of work from Bahanan.
Yeah, rampant inflation around the world. Energy prices rising.
Dan's fuel bill rising.
Oh, horrendous, Ian, horrendous. Petrol prices nearly £2 a litre.
Good stop again from this time from Croft at short leg. The other certainty is that Blundell and Mitchell get runs for New Zealand against England. They're still together in the test match, although the new ball is due in 3 overs, so England will have that, if not by lunch, certainly after it. 247 for 5. The lead is 216. Mitchell has 43 and Blundell has 39. Here is Williams, and Scott off the back foot forces that away. Chase for Luke Wood. They'll get one and they'll come back for the second. Wood has a sliding stop, but Scott was comfortably back for 2. And just to confirm the position then over the playing regulations for today, we have lost 10 overs because of those 2 breaks and the fact that they've gone well beyond the 30 minutes that we might make up at the end of the day. So the overs remaining on the day now stand at 76.
It's going to be a late one.
It also means that Lancashire, if they need to, if Gloucestershire do bat all day, will get very limited use of a second new ball today.
Here's Bailey to Chris Dent, who nudges that one around the corner down to long leg for a single. Moves the score on to 20. Yeah, I think it's going to be a late one this evening, Ian. It's going to be way past your bedtime.
Yes, hopefully the roads will be quiet on the way back. Those at Glastonbury will still be there. It'll be tomorrow morning. It'll be busy.
Yeah. Bailey in, and that's tickled around the corner. Will Williams doing the fielding down here in front of us?
Yeah, Williams 5 overs for 5 at the moment. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. And Bailey's, you can see, 0 for 16 in his 6th over. But it's just as difficult for the bowlers to get any kind of rhythm with 2 stoppages as it is for the batsmen, though, isn't it?
Certainly is. Certainly is. And they'd have had a little chat. There's Bailey. Oh, and Dent has a little tickle at that. Goes past the outside edge.
Probably a 4th stump kind of line with the angle.
It's a good bowler, Tom Bailey. Really good bowler.
I'm not sure that did a great deal. That was literally just the shape and the angle of where he bowled it.
I think what's happened, the previous ones have come back into Dent though, and that one's just gone straight on past his outside edge. Bailey cleverly using angles here. Big appeal from behind the sticks. Nothing going on from Rob Bailey though. He's the man that matters. Lancashire headed up by Glenn Chappell, who gave the county such wonderful service from 1992 to 2017. Got the nickname of Boris due to looking like Boris Becker. We needn't go there, Ian. We needn't go any further there.
We'll stop there.
Yeah, but Glenn Chappell got the fastest 100 ever. It was declaration bowling off the might of Matthew Maynard and Tony Cotty at Glamorgan as Bailey comes into Dent, defended now. That's Tony Cotty, the Glamorgan and Sussex player, not the ex-West Ham and Everton forward.
He's got Mark Chilton now as his director of cricket, hasn't he, at Lancashire?
Yeah, he's
another ex-player.
Played there for years. And Paul Allott was there up until, was it last year, I think, or maybe 2 years ago. Walt.
They've gone back to 3 slips for Bailey, interestingly, taking the short leg away.
Bailey in, Dent defends.
Maybe that's just for that's a specific for Scott. We'll see when Scott's next back on strike.
Yeah, that completes the 11th over. 21 for none.
Yeah, Bailey 6 overs. I say in this stop-start morning, but the weather now much better overhead. You can see the brightness. There's the card. Gloucestershire with, we're told, Glenn Phillips to bat at 3, Hammond at 4, Bracey at 5, and then Higgins, the Price brothers, Zafar Gohar, David Payne back in the team after his adventures in Holland with the England ODI side, and Matt Taylor, so 2 left armers in the Gloucestershire attack. And here is Scott back on strike with the short leg back in again for Williams, and Scott again plays straight, and Williams has bowled very straight this morning. Not given the Gloucestershire Open is anything to hit.
Just looking there at the Thatcher's bar and a few patrons outside enjoying the sunshine, and the advertising boards there for Bristol Audi and Amber looking a bit battered after Glenn Phillips and Benny Howe and Ian Cobain have rattled them in the T20 games recently.
Williams in again. Scott, that was just a half stride really, not a really full stride forward. Yes, and the what you might call the Hammond Roof Garden, top right of your screen, with the stand just out of shot, or the seating areas just out of shot, I should say. Thanks to Barbara for her, or Barb for, I'm assuming that's Barb for Barbara, for her email. Here's Williams into Scott again, who defends up to mid-on. Bailey's fielding there, even though he's bowling at the other end. No fine leg or third man for Lancashire here. Glenn Chappell's just down to our left-hand side at the Ashley Down Road end. He and Mark Chilton having a chat about what they're seeing at the moment. Bright sunshine now, and Williams staying over the wicket, and Scott again defending.
He's bowling good areas, Williams. There's Glenn Chappell.
I mean, it's simple disciplines, isn't it? Really, you know, he's conscious that, you know, he isn't express pace. The pitch certainly isn't. and therefore it's just, you know, good line, good length. Let's see if the ball can help him a little bit. That's skewed off a inside half of the bat from Scott. Away into the leg side. Balderson is at mid-wicket. Went past Stephen Croft very sharply at short leg. Yeah, there's Chappell on the right.
Only one-day international against Ireland in 2006, Glenn Chappell.
Well, that's a good ball from Williams. That's probably the best ball he's bowled this morning, actually. Didn't find an edge, but drew Scott forward beautifully. And he gets quite close to the stumps as well. So if he's literally bowling wicket to wicket, the ball doesn't need to do that much. That was a little bit wider. He just had the ball, fingers over the top of the seam just to try and straighten it, almost as a leg cutter would be.
Yeah, he's bowling good areas, probing away.
But for Dent, I say the short leg isn't there.
Bailey into the wicket, and that's a lovely shot from Chris Dent. That's the shot of the morning so far. Just leans on that one. Goes down the ground. Lovely four. Classic Chris Dent.
Yeah, Dent, who we haven't seen in a 4-day game here since that Surrey match. Didn't play against Somerset. And obviously got a return to the team at Canterbury in the last game after injury.
Bailey's going to go around the wicket to him now, changing the angle. Dent leaves that one alone as it nips back. And Phil Salt actually takes that one outside the line of leg stump. That's a good leave there from Chris Dent, refusing to be drawn into the line outside his off stump. Clouds are just starting to brood slightly over the city of Bristol away to our left.
I think most of the weather though is coming from the southwest over the back of the pavilion.
Bailey in, Dent equal to it. Plays it out to Luke Wood. Mid-off. Looking forward to seeing him. He's brisk.
That's a good word.
He's brisk. Yeah, he's signed from Nottinghamshire a couple of years ago. And just to let you know, with England about to take the new ball, we might have a link to one of those guys about to take the new ball, our guest after lunch. Bailey to Dent. No run into the offside.
Yeah, Lancashire will want to get certainly one more over in, which they will do comfortably.
Yeah.
Yes, as I say, it is former Players' Day here at the Seat Unique Stadium today, and the schedule was that this gentleman was going to join us before lunch, but the interruption in play means that will probably be now at some point during the afternoon session. So I think lunch might be quite leisurely.
I think so. Bailey, Dent just works that one off the hip, gets it quite square. He might get a couple. No. I think we're in Vitality Blast mode, thinking there might be two there, aren't we? So, no, that's just one run. And we've got another guest as well. One of the stars of Gloucestershire's one-day side back in the sort of late 90s, early 2000s. And Lancashire have got their very own pedigree as well. We haven't got any of the guests from there, but that side of the 70s at Lancashire were the kings of one-day cricket. As Bailey comes back over the wicket to the right-handed George Scott. Gloucestershire's one-day side were very prevalent, with won a lot of trophies in the early 2000s, as did Lancashire's back in the 70s. The likes of Bumble, David Lloyd, Clive Lloyd, Flat Jack Simmons, David Hughes, Harry Pilling, Frank Hayes,
Barry Wood.
Barry Wood, yeah, what a wonderful side they were. Or was Barry Wood at Derbyshire then?
Oh no, Wood was definitely part of that.
That Lancashire
side.
Yeah. I think he then went to Derbyshire, didn't he? Yeah. And great side that was.
Farouk Engineer would have kept wicket.
Yeah.
Jack Bond captained it certainly in the early 70s.
Yep.
Williams to bowl, probably the last over before lunch to Dent, who I'm sure will be content to defend. 26 without loss is a solid enough start. 14 overs only though in the first 2 hours. 2 stoppages for rain. The first one 17 minutes, the second one just over 50 minutes. Saturday ground staff hate where they're pulling the covers on and off, but hopefully that will be the last of that. Williams staying around the wicket. Oh, Dent pushes at that, taken by Phil. So didn't really push hard at it. He was in a sense quite a bit inside the line.
Looks a very, very good bowler, Will Williams.
Yeah, plays his cricket for Canterbury. 122 wickets at 22. First class wise. Tells you most of what you need to know. Staying around the wicket past umpire Pratt. That's cut. He's probably the first ball he's bowled that's had enough width for Dent to play that shot. And it comes in the last over before lunch, and even then Dent was onto it quickly. Couldn't resist an opportunity to play probably into his just about his favourite area. And that probably indicates too there really isn't any pace in this pitch. He had plenty of time to play that.
Yeah, sluggish nature of this pitch.
Dent bat raised. Waits for Williams, who again just tries to keep consistency in that channel. And we saw it a little bit on Friday, albeit on a different pitch, different competition, that you don't need the ball to move a long way. Often it's accuracy and just the small margins of movement that make a bowler the most dangerous. Williams again, and Dent a long way forward this time. 1 ball to go in the over, and unless it's a no ball, that will be the last ball before lunch because the clock has ticked round to 1 o'clock.
What do you think's going to be for lunch? Lancashire hot pot, just to sort of keep the keep the visitors happy.
Well, they'll be tucking in after this delivery. Here is Williams to Dent, who lets it go outside the off stump, and umpires Pratt and Bailey will flick off the bails, and for the 3rd time today the players will make their way to the pavilion. Both the other two were after interruptions for rain. There is a little bit of dark cloud around the moment, but this is a scheduled stoppage. Players making their way in. 30 without loss, Gloucestershire. 19 to George Scott, 11 to Chris Dent, all the runs off the bat. And Lancashire tidy, but without looking at this stage with a brand new ball desperately threatening.
No, it looks a very slow wicket here, and not a lot in it for the bowlers this morning, but you never know, things can change quite quickly, can't it, in cricket, and that's the beauty of the game. But they bowl quite tidily. Tom Bailey has been there or thereabouts, and Will Williams has been probing away. Just Lancashire just using the 2 bowlers this morning. Bailey none for 21 off 7. Williams none for 9 off 7. George Scott is going to resume after lunch on 19, not out, with the left-handed Chris Dent on 11. And we're going to go and grab something to eat, and we'll be back at 1:40, and join us then.
Yeah, just to emphasise that perhaps the ground staff are being cautious at the moment. They're bringing out the covers to actually cover the pitch, just in case any of those dark clouds should produce a little bit of moisture over the next 40 minutes. So Dan and I will be back with you at 1:40, all being well, and we'll have news then of whether indeed the afternoon session will be a full 40 overs, or whether the umpires might decide to split the remaining 72 in the day in half. Join us again at 1:40. Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. We'll have a prompt start after lunch on this first day. Somewhat of an interrupted morning, only 14 overs possible between Gloucestershire and Lancashire. Gloucestershire winning the toss and batting, 30 without loss. There's the details at the bottom of your screen. George Scott has 19, Chris Dent has 11, and Tom Bailey and Will Williams able to bowl throughout the morning session, 7 overs each, because they were in they had 2 breaks and the Gloucestershire openers just coming out to bat for what we believe will be an afternoon session of 40 overs. I've not had confirmation of the scorers from the scorers of any change to that, so that would mean 40 overs this afternoon and 32 overs tonight. Bailey is going to continue, and as he does so, I'm just going to through this over, which Dan will take, give you the scores from the other matches in Division 1. Leaders Surrey are 137 for 2 against Kent, batting first. And at Chelmsford, Essex 72 for 5 against Hampshire. So already the visitors getting into things there. And at Northampton, Northants 124 for 3 against Warwickshire.
Bailey in, and that's edged. First ball after lunch by George Scott. Has it gone for 4? It has gone for 4, but did that carry through to Keaton Jennings there at second slip?
I think because the scorecard was up on the screen, it may be that we can't show you a replay of that, which is... I
think it carried.
Well, the body language of Wells and Jennings suggested it would have been a difficult one, but a possible.
Bailey in, Scott defends that one onto the leg side. So, afternoon Lancashire fans, afternoon Gloucestershire fans, and afternoon wherever
cricket lovers.
Yeah.
I remember going to a club match. I can say a club. It was a friendly. Once with a good friend of mine who sadly is not in as good health now as he was at the time.
Bailey in. Scott plays into the leg side.
During the tea interval, he just raised a glass and said, "To the game!" And you knew exactly what he meant.
Maybe he had a long lunch, Ian, perhaps. Talking of long lunches, we've got a special guest coming this afternoon. Ex-Gloucestershire player, ex-England player. Bailey in. There's a big shout there. Yeah, Bailey's come out. He's got the bit between his teeth here after lunch.
Not sure what he's had. I think it was chicken on the menu, wasn't it, at lunchtime? Here's a second look at that last delivery. Yeah, I think it was sliding down the leg side. Just needs to straighten his line a touch.
And that's a big shout there. Oh, that's a big shout. The Lancashire fielders.
Rob Bailey's
I can't believe it.
Unmoved. And the frustration of almost the second appeal from Bailey said a lot. Here it is.
Here it is. Ooh. I'm not sure Scott's going outside the line there, but you can't have the slip fielders running towards the umpire like that. No, he's not happy. Rob Bailey's not happy there. Bailey in, and Scott defends that one onto the onside.
It's very, very rare that you would see always. There's almost not quite a snatch of the jumper there, but just a grab from Tom Bailey. Very, very rare you see a bowler almost have a second go at the appeal, which is what he did there. But he was distinctly unimpressed by his namesake, no relation of course, being unmoved by the appeal for LBW. I wonder whether he will get to continue this spell. Will Williams, though, is to continue from this Ashley Down Road end, still with 3 slips and a fine gully in, and Dent working that onto the leg side. And I know we've said this before, but we do believe now there won't be any more rain, because there was some. If you were just had the stream on in the background during the lunch interval, you would have seen that probably 5 minutes after the players went off, there was about 5 or 6 minutes of really quite a sharp shower. But we hope now that is it for the day, and we can get the other 72 overs in. Williams around the wicket to Dent, who thinks about a single, but there isn't one there. Luke Wood's in quickly from square leg. It is a 6-3 field. They've got a very, very deep long leg for Williams, and if Dent was able to get a ball down towards that area at modest pace, there'd be a comfortable 2. It's a long boundary down there. Williams past umpire Pratt, and that's that go. Does Dent through to Phil Salt. So the edges, by and large, have been from the far end. There have been a couple that have run away through this list, but nothing real. That last sort of half chance, which unfortunately we couldn't show you because the board was on the screen, even that looked a low and only a possible catch. We've said nothing really clean that's gone to hand yet, Dan, have we?
No, and you wonder if that's, we spoke about the sluggish nature of the pitch, or the docile nature perhaps, and you wonder if there's a lack of carry there through.
And you can see from where Phil Salt is standing, he's not that deep at the pavilion end. Quite a sort of a glary sun at the moment. As Williams continues, that's down the leg side. It's almost the first ball he's bowled. The radar's been really off, and it's taken by Salt moving away to his right. We did give you the test score. England have the second new ball available now, and they're underway after lunch ahead. 254 for 5 New Zealand. The lead is 223, and Mitchell and Blundell again with a good stand. 85 they've put on, 83 they've put on so far for the 6th wicket. Slightly slower ball from Williams, and Dent has picked it, and he's square driven it to the point boundary for 4. Just tried to hold that one back a touch, and Dent spotted it, waited for it, and clipped it away pleasantly into the gap. 38 for no wicket.
Here's the LBW appeal. Let's have a look at this. I wonder if he's got a thick inside edge on that. But
I wonder whether the alternative would be that umpire Bailey thought that it was enough of a stride in for it going down the leg side.
Tom Bailey in, and that's caught there by Keaton Jennings at second slip. Good catch, sharp catch, and we spoke about the lack of carry, and Tom Bailey has just bent his back a little bit, and that sees the end of George Scott. Let's have a look at it on the replay here. Good sharp catch there, diving away to his left. They're very good slip cordon there. Luke Wells, King Jennings, they don't drop a lot in the slips.
I mean, we've had one look at that. James can replay that a second time. I just wonder how close that was to Wells, and whether Jennings almost took it because he thought it might carry. And Wells is a little bit deeper at first slip, as you would expect.
Like a staggered cordon.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah.
We might have a chance to have a look at that, if not before the arrival of Glenn Phillips, who is coming out at number 3, but certainly at the end of the over. But Scott, though, is out for 23. Again, not quite able to get a start after lunch. And that was obviously the first ball of that over. So Tom Bailey might be feeling a little less aggrieved about life, having had the big appeal turned down against George Scott. It didn't actually cost him or his team anything.
Might cost him a couple of demerit points though if Rob Bailey doesn't like the cut of his jib.
Just to remind you of our email address. Emails remain open throughout the rest of the day. The address will come up on the top right of your screen in a moment. There it is, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. So Glenn Phillips in at 3. An interesting switch of the order for Gloucestershire.
Fantastic 100 against Kent last week. Bailey and Phillips equal to that. Phillips looks to be batting quite a long way out of his ground there. It negates the swing. You wonder if it also potentially takes LBW, or it lessens the chances of LBW the further you are down the pitch, and negates the movement of the ball. But Phillips looks like he's batting quite a long way outside his crease there. Bailey into the crease. Phillips plays it into the offside.
And I'm sure, I'm not absolutely certain about this, but I'm sure that when Phillips came over, he would not have expected to have played any or very much white ball. I know he played a bit last year, but I think the original intention was that he was only going to come over and play in the T20 and not play in the red ball at all.
Yep, and he's going to the New Zealand side, isn't he? I'll come on to it after this ball. As Bailey comes in, works it onto the legs of Phillips, plays him into the onside. Big shout there. But yeah, he's going to the New Zealand side, so I think he leaves after the T20 game against Middlesex here next Sunday. I think the bulk of the New Zealand side are leaving on the Sunday, but because they're going to... Are they going to Ireland?
Yes, they are, yeah.
Yeah. Just a little short hop across the Bristol Channel for Glenn. Bailey in, Phillips up onto his toes, defends it back to him.
So, Gloucestershire supporters will know this, but obviously Phillips and Zafar Gohar are the two overseas playing in this match. I think the perception would be that we may not see Marcus Harris. I don't think he'd be back for the game at Essex. If not, he'll be back for Cheltenham. And there was some shots of Graham Van Buren batting in the nets last week as well.
Bailey in, Phillips up onto his toes, plays it into the offside.
There's clearly some progress there for Van Buren. I mean,
yeah.
Again, how quickly he will be back. Again, the Essex game might be a bit soon, but I think realistically both would hope to be back for the festival, which starts on the 19th.
Yep, that's a wicket maiden.
July.
That's a wicket maiden there for Tom Bailey. Well bowled.
Lancashire persevering with these two. I say because they've had some interruptions. It's not like bowling 8 overs straight off. Although this will be an extended spell for both. And Dent again has to defend. Williams has, so he's just bowled. I would say he's only bowled 2 balls that have not been asking questions of the batsman. The one that Dent was able to cut, and he bowled one in the last over that was down the leg side. And apart from that, there's a runaway hat. Rob Bailey's sun hat has gone off his head and probably gone a good 30 yards from his position at square leg right onto the cut strip. He needs some Velcro or something. Here's Williams in again. If you're a Lancashire player, it must be great to see somebody, and I use the word respectfully, bounced into the team on a short-term deal, and he immediately drops into the standards and the kind of the rhythm of the side that you would expect.
Yeah, no, he's wouldn't surprise me If maybe he went back there longer term next year.
Around the wicket, Williams. And again taken by Phil Salt. He hasn't delivered anything in terms of wickets so far for him, but he's only conceded 13.
Chris Dent's grandmother on the ground. Earlier on, saw her.
Oh, she's always on the ground, is she not?
Yeah. No Simba though, no dog?
No Simba today.
No dog. Doesn't like the rain apparently.
Oh. Williams around the wicket. Dent again forward.
For those listening at home, Chris Dent has got a huge Rhodesian Ridgeback dog who's well known here at the Seat Unique Stadium called Simba. But this thing might look fierce but doesn't like the rain. It's a lovely dog actually, it's a really nice natured dog.
Quite a size though.
He's huge.
Williams. Oh, outside half of the bat from Dent, going back once more. And fielded by skipper Villas. Bailey 1 for 25 from his 9 overs. This is Williams' 9th. I wonder how long before we'll see Wood and Balderson. Balderson's quite... I was chatting to our good friend Ned Seaborn yesterday, who said that Keaton Jennings missed the T20 just that preceded this match. Williams again around the wicket, and again Dent drawn forward to defend. He said if Jennings wasn't playing, then Balderson might well open. So he's a very handy bat to have coming in, probably at 7.
He certainly is. He's ex-England under-19, George Balderson. He made his List A debut here, actually, last year against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I think Lancashire won that game fairly comfortably. They were chasing about 170 from memory.
Yeah. From Hyde Cricket Club in the Cheshire League. Big Man United fan, by all accounts. It's all our City territory down there. Bailey into Phillips, who plays it out to point, where I think that is Balderson there. He does the fielding.
It is, yeah.
Balderson at point. Josh Bohannon mid-off. And then you've got Vilas in the gully. Croft third slip, Jennings second. Wells first slip. Phil Salt's got the gloves today. Bailey in, and Phillips plays that down the ground. And then you've got a long leg.
He looks busy even in defence, Phillips, doesn't he?
Yeah, mid-wicket. And Luke Wood at mid-on, who is stretching.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I appreciate that it's a 3. It's a spell split into 3. This is still a 10-over stint for Tom Bailey.
Mm.
And he probably got one more, having taken a wicket since lunch. So the bail's gone off on the floor, I think.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit windy, as we saw with the flyaway Panama of Rob Bailey in the last over. You a Panama man, Ian?
Well, generally a hat is advisable for a man with my particular haircut in sunny weather. The parting's quite wide, you know.
That's played backward, and that's going to be 4 runs there to Glenn Phillips. Lovely shot.
That's the slightly shorter boundary, but still appeared to time that pretty well. Here's a second look at it. Yes, just a bit short and with enough width for Phillips to clip it away.
Did you just describe yourself as having a wide parting there?
I think that's the phrase.
I'm not sure Moses didn't part anything as wide as that. That's played out to Josh Bohannon.
But I'm in good company with some of these Lancashire boys, because I think we can't see necessarily because of they're all wearing largely caps, but Luke Wells doesn't have a great deal of hair.
He's follically challenged, yes.
Yeah. Bohannon too is, I think he has it, but it's cut very, very short. And certainly Keaton Jennings doesn't have a mullet either.
Bailey from the pavilion end. Phillips lets that one go through to Phil Salt.
Good leave.
42 for none.
We did say we might have a second look at that Scott wicket. I don't know whether James might be able to have a look at that at the end of the over. One ball to go in this over. In fact, here is the replay. See if whether this was genuinely the catch for second. Yes, well, the angle from behind the bowler's arm might tell you, but I think certainly from there it looks as if it was a genuine one to second slip rather than to Wells, who let Jennings take it.
Just played onto the onside, no run. That completes the 19th over. Score on to 42. Phillips on 4, Chris Dent 15. George Scott, the man. Caught Jennings, bowled Bailey for 23 just after lunch.
The one thing that we have noticed, or certainly Dan has noticed this year, is that sometimes the peak time for movement of this particular batch of balls, and we know that the batch earlier in the season didn't do a great deal. 20 to 40 overs tends to be the period where you sometimes get just as much movement as when the ball is actually brand new, and we're getting towards that point now. Obviously, Williams staying around the wicket to Dent, out on the offside, fielded by Balderson, and Lancashire I don't think will be too concerned at the fact they've only taken one wicket, because Gloucestershire haven't got away from them, so the game has not moved on that far actually.
No.
And you nip out one more and suddenly it's right back in the balance again. Williams, this very methodical run. Big shout coming from around the wicket. I don't think there's any chance of that being answered in the affirmative by Neil Pratt. Certainly Williams is not going to go for the second bite at the cherry as Tom Bailey did earlier. Here's a second look at it.
Outside the line.
Yeah, I suspect it was going over as well. If you haven't worked out who our guests might be, by the way, for later on, we might just tell you at the end of this over. Guests from the former Players' Day. Dent forward once more. Either Williams has worked out, or it's just his attitude, if I can use that word. We've seen absolutely nothing short at all from him. And maybe that's just an acceptance that at the pace he bowls, his best opportunity to get wickets is to pitch the ball up. That's what he's done every single time. Then has got to work that away for a single to loop Wood at square leg. Again, Phillips answering the call quickly. And now Williams will get a chance to bowl at the new man for the first time. So,
Battle of the Kiwis.
Yeah, indeed. They might have had the odd game against each other. So Phillips has been at Auckland, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he's going. He's going to Otago for the where of course his brother is for the next New Zealand domestic season.
Otago's South Island, though, isn't it? It's the other end of New Zealand, isn't it? Otago. Let's have a look.
Williams to Phillips. Oh, he's gone down the ground with that. He's lofted that. Clunk. Straight for 6, first ball.
Wow.
Didn't exactly need a sighter to his fellow countryman. Gun barrel straight delivery and a gun barrel straight response. He must be batting on off stump there, but he's just gone straight through the line. As if to say, right, I'm pretty confident what Will Williams can do, and I'm pretty confident that that was in the slot.
No respect to his countrymen.
That was That was a big hit. Oh, he's let that go on height, and he's just got away with it. Phil Sock's taken that down the leg side.
That is an unbelievable leave. That's gone over the top and middle and off.
There's Phillips's numbers with that big blow in the last over, but that last delivery really a very well. There's only two sorts of leaves: a good leave and a bad one, and that was a good one. Tight or not.
Wow. What happened in those two balls? Yeah, Otago is at the very south of New Zealand. So Dunedin and Invercargill, those places. Queenstown, lovely ground there.
Have you ever been to that part of the world?
Never.
No.
Was it Carisbrooke, the House of Pain?
James Healy is putting his hand up. You lucky man.
The House of Pain, was it at Carisbrooke? That was down there, the rugby ground, wasn't it? That neck of the woods.
Still Bailey.
Still Bailey, bowling to Chris Dent. Dent just squaring him up a little bit. So we've got a special guest coming in, who's, I believe, 600s for England. None of them in England.
Oh.
4 of them in Australia, 1 in New Zealand, 1 in Pakistan.
And any clues? 26 tests, but none of them whilst at Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Bailey approaching the crease. Dent leaves that one alone, goes through to the gloves of Phil Salt.
He had a few nicknames. If I say the one, it'll give it away, in particular. What else can we say? He bowled a bit too, didn't he? He wasn't
bowling.
Oh yeah, he bowled a little bit. I certainly remember a little bit as a bowler, but chiefly as a batter.
Lovely shot from Dent, just leans on that, strokes it through mid-off. It's only going to bring him 2, but very pleasant shot there from Chris Dent. Takes the score on to 49.
Let's see if he actually did. No, to be fair, 16 first-class wickets and 25 wickets in List A. Didn't take a test wicket. So, you know, an occasional stand breaker.
Yeah. Bailey and Dent leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Should we give his age away? Would that help?
He's 64.
Yeah, I know.
Where has time gone?
Little clue? Wasn't known by his first Christian name.
Yeah. One of his nicknames is the same nickname as a certain Mr. Allott from Lancashire.
Ah, yeah.
Bailey in, Dent plays that out to, I think Luke Wood has gone now to mid-on.
In terms of players who are not known by their first, so Gloucestershire left armer Mike Smith, obviously A.M. Smith on the scorecard, but known as Mike. This gentleman was one of those.
Yeah.
Here is Bailey.
Bailey approaching from the pavilion end. And that's just defended out. It's a no ball, actually. That just goes out to mid-wicket. 53 for 1 in the 20th over. And
I hope that dark cloud isn't going to be too threatening. Bailey then to complete what will be his 11th over, and Dent again defends, so he's bowled unchanged from the pavilion end. Tom Bailey. And Will Williams is, I think, going to continue from this Ashley Down Road end. Lancashire really, with Dane Villas persisting with their 2 opening bowlers. And Williams is going to bowl from this Ashley Down Road end, and just giving our guest a microphone, so we'll introduce him in a moment. And we thank him for coming over so promptly after what I'm sure was a very nice lunch at the former Players' Day. Williams has got just the 2 slips now. They put an extra man out on the offside, and Williams in, and Phillips plays from the crease and back up the pitch. So as we said, nearly 50 former Gloucestershire players here today for former Players' Day. One of them, Chris Broad. Chris, you were very smartly dressed, very suitable for the occasion. Welcome to the Gloucestershire Cricket String. Pleasure to have you.
I don't have a tie, which you put me to shame, I have to say. But yeah, you know, I try my best from time to time to look smart, and particularly around cricket grounds. And yeah, it's nice to be here.
Yeah, and nice to see now at least some prospect of extended play after the showers this morning. Here's Williams once more in, and Phillips gets that away through the offside. They'll look for 2. The chase is on for Wood, and they'll settle for 2. And then New Zealand comes back and completes that. So do you enjoy the former Players' Day? Because I guess you've been to a few in the past.
I mean, I love them. Andrew Brassington, that's very formal actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Andy Brassington organises a very good day, gets an awful lot of people coming along, and yeah, it's nice to relive some of the memories.
Williams in again, and Phillips plays that bat into power. They slip cord and couldn't see that from where they were. They might have heard it though, and
looked a bit high.
Yeah, looked.
I know we're high up here, but for me it looked a bit high.
And have you got one eye on your son in the game at Headingley?
Well, I had until I came to broadcast with you, and you've got no cricket on here. What's going on?
We've got
Where's the Test match?
We've got Gloucestershire v Lancashire.
Where's the Test match?
There's only so many games we can keep our eyes on, unfortunately, Chris.
Williams again. Austin Parr, Pratt and Phillips goes back. It is still 5 down, I should say. 229 is the lead at the moment. Just talking of Stuart, you're going to become a granddad soon.
I know, yes. I suppose we were fortunate enough to know about a month ago, but they wanted to keep it quiet until various scans had occurred, and they decided that just prior to this Test match that they would announce it. And yeah, we're over the moon.
I don't know how many million likes that photograph.
Oh no, fantastic!
It was a great photo, wasn't it?
Williams again from the Ashley Down Road end into Phillips, who again just, at least to that delivery, shows a bit more respect than he did to the one in the last over, which was a very clean hit. I don't know whether you saw that, Chris, on your walk round. It was quite a welcome to the afternoon.
Apparently so. No, we didn't see it. We were told about it on our walk around, but no, we failed to. Has it been the first 6 of the day?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I said the first ball that he faced from Williams from this end. So
into the breeze as well. So yeah, that is a decent hit.
I mean, the boundaries straight are much shorter than when you were here, for sure.
Yeah, a little bit, I suppose. Yeah.
2 slips for Williams, and Phillips tries to work that away past Tom Bailey at mid-on. Can't do it. End of the over. Gloucestershire 55 for 1. George Scott, the man out, caught at second slip off Tom Bailey.
So we were looking back on your career, Chris, and
oh dear.
Yeah, well, no, it's very impressive. Anyone who scores 600s for England, has got my respect. But Glenn Phillips got one pitched up there. You made your debut against the West Indies in '84, and I'm sure you didn't receive that much in your half of the wicket, did you?
Listen, they had an amazing bowling attack. You know, a bit like the Australians in the 90s and 2000s. You know, again, an extraordinary attack. But the West Indies had 4 very fast bowlers who were all accurate. I think the difference that we found in the 80s were that we'd faced all of the West Indian bowlers in county cricket.
Yeah.
Whereas guys coming in now don't necessarily face the international bowlers in county cricket before they face them internationally.
Yeah, because you had Michael Holding at Derbyshire and Joel Garner at Somerset, Malcolm Marshall, Hampshire.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Eldine Baptiste was at Kent for a little bit.
He was. So it was, although you got 4 of them all together, it was, at least you knew what they had in their armoury.
Yeah. We can see Luke Wood into the attack. And that's just played off his hip, and it's got that fine enough. And that goes away for 4 runs there by Chris Dent. Lovely shot, just tickled off the hip. One of yours there, Chris.
Yeah, well, that's my kind of bread and butter shot. You know, anything on the hip, and you just work it off there into the onside. And, fast boundary, very fast outfield here. And as you rightly say, short boundaries straight, and no chance for the fielder.
It's been quick all season. So how that West Indies attack, I mean, who would you say was the best?
I think without doubt Malcolm Marshall, because he had everything in his armoury. He had pace, swing.
Yep, Wood in, and Dent cuts that one just backward a square. He's going to get 2 for that.
But, you know, Joel Garner and Michael Holding and Croft played a part in that as well. You know, that he was the best because he had pace, he had swing. He also, you know, sat you on your backside occasionally with a bouncer. But he was very clever. Yeah. You know, he wouldn't always run in and bowl at 100 miles an hour. He would try and work you out with some cutters and brilliant bowler.
Wood approaching the crease, and that's just hit Dent amidships. And another ex-Gloucestershire man was part of that West Indies side, although he was on tour, but he didn't play in that. Was Courtney Walsh, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
You know, he turned out to be an amazing fast bowler for the West Indies, along with Curtly Ambrose. They really spearheaded the West Indies attack for a number of years after that great foursome that the West Indies had. And it was almost like a conveyor belt of fast bowlers that the West Indies were producing, and they still produce them, but perhaps not to the same standard.
Yep. Wood in, Dent defends back down the pitch.
But you like to see a good, strong West Indies team, as with every country, really. You like to see a good, strong, you know, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. See, they're doing well against Australia at the moment in Sri Lanka, admittedly, but you want to see good, strong international teams producing good games of cricket to attract the spectators.
Yeah, especially a country with the heritage of the West Indies, etc. It's Wood, and that's full, and Dent squirts that one out to third slip there.
Dent scores heavily in 2 or 3 areas, Chris. Were you, in your own mind, having 3 or 4 areas where sort of your go-to shots? If you had to just hone things in a bit and think, I'd really pick my scoring shots selectively, were there just 2 or 3 or 4 that you would say, right, those are my go-to ones?
Yes, I think, you know, I learned very quickly that I was limited in my abilities, and therefore if I was going to score runs, they had to be in my strength areas, as this one goes away to the boundary.
And that's one of Dent's off the back foot, square of the wicket on the offside.
Not one of my strong areas, I have to say. My strong area was really sort of mid-off round to fine leg. Occasionally a leading edge through extra cover was always a good one to upset the bowlers, but generally it was played with a straight bat through mid-on or mid-off, mid-wicket, that sort of area.
Yeah, 65 for 1 at the end of the 23rd over, and you sort of came into the side after the horrendous injury of that sort to Andy Lloyd, didn't you? And Lancashire fans will be interested to know that you sort of opened. You had quite a good partnership with Foxy Fowler I think you put on quite a few, put on 100 at Lords against the West Indies.
We did, yes. The first innings was successful at Lords, second innings less so, but it was nice. Foxy had played a few innings for England at the time, so he was the experienced individual in the partnership, and we also had an awful lot of bad light and rain on that first day, so we came off about 4 or 5 times and had to restart our innings, which I seem to think was a good thing, because the bowlers never got ahead of speed up. So, we didn't have to face the likes of Garner and Marshall, who were bowling at full pace. They always had to sort of warm up. So it worked in our favour a little bit. But they were quality bowling side, led obviously by a quality captain in Clive Lloyd.
Yeah.
Here is Williams continues. He's a 12th over on the spin, albeit broken by lunch and 2 rain breaks this morning. A pleasure to have Chris Broad with us this afternoon. High up in our commentary gantry, on the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, and seeing Gloucestershire really trying to grit this out, aren't they, at the moment?
They certainly are.
Just conscious that Lancashire have a very good attack, and they're not going to give them anything cheap.
Yeah. I'll come on to more about Fowler, because I'm sure our visitors will want to hear more.
Williams in again. Phillips with Villas now in at a short, rather straight mid-on.
Fowler got 100 in that test at Lords, didn't he?
Yes.
And he said he was hit in the box by Joel Garner before lunch, and it smashed his box, because it was the old pink lightsome guards back then, and smashed his box into about 14 different pieces, which he was picking out in the lunch break, which he said was a rather uncomfortable experience.
Williams.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. If it was split into 14 places, different parts, then I'm not sure he would have been standing after lunch. But it's a great story.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to be true, do they?
No, they don't. No.
Especially on the after-dinner speaking circuit.
Maybe an element of truth, but not completely true.
Yeah.
Just the 2 slips now for Williams. 3 saving 1 on the offside. And Phillips just plays again defensively against his countryman from Canterbury. But I see on this short-term deal here at Lancashire.
But what everyone remembers is the 85-86 tour to Australia, and 487 runs in 9 knocks.
Can I just say that's a classic? Everyone remembers 85. It was actually 86-87.
It was 86-87. It was 86-87.
Phillips again.
Where has the time gone, Chris? Where's the time gone?
Well, I was a year older, so perhaps I wouldn't have played quite so well in 85-86, but 86-87 I played really well.
I think 85-86 was possibly a tour to West Indies, was it?
I think it probably was, yes. Yeah. I missed out on that one.
Patterson, you didn't have the fortune to face Patrick Patterson on a corrugated pitch out in the West Indies. But, that tour was just, it will go down in history, wasn't it? I'll come on to it after this ball.
Williams, he hasn't let it go.
No. It started off quite slowly, 8 and 35 in Brisbane, and then it really took off with a 162 at Perth.
And actually the tour itself started quite slowly. We were there for a month prior to, and really, no one was taking wickets, no one was really scoring a huge amount of runs, and the selection for the first test match was an interesting one, and fortunately I got the nod. I think because I'd got an 80 in Adelaide in one of the warm-up games.
This is quite a duel between Phillips and Williams here. He's just making sure that having had that, shown his hand with that 6, he's not getting too excited about what's followed. And Williams has just kept him in check since. 65 for 1 it remains. So
who else was up there in the batting? Was Bill Athy on that tour?
Yeah. Bill Wilf Slack was there. He was actually the unfortunate one who got left out in the first test match and never got a look in for the rest of the tour, because both Bill and myself did well in the tour. James Whittaker was one of the players. He played in the third Test match because Ian Botham got injured, and so he came in and batted in the middle order. But that was his only Test match. Really, I mean, the side was pretty much the same throughout the whole series, which is almost unheard of.
Yeah. Here's Luke Wood from the pavilion end. That's just worked onto the legs of Chris Dent, who tucks that one around the corner for a lovely 4. Brings the score on to 69 for 1. And then, because it started off with, can't bowl, can't bat, can't field, didn't it? Well, one of the press said that. And, I mean, it must be fantastic to sort of ram those words back down people's mouths, wasn't it?
Yeah, listen, I mean, that's a well talked about headline prior to the Test series starting, and I don't think that was the motivation for us. I think it was an England-Australia Ashes clash, and when you had the likes of Botham and Gower and Lamb, who were very keen to beat the Aussies, we kind of supported them.
Wood into Dent, and nearly goes back onto his stumps. Dent having to use his left foot there like Lionel Messi to just get it away from the off stump. And then there was 116 at Adelaide after Perth as well.
Yeah, myself and Mike Gatting scored a few runs together in Adelaide. This one we were chasing a target. Australia had put a good total up, and we were chasing their 500, and we also responded with a good total, which ended in a draw, and then it was on to Melbourne for the Boxing Day Test.
Wood into Chris Dent. That's got to be close. That has to be close. Oh, he hasn't given it. Rob Bailey has not given that. I wonder if it's going down the leg side slightly, but it looked rather adjacent. Chris, you've been a match referee in your time. What's your view on that one?
Well, my initial reaction was it was out, but we're seeing a replay now, and it still looks out.
To be fair, Rob Bailey's turned down 2 very strong appeals now.
Yeah. So you went on to Melbourne, 112 at Melbourne.
Yeah. I mean, I was in a real purple patch, absolute blinder at that moment.
Wood to Dent, plays that to Gully. Dane Vias sweeps up. And Elton John was your sort of mate out there. You went to loads of parties. Well, do you still get free entry to his gigs? Or?
Well, I understand he's in Bristol at the moment, isn't he? He did a gig on Thursday. He's coming back, another one tonight.
Right.
Yeah, apparently so.
Are you going to catch up?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not staying down because I live in Nottingham these days.
Right.
So I'm not staying down. But had I known, I would have been on the phone. Dear Elt, please, do you remember me?
Here's Luke Wood. He said, Luke Wind, candle in the wind. That's played out into the onside.
Well, if I can ask Chris, sorry, go on.
So, I mean, you only became the 8th Englishman to achieve 3 consecutive centuries, or consecutive in 3 matches at the time. And, I mean, when you're in a purple patch like that, does it seem like you can do no wrong, or do you have to go back and start again when you start your innings?
To be honest, my personal view is I didn't even think about what I was doing.
Yeah, Wood, dot ball.
I was just, you turn up to a game, you practice and you do what you need to do, and then you go out and you face the next ball. It's all. It's you don't have to think about head or hands or feet or anything of that nature. It just all comes very naturally.
Yeah.
Remembering some of the things that went on can be difficult at times because you're just in the flow. It's just a very confident phase you find yourself in, and it just flows.
That was the end of Wood's over, and we're going to see young Jack Morley for the first time with his slow left arm. I was going to ask Chris, actually, proportionately, you would have played more days cricket in a summer in your time than the players play now in terms of actual cricket days. Do you buy the argument that modern day players play too much?
No, I don't. We did, and we played different formats within other formats. Sunday leagues on a Sunday in between.
In of a championship match.
in the middle of a championship game. And then we'd be in the car driving to another venue to do a 50-over game in the midweek, and then come back and play a championship match. On top of that, you also went off to play international matches. I do find it strange that they complain about the workload. I get that bowlers find it tougher than batters because they do put a lot of strain on their bodies, but I really think that if you're fit enough to do it, you should be able to do it at any stage, really.
I might come back to that during this over from Morley into the attack for the first time. 21 yesterday. What a nice way to celebrate that by coming into only your second first-class game. That's down the leg side, taken by Phil Salt. He's just got one slip, 3 saving 1 on the offside, and 2 on the leg side for Phillips. He's got a man out at deep mid-wicket and a man out at deep cover. Again, that's outside the leg stump.
Yes,
that's a good call. Yes, that was the yes-no, wait, sorry.
Yes, no, sorry.
But interesting that Lancashire have introduced Morley ahead of Balderson.
It's interesting that they played him ahead of Parkinson, I know.
Yeah. And Parkinson did miss the T20 on Friday. Clipped away by Phillips, straight to short mid-wicket. So, as obviously, as a direct blood relation to a current England player, how does Stewart find this current schedule?
Well, again, he's a bowler, so and he's 36, just turned 36. So I think he's finding it. There are a few aches and pains which he'd rather not have, but I think he's still very fit and still able to go out there and do his job.
Sure. Morley around the wicket to Phillips. That's again played from the crease back up the pitch on the bounce to the bowler.
At what age did Stewart was obviously a very good childhood protege, etc. At what age did you did he start getting you out in the garden? How old was he?
Listen, he was keen to play any time.
Morley.
But it wasn't just cricket. He'd play hockey, he'd play rugby. He was into rollerblading, all sorts of stuff. He was just a fan of anything sporting, really.
Okay, and it was Oakham School where he was, and it was an ex-Lancashire man, Frank Hayes.
Yeah, and David Steele. They were the masters in charge of cricket, and they were the ones who were encouraging him in the first team. I must admit, when I saw him playing first team, I didn't see the potential that Leicestershire saw in him. I saw him as a batter who bowled a little bit, and really didn't see that he had the talent to make it at even county level. But he had a growth spurt and turned into a brilliant bowler.
Luke Wood, that's a good delivery. That goes through. Chris Dent beats him on the inside edge, and good stop there, tumbling away by Phil Salt with the gloves for the visitors. That was a good delivery there. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Just nips back and perilously close to off stump there, as well as the inside edge. But Chris Dent's still there. 32 not out. And the nickname of Walt, you share that with Paul Ellett?
Well, mine's Walter.
Walter.
His is Walt.
Wood into Dent, played gently into the covers, no run.
But that came really from Richard Hadley. I scored 100 before lunch against Oxford University, I think, in one of my first games for Notts. And there was I can't remember his surname, but a famous Notts player whose first name was Walter, and Richard Hadley started calling me Walter. And I used to call him Ralph, but I have no idea why his name was Ralph.
His name was Paddles, I think, was his nickname, wasn't it? Here's Luke Wood.
That's the well-known nickname, yes, but it's always nice to call someone a name that they're not renowned for, really.
Can I just say that Matthew Potts has dismissed Darryl Mitchell in the Test match for 56.
Yeah, hey!
Blundell's still there on 58, and
what's the lead? 200, 300?
280 for 6, so the lead is 249.
Okay.
49.
What a series this has been, hey?
Could be a very interesting last day.
Yeah.
Because the pitch still looks a very good one at Headingley, and offering bowlers a little bit, but also batsmen a little bit as well.
Luke Wood there, left alone by Chris Dent.
Would it be fair to say the crowd at Trent Bridge got very involved with the last day of the second Test?
Yes, and I think largely because it was a full house. It was, and it inspired I suppose it inspired the New Zealanders to have England at 93 for 4. But then it inspired Johnny Bairstow and Stokes to get us over the line as well. So it was fantastic. Great weather, really good pitch, and a full house. So let's hope we get a full house tomorrow at Headingley. Maybe the Yorkies will give free entry. What do you reckon?
They'll be all over that. Anything free. Luke Wood to Chris Dent.
Well, the spectators will be all over it. Will the management?
Probably not. But I'm sure everyone tuning in from Lancashire will agree with that on the parsimony of their friends across the Pennines. Oh, it is free entry. We've just had it pointed out. Yeah, it is free entry.
The precedent was set.
Yeah. And free entry after tea here in Bristol.
I did wonder. I was listening to the coverage of the fourth day, and it was that the CEO at Nottinghamshire was on TMS to say that there would be free entry on the fifth day. So I'll just take that ball down.
That's all right. Just dot ball, nothing happened.
And you wonder whether they made that call when they thought the match might be petering out. And of course, the last session on the fourth day just changed all that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fascinating Test match. Really, what you want Test cricket to be, swaying one way, then the other, and then back the other way as well. And it was just that last day, when we were 93 for 4, it was New Zealand's to win. And then, of course, Bairstow came in and played that extraordinary innings, just a brilliant, brutish innings. It really was fantastic. And Ben Stokes obviously supported him as well, and got the crowd on England's side, and getting over the line then was relatively straightforward once the ball had gone a little softer and did less.
I'd like to just ask you, Chris, about your match referee role in a moment. Here's Morley, though, with his off a slow left arm from this Ashley Down Road end. Was that something you had thought about when you stopped playing, or did you have any idea what you wanted to do when ultimately your playing days came to an end?
I don't think any player has an idea of what they're going to do when they finish playing cricket.
Morley down the leg side and worked away by Phillips. Very fine. There's a chase on down towards the pavilion boundary, and it's going to go for 4. And it's gone not off the bat, but off the pad.
I got a phone call from the then TCCB operations manager John Carr asking whether I would like to become a match referee, and I had to ask him what a match referee did. And he didn't really know, but he said that there was an interview taking place at the end of that particular week. Did I want to come down and be interviewed for the role?
Morley, outside the off stump, and not crashed, that's a bit fierce. It was pretty well placed out to Williams. A left arm throw from him, interestingly, out on the boundary. And just was one more.
So that was 20 odd years ago, and I'm still doing it now, which has been it's been fantastic. Really, it's just a pleasure to be in the role in international cricket, seeing some great matches, some great players, and going to some brilliant venues as well.
People say there is no substitute for playing. That's as close as you can get.
That is true. That is true. I keep telling Stuart this.
Morley over the wicket now to Dent.
But as I said, the fact that he's a bowler and he's got a few more aches and pains than I had when I was 36, then he wants to give up as in due time, I guess.
Morley with just the one slip in. Dent goes back into his crease.
Well, we believe that Andy Brassington's got a good lunch going on over there, and he's calling you back, but it's been absolutely fantastic for you joining us, and we hope you enjoy your visits back to Bristol as well.
I do. I always enjoy coming back to Bristol. Still got family down here. My sister lives down south, so yeah, I look forward to catching up with her. I'm actually not going to see her this time, but I will the next time I'm down here for the IT20 against South Africa. So I look forward to coming back and watching that.
Yeah, and come join us back on the stream as well.
I would say this too. Chris has not interrupted a single ball
with
his comments. So anytime you're back, you're absolutely welcome.
I've done some broadcasting, I know what to do.
You've been absolutely superb. But enjoy your day, Chris, and thanks very much for joining us. And we've got another player coming on later on, so should be a great day, and it's wonderful to see so many ex-players here at the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol.
I'd delight to have him.
Yeah, he's looked well, didn't he? Looked very well. Doesn't look like a man of 64.
He does not.
No.
You'd still want a bat in his hand, you'd still go out and bat.
Yeah.
I could make a few. Well, here, Gloucestershire have responded really well to the loss of George Scott. They had a half-decent start, albeit a bit, say, staccato because of the weather. But Phillips has come in and been a good foil for Chris Dent. And Wood's going to go round the wicket to the Kiwi.
Yeah, 74 for one. Phillips on 13. About to face Luke Wood, and that's hurried him up a little bit, but he defends that one out. He's got a bustling approach into the crease, Luke Wood. He looks, he's quicker than he actually looks from his run up, because it's the last bit that really comes through. His shoulder comes through, strong shoulder action. Whirls that left arm through. And
Lancashire are a little more defensive now. I think they're conscious that the difference between 40 for one and 74 for one is
Wood to Phillips.
just starting to tip the balance a little bit.
Defends that one out to mid-off.
Oh, I've had a text from the Gloucestershire scorer Adrian Boyd. He says the tee will be at 3:55. So that will be fixed no matter how many overs have been bowled at that point. So I think that's just the umpire splitting what in theory should be the remaining time on the day.
Wood played into the onside there from Phillips. And he said Luke Wells there. He's standing at first slip. It's Luke Wood.
Yes, the two Lancashire opening bowlers then bowled 23 overs between them. Bailey 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33, and Will Williams 12 overs, 5 maidens, none for 22. I wonder if it's a little bit like Kane Williamson. Dave Binnis was a bit concerned that what his backup might look like.
Wood into Phillips, plays that one into the onside. And we've got another guest coming later on as well. Somebody who will be well known to Gloucestershire fans. Somebody who played a little bit after Chris Broad, or probably played with him during that second stint of Chris Broad's here. But a man well known and loved in these parts. He should be on just after tea. Here's Luke Wood attacking the crease. That's played into the offside. That's a tidy over this so far.
So I was given Chris's discipline for stopping when every ball was bowled. I thought he's got to have done some broadcast work.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's very good. Very good. But what he had to say as well was, quite interesting, wasn't it? It was measured and...
Yeah, and interesting that he doesn't feel there is necessarily too much cricket now for the modern player.
No. Wood there, played out to mid-off. There by Glenn Phillips. That's a maiden over. 74 for 1. Phillips on 13, Dent's 32.
I'll paraphrase what he said. You were a long time in the pavilion. Basically, was what he was saying, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Play as much as you can while you can.
Yeah, exactly. And, he came from an era where you have a 3-day game, which would start on the Saturday. Then you'd get a John Player League game on the Sunday where you'd often have to go to a different part of the country and then come back on the Sunday night to continue the
tales of the journeys for those matches are crackers compared to what you'd say for anything sensible now.
Matthew Maynard said you weren't a proper county cricketer unless you had 9 points on your driving licence back then.
The thought of going for Hove to Old Trafford to play on a Sunday and back to Hove on a Sunday night play on a Monday, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Here's Jack Morley into Chris Dent.
Yeah, the county championship just being a 3-day affair then. I think it was possibly the Schweppes county championship back then. Or Britannic Assurance maybe.
Morley. Well pitched up, but equally quite flat. There's a lot of wingling of the arms in this action too, isn't there?
There is.
There's almost 2 loops. There's a loop before the ball is actually delivered, and then there's the actual delivery of the ball. Balderson is getting busy at short mid-wicket there on the single.
He's just bowling a little bit flat here at the moment, Morley. I'd like to see him get it above Chris Dent's eye line, perhaps. Get him on the front foot.
It is only his second first-class game, though, and his other one was in 2020, so it's been a while since he's bowled at this level. Dent this time goes in the air, and he's gone over Williams, and he's going to get 4. But that's what Morley's trying to get him to do, to go for that and to miscue it. And that wasn't actually right out of the middle.
No, it certainly wasn't.
Here's a second look at it as it's gone off the outside half. He's got enough on it, and because the boundary is relatively short up towards the apartments, it says 4 in the book. Morley past umpire Pratt, that's a bit shorter. And defence Dent on 2.
We're going to have a load of guests. We've got
36.
one later. We've got one later on. We're going to have more guests at Cheltenham, aren't we? Later in the month.
That is certainly the plan.
Yeah.
I think the location at Cheltenham a little easier to get people to come to our commentary position because we're going to be at ground level at Cheltenham. Dent again attacks Morley, but the bowler fields off his own bowling. I think we've had a long spell at this stage. Hard to see that. I think Lancashire just trying something a little bit different, having had Williams and Bailey bowling unchanged for that 23 over stint. But say, pleasure to have Chris with us, and he will be pleased, no doubt, to know that England have another wicket, 7 down. Michael Bracewell out to Jack Leach for 9, but Blundell is still there, and the New Zealand lead is 260. So, if they could squeeze another 40 out, 300 would still take some getting there.
It certainly would. Luke Wood in. Phillips defends that out to mid-off. We've got... keep your emails coming into us. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. As the wind blows my research notes all over the desk here. But yes, keep them coming in, whether you're a Gloucestershire fan, Lancashire fan joining us on the stream. Give us your thoughts. Let's know what's... as did the gentleman in Eccles this morning. That's short, and that's pulled away by Glenn Phillips. And that's 6 runs. Latched onto that one really quickly. This is a really good shot here by Phillips. Just short of it's not that short actually, and he's just bang. He's pulled it off the front foot more or less.
That's quite a long boundary down there as well. Got a man
Clean hitter of a ball, isn't he, Glenn Phillips?
Deep backward square, and a man at deep long leg.
Yeah, the men are placed there for the hook, and he's taken them on and got it over their heads and got a maximum.
Wood staying round the wicket.
Here's Wood, and Phillips plays him into the onside.
It's amazing to think when Chris said that he'd done the match referee role for 24 years.
Yeah. Bet he's seen some action. I'd love to be a fly on the wall of the match referee's room, wouldn't you? All the chat and the sledging going on out there.
I mean, in the nicest possible way. I'm sure he's hoping from a disciplinary point of view, just a really quiet game.
Yeah. Luke Wood around the wicket. Phillips tries to play him off the back foot, doesn't time it, just goes into the offside.
You know, no weather issues. Nice quiet game from a general ethics and player behaviour point of view.
Yeah. Antigua away. 14-day trip, 5 of them during the test match, 11 of them on the beach. Perfect. Get the pina coladas out.
I don't think 11 and 5 make 14, but I get the idea.
My maths has been awful. Word around the wicket. My maths has been terrible. All season it's been absolutely horrendous. And Ian Pythagoras Randall picking me up on it. The ground bathed in sunshine now. It feels rather pleasant out here, doesn't it?
Yeah, there are some it's a sprinkling of spectators. It isn't a big crowd, and yet this is a Sunday, and there's not much weekend cricket after this match.
No, there's not. Luke Wood in, and that's defended by Phillips. That completes the over. 84 for 1.
In fact, I'm just running through things in my head here. There's the T20 game a week today. I don't think any of the Royal London... Oh, the Somerset match is a Sunday.
Yeah, on Sunday the 7th of August.
And that might be the only weekend cricket there is left here at the Seat Unique Stadium this season, pending any knockout matches that might be reached in the cup competitions.
Yeah.
But sometimes cricket doesn't help itself, does it, in terms of making it available. Morley, again, that's a little bit leg side, and I know that the stream is great for you at home, particularly on working on weekdays when you can follow the cricket as well as working, of course. Morley bounces in, and again played very easily by Dent out on the offside. Only be 1 this time. Not seen Ball doesn't have a bowl yet, but he's been busy in the field.
Although if you work as a vicar, you can stream in on a work day.
You can.
Today.
Yes, you might miss a bit of play for Evensong tonight. Away to Phillips off the back foot. Bohannon round quickly from a shortish cover. He's genuinely saving the 1 there. But there was a thought about bringing Wood. up from deep extra cover to a sort of halfway. That might be Jennings actually there thinking about it.
Tom Hartley's the other slow left armour they've got, isn't he? Who they play him a lot in T20 games. Opens the bowling a lot, doesn't he, in their T20s? Pretty tidy.
I would have liked to have seen Parkinson in this match. Well, Phillips has tried to pull that, and he could be caught, and is at deep mid-wicket. Phillips thought he'd got enough on that, but it's well taken out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Phillips goes. I think that might be Balderson out there with the catch, and Gloucestershire lose their second wicket at 85, and Phillips goes for 19.
Oh, strange dismissal at this stage of the game.
Clearly thought there was that short boundary, they're having seen enough of the slow left armour to pull him into the car park there, but got so underneath it, and Balderson, I think it was, right on the rope, set himself, didn't move, conscious of standing back at any point, and he's taken the catch in Gloucestershire 85 for 2, and that, I suspect, will bring Miles Hammond in at number 4. We were told the 3-4-5 for this match would be Phillips, Hammond and Bracey, so basically Phillips up the order to allow Bracey to, had the situation arisen, drop down if he'd had a long session in the field and then been asked to bat 1 wicket down. But here it's 85 for 2, and Bracey is still in the pavilion with his pads on, as Hammond will make it 2 left-handers now out in the middle.
Strange dismissal that, wasn't it? Didn't need to do that at all. I know it's the way Glenn Phillips plays.
Did you sense it was a bit of a hoik?
The ball wasn't there to be, it wasn't sort of really short enough to be slapped into the car park, and 85, the score at 85 for 1, you're starting to take the game a little bit away from the opposition. Another 50 runs from those two, 130 for 1. Gloucestershire already in the ascendancy. Now it's even Stevens, 85 for 2.
And it is Hammond to face Morley. Draws him forward, and applause from his teammates for the youngster, who has his wicket, and he's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6.
Another quick wicket now, and Lancashire will be in the ascendancy.
Yes, 85 for 2. You'd still say Gloucestershire just about holding sway on points, but not a lot in it. And I had an email from David Burke. He said, I remember the days of those 2 p.m. starts in the John Player League on a Sunday, overnight train at just gone midnight from Liverpool to London, then across country in time for matches at Hampshire and Somerset. Many a game also at Bristol. Happy days. David, thanks for that. Chris was right. Yes, the players had to undertake those journeys, but the supporters did too.
Luke Wood from the pavilion end. Played into the onside. What I remember from the John Player League was the line that was drawn, because bowlers had a maximum run up in it, didn't they?
15 yards.
Yeah. So there was a line.
I know what you're going to say. You going to talk about John Price?
No, I wasn't, but go on. You go on here. Wax lyrical. Go on.
So John Price was obviously at Middlesex at that time, and because the run was 15 yards, he lengthened it by starting his run wide and then straightening it. So he actually ran about 18 yards, 18 or 19 yards.
Here's the straight run of Luke Wood. Gives Chris Dent a bouncer.
So he came back in a curve, started effectively at 90 degrees and then straightened and went towards the wicket.
The other thing I remember as well was, BBC Two would always show it on a Sunday afternoon, but they didn't really have the footage then of if it was rained off. So what it would just do was just show a wicket-keeper's gloves with a ball in there, and it would just play classical music all afternoon. And I've had this irrational hatred of Beethoven ever since, because it takes me back to my childhood of games being washed out with the weather. Luke Wood approaching the crease, and that's pulled away by Dent. And that's a fantastic stop out on the fence there by George Balderson. Great work, and getting the applause of his teammates there.
He's had a busy day in the field, and a lot of it's been good work at that. Yes, the TV cameras in those days went to Moreton-in-Marsh for a game, which I think, now I might stand corrected here, there was either one ball or there was no play.
Right.
And I think there was one ball from memory.
He used to play at some wonderful outgrounds back then. Ilford, Valentine's Park at Essex. The old Central Rec at Hastings was used.
Well, that's now a shopping centre. I was going to say that's been built on.
Oh, that's criminal. What a lovely ground that was. All the different coloured houses surrounding it. Right in the centre of Hastings.
Another slip coming in.
Yeah. Wood going to bowl to Miles Hammond, who gets forward, plays it into the offside. Miles Hammond could do with a score here. He's not had a century since 2018, and he's got some big runs at times this season. He's got
450s.
450s. He's got end of last season he got a 90 odd. But you could do with getting that 3 figures just to break that hoodoo.
It's that conversion, isn't it, of starts?
Yeah. He's a good player.
We talk about that a bit in his T20s. You know, getting to 20, you don't want that. You want a 70.
Wood to Hammond. But he's a good player, Miles Hammond, and in the T20 he's got Gloucestershire off to some absolutely electric starts this season. Took Somerset bowling for 24 off the first over, including 2 dot balls. So 4 6s there, and he reverse swept. I think it was Delray Rawlins at Sussex, wasn't it, for 6 first ball?
He's played some extravagant shots.
Outrageous shots. Here he is about to face Luke Wood. Just plays that into the onside, no run. That completes the over. 86 for 2.
Well, Lancashire know that 2 left-handers here, another left-hander waiting to come in at number 5. They'll know their line for a while, you would think, if Gloucestershire can just stabilise things a bit. Not that it's too rocky. 86 for 2 is a lot better than some of the positions they've been in first innings so far this season. I remember Lancashire have only lost the one game. That was at home to Essex, where Simon Harmer took 5 wickets in the Lancashire second innings, and he'd have done that to a few sides in his time in this country. Elsewhere, 3 wins, 3 draws. Jack Morley with his left arm spin, and there's a little leap you can see from the bowler.
Yeah, Miles Hammond's record last year, 547 runs, average of 36.46, so respectable.
Morley in again to Dent, who chopped that away. There's a chase for Tom Bailey. He's given it up though. It's going to race away down towards the club office boundary at third man for 4. That's a shot again that Chris Broad was talking about. You know, the areas in which he used to score mid-off round a fine leg, basically. Didn't really didn't unfurl the cover drive too often.
Straight drive, man, wasn't he, Chris Broad?
In the V.
Yeah.
Dent, though, does play off the front foot, but prefers off the back. And Morley forcing him back into his crease. Looks like Mr. Mr. Healy might be on the tee run. That would be welcome. I've just seen him pick up the.
He's made me a lovely cup of coffee. Thank you, James.
New Zealand got 300 up. 300 for 7.
Ooh.
Lead 269. And Blundell and Southey together. Blundell's got 68. He's had a good series too. Morley outside the off stump once more.
No ball?
Let's let that go. It's called as a no ball. You shouldn't be bowling a no ball as a spinner, I don't think.
That's one of your pet hates, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. You really shouldn't be bowling a no ball as a spinner. I know you're trying to look for every advantage, but I know it's a fine margin. That's flatter once more and defended from the crease by Dent. Just looking at his innings at Canterbury. Well, it's pleasantly played out through the offside. It's all on the ground though, and to the sweeper of Balderson out on the fence on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
Both of these are quite pleasing left-handers to watch. There's something sort of quite elegant about left-handers, isn't there? And Dent and Hammond can be quite pleasing.
Yeah,
11 furl the cover drive.
11 and 32 he got at Canterbury, although not enough, of course, to prevent Gloucestershire from being beaten by Kent. I did think that was going to be a really, really flat wicket. But Kent did enough late on. Well, that was a mad spell from Jacob Duffy, wasn't it, on the third evening, where Gloucestershire had credit the bowler, but it was still a very unusual situation to have 3 night watchmen coming in.
We had a bizarre phone call that evening, didn't we?
I think you, I, and Ed Seaborn were all on the phone to each other that evening.
Yeah, well, I hadn't seen the action. I think I'd taken my other half's son to a game of cricket out in Hertfordshire, and he phoned me up and said, "Have you seen it?" And I was expecting Kent still to be batting, to be honest with you. I said, "No, Gloucestershire have batted. They're 37 for 5. And I was like, "What? What?" Including 3 night watchmen. Wood. In, that's a little tickle round the corner. Is that bat or pad? I think it's bat. There's no pre-signal from the umpire. It's gone for 4 runs, whatever it is. No, it's 4 byes. 4 byes, nothing on it at all. Didn't hit anything on the way through. Phil Salt couldn't get anywhere near it. Stayed low a little bit. He's skiddy, Luke Wood, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah, and a little bit both sides of the wicket at the moment.
Yeah. He's quick. He's quick though. Here he comes. Fast approach into the crease. Outside the off stump. He's not in the 2 quickest I think I've seen this season. I would probably go for Harris Ralph at Yorkshire. In Luke Wood's mitigation, played on a much quicker wicket than this. It was an April wicket. It was further over, about 5, maybe 6, 7 pitches further over to the left. And it was a wicket full of bounce and carry in April, which is unusual at that time of the season. But young Harry Duke for Yorkshire was a long, long way back, and Harris Ralph still got one to burst through his hands for 4 byes. As Luke Wood comes into the crease. That one's gone down the leg side. Salt gets a glove on it and nearly puts it back in to the helmet lying behind him. And that is that a bye or a run? It was a bye. That was a bye. But he nearly palmed that back onto the helmet behind him.
And this is Wood's 7th over, so it might be that this is the last of this stint. In Gloucestershire bowlers, very rare to see any of the wicket bowlers bowl more than 6.
Yep. Wood, Hammond, again down the leg side. Wood hasn't got his line right to the left-handers here. Making Phil Salt do a lot of work down that leg side there.
I wonder if I'd be thinking, if I was Dane Villas, about certainly Balderson, and maybe we will see him, or you know, just as a curveball thought, Luke Wells at this stage. I don't think has Jennings bowled at all this season. Just check whether Jennings has bowled at all this season in red ball cricket.
Wood, and that's a good delivery, and goes through to the man born in Bodder-Withern, Phil Salt, raised in Barbados.
The answer is no, he hasn't, by the way.
And surprising move last year at Lancashire. Let's know what you thought, Lancashire fans, because Alex Davis was let go, and I thought he was a very good wicket-keeper batsman. I'm not sure if he was let go or whether it was his choice to move, not being able to replace or shift Dane Villas. And he went to Warwickshire, Alex Davis. Got 100, I think, against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago in the game. But Phil Salt's coming, and I fully expected Dane Villas to have the gloves today. But Salt's got them.
So 3 saving, 1 on the leg side for Morley, and a man out at deep backward square, 3 parts of the way to the boundary. And it's short, and it's pulled towards that fielder, and it'll probably go past him for 4. Dent has got that pretty square. And the 100 up for Gloucestershire as a result of that boundary. Here it is again. Yes, it's too short really for Morley, and he knew it was too short. And Dent onto it quickly. Sunshine is quite hazy at the moment. Stephen Croft is the chaser out there at deep square. He's got a lot of ground to cover though if the ball does go in front of him. Dent to 47. And he will want to be the glue for this Gloucestershire innings here. Having got himself in. Only to bowl to him. It defends out on the offside. Just a reminder, if you weren't with us earlier, that tea will be at 5 to 4 at a fixed time, because we lost some overs this morning, and the umpires have decided to, as there were 72 overs to go at lunchtime, to basically split the 15 minutes that would take us up to 6:30. 50 minutes into each session to add. I've not explained that very well. Basically it was going to be, rather than have a session of 40 overs and a session of 32, in principle what they'd hoped to do was to get 36 and 36. We'll see how it pans out. Morley again, not a lot of bounce there. That didn't shoot along the ground, but it didn't get a lot of bounce out of that. And Dent again defends. 8th wicket has gone in the test match. Give you details of that in a moment. Again, Dent works that round the corner. Luke Wood does the fielding. And it's another wicket for Jack Leach. He's bowled Tim Southey. So New Zealand 305 for 8. The lead is 274. So just Wagner and Bolt to come. Blundell is still there on 72 not out. It's still going to be a fascinating chase. And you would think certainly 2 good sessions of play tomorrow. Depending on how long those 2 wickets.
We're going to see George Balderson from the pavilion end.
Here is the change.
Yeah, we've had an email in from a gentleman called John M. Andrew, who said another excellent commentary. Is there any chance we might see a full-strength Lancashire side any time this season? One can't help but wonder if the result on Friday against Derbyshire would have been different had Butler or Livingston put an appearance. And has Jimmy retired from the Lancashire side? Surely he could have played in this match. Just saying. Here's Balderson. That's outside the off stump of Miles Hammond and goes through to Phil Salt.
Was the line not that he was not available for England because of injury?
I thought he was. Yeah, I thought he was injured, but I don't know. Maybe he's just rested. But then would he want to? If England control the shots there, surely. So maybe Lancashire haven't got that much input, John. But it's a great email and it's food for thought. And you're not the first Lancashire fan. I'll come on to it after this ball. And that's a big shout there from Balderson. Nips back. Almost traps Miles Hammond there.
I wonder if the Lancashire bowlers have worked out yet that it's got to be absolutely hitting halfway up middle for Rob Bailey to give it out. He really is. And that might have been going down the leg side, but so far we've had 3 big appeals, 2 very, very strong appeals, and Rob Bailey has not looked interested on either occasion.
Yeah, Balderson in, and that's a thick outside edge there from Miles Hammond, and he's going to get 4 runs for it, but he wasn't in control there, and there's the moral victory goes to George Balderson. Yeah, I was coming on. We've seen a few sort of tweets and a few emails from Lancashire guys, sort of not happy about the lack of sort of appearances from Joss Butler, for instance, and John there putting it about Jimmy and Liam Livingston. But well, that's what happens when you're successful, is that's played out into the offside. Unfortunately, if you're a successful county like Lancashire are, then England start to nick your players and you don't see too much of them. I believe you get compensated for it from the ECB, but don't see too much. Rain Stop Plays got in touch on Twitter, and he took there's a photo there which I'm about to retweet. He took it in Hastings last year as Balderson comes in, played down the ground by Hammond. And it's in the shopping centre, and looks a very nice ice cream van there behind it, but maybe it's linked with the ground you were talking about. It is linked. It's actually where the ground was back in the old central rec at Hastings. Balderson around the wicket, played firmly out to mid-off by Hammond.
I have to say that
no run, that completes the over.
There is an excellent book, and I'm just trying to remember if his gentleman's name, I think, is Chris Arnott.
Oh, I've got it.
About the lost cricket grounds.
Oh, what a book! What a book, Ian.
And that is an excellent publication.
It's lived in my toilet. Us men like to have toilet reading material, and it's lived in my toilet for a number of years. And I swapped that along with the Simon Inglis, the football grounds of Great Britain. But that's a good one. Yeah, the lost grounds, and there's also the out grounds as well by Chris Arnott, which is a fantastic read.
New Zealand 9 down. Jack Leach starting to have some fun there. Here's Morley in here to Dent out on the leg side. So Leach has got Bracewell, Southey, and now Neil Wagner, caught by the substitute for England, Sam Billings, who is keeping wicket because Ben Foakes has COVID. So now it's Blundell and Bolt, the last New Zealand pair here. Dent picks up another single. Not mind you, 20 minutes of Bolt with the bat could be entertaining.
It certainly would, yeah.
But New Zealand have got a bit stuck. 305 for 9, 274 remains the lead.
I thought we'd see Rob Jones for Lancashire in this game.
Hammond waits for Morley again. It's a little bit flat, almost fired in, and fielded by, it's Bohannon in the glasses there.
Jones has always been someone who's impressed me. Carried his bat against Middlesex back in 2016 year. Middlesex won the county championship. First Lancastrian to do that since Cyril Washbrook back in 1935.
Keaton Jennings is up at mid-on, but that's again just dabbed really out on the onside to Bohannon.
So we can get another 100 against Middlesex as well. Early season in 2019. Got a hit on the head. I think Stephen Finn. No, James Harris hit him on the head, I think.
Morley for about 5 paces. What a leap, and then he bowls, and that's worked away again. A good tumbling stop by Balderson out on the Kennington Avenue rope at deep extra cover. Hammond to 5.
There's a no ball as well. Another no ball.
A second no ball from Morley. Thanks for your emails on this Sunday afternoon. We hear the wind still blowing quite strongly across the ground. But at the moment, Dan, you were saying about, where is the balance? To coin a phrase from the Yorkshire and England opener, add 2 wickets, and I think you had 2 wickets. Lancashire are definitely on top. You had 1, it's probably about square, so Gloucestershire marginally in the ascendancy, but Lancashire will know they've not really got away. If they were to remove Dent, then they would say they're right back at even Stevens once more. Morley, though, having been brought in relatively early on in the overall number of overs bowled, has got through 7 overs, 1 for 19. Wood 7 overs, none for 21. Williams 12 overs for 22, and Bailey 1 for 33 from his 11.
Balderson from the pavilion end, and that's played off a thick outside edge there from Miles Hammond. That could well run away down to the fence, but it's hauled back in, and just 2 runs. It's strong club cricket, Lancashire. I mean, everyone talks about the Lancashire leagues, and the Lancashire leagues aren't as strong as they were 30 years ago, when you had the likes of Viv playing for Rishton, or even before that Wes Hall played in them, didn't they? And they used to get crowds of sort of 5,000 in places, didn't they? Which was huge. Balderson, that's gone through the outside edge of Miles Hammond. Thought he got a little feather on that.
No.
But also in the Liverpool competition, there's some strong cricket there. Sides like Ormskirk, very good. Aigburth is used as a ground, isn't it? And there's some good cricket in that part of the world.
Now, I'm sure, I don't know whether James can check this more easier than I can. Much after this ball.
Balderson around the wicket.
I think Graham Van Buren played Lancashire League, but I don't know who for.
Well, you look at the Lancashire players who've come up through that. Graham Fowler, David Lloyd at Accrington, James Anderson at Burnley. So it's producing their own as well as having these international stars. Balderson, and Hammond gets that between point and cover. Doesn't time it properly though, he's only going to get a couple.
Just a nagging thought in the back of my head that before Graham came to Gloucestershire, that he might have played Lancashire League.
Yeah.
I'm sure that I've heard that just in a passing conversation somewhere. And
another man from that neck of the woods who was loved was Flat Jack Simmons from Accrington, and Graham Fowler gave him a lift home one evening. I'll come on to it after this ball from Balderson. And he said, "Oh, can you give me a lift home?" And just as he was round the corner from his house, he asked him to stop off for fish and chips. So Jack Simmons is there in the passenger seat of the car, unwrapping his fish and chips, and Graham Fowler started the ignition. He said, "What do you think you're doing?" He said, "Well, I'm giving you a lift home." He said, "No, let me eat my fish and chips, otherwise the missus won't cook me anything when I get in."
Yeah, I knew Jimmo would be on the case.
Balderson, that's well bowled. Beats Miles Hammond outside, off stump.
And the answer is that Graham Van Buren played for Enfield, which is a club near Accrington.
Yeah. Not Enfield in North London.
A couple of emails. If I take the top one down, you take the bottom one.
Yeah.
Alex Fellows has been in touch. He said, "I'm a 14-year-old Lancashire fan with the county game on my tablet, England on the television, and writing about international matches. Both games should be fantastic. Loving the cricket. This is the life," he said. Alex, your enthusiasm, I hope, stays with you for many, many years to come.
Yeah, fantastic, Alex. Keep at it, mate. Carl Seed. Hi, gents. Loving the commentary as always. Just wanted to provide an update on the Phil Salt, Alex Davis situation. There's lots of rumours that Davis wasn't keeping in the Blast last season, not regularly in the county championship either, and wanted to keep wicket, which Warwickshire offered him the opportunity to do in the Blast.
Williams is back into the attack, replacing Morley, and he's pulled away, and that will be Chris Dent's half century with a lovely shot away for 4 through the vacant mid-wicket area. Dent returning after injury in the match at Kent, and here returning to the sort of form that saw him make the double 100 earlier in the season. That was his 10th boundary and 113 balls for his 50.
Yeah, he looks in fine fettle, Chris Dent. Carl's also gone and said about Will Williams. He's bowling a lot 'cause it's his second and his last game for Lancashire. And Lancashire bowled Hassan Ali a lot in long spells as well in his last game. So keep up the good work. Well, thanks for your email, Carl. Great to hear from you, and I hope you're tuning in from the northwest to the southwest.
2 slips in a gully now for Williams, and Dent draws a yelp from the slip cord, and they thought that had got through, I think. But the Gloucestershire opener, that's his just checking how many first class 50s he's made, and the answer is 61, is it? It's quite a lot. 61, that's right. 10,000 runs. I say after that game against Surrey, where he did actually pass that milestone. I think if you were putting together a book about, valuable Gloucestershire players post-war, Dent would, if he stays fit and his enthusiasm for the game remains, that 10,000 could become 15,000. I'd say it would make it easily 15,000, but you add his white ball runs on top of that as well. It's possible, say fitness and appetite permitting, that he might get to 20,000 runs in all formats in his career for the club, and that's that you're genuinely talking about somebody who should be, held up as one of the value for money players in the post-war history of Gloucestershire cricket.
Yeah, Wayne Madsen passed that for Derbyshire a couple of weeks ago, didn't he? And he's 37 years old, Wayne Madsen.
Denty's fortunate in a way that he doesn't have. I'm not saying he is only a man of only one skill, because obviously he has kept wicket in the past. He has bowled a little bit, but by and large he's only a batter, so he doesn't have the sort of the physical demands that a quick bowler would have, for example.
Wonderful cricketer though, and having watched him this season, there's been, I've heard the talk from Gloucestershire for years. Why has Chris Dent not played for England? Why has he not played for England? Having seen him at first hand regularly, that 200 he got against Surrey was absolutely just amazing to watch. I know it was a flat wicket, but you still got to go out and get the runs. And I can only concur with the Gloucestershire fans now. Why has Chris Dent never played for England?
Yeah, the one thing I would say is, I think a little bit, maybe, was it in 20... It may have been 2018 and 2019. He did sometimes just have a tendency to get out, playing the ball onto his stumps, dragging the ball onto his stumps.
Balderson to Hammond, thick outside edge, goes between third slip and gully, or second slip and gully, and that's going to be 4 runs.
That may have been a little bit to do with the pitches that year. But that's an annoying way to get out when you're chopping the ball onto your stumps in any form of cricket. But he seems this year to have eradicated that method of getting himself out.
Balderson in, that's short, and Hammond punishes that one. Rocks onto the back foot, pulls him handsomely through the onside for 4 runs. Dent's get-out shot, I've noticed, is that, and you can see why he possibly chopped on at times, because he does cut from quite close to his body. But what he does now is he backs away, he rocks backward to give himself that room, and not, therefore not cut too close to the body. He did it early in his innings today. Here's Balderson to Hammond. That's a length ball that Hammond just pops back into the covers for no run. Just under half an hour to tea. Gloucestershire 126 for 2. Balderson approaching the crease. Hammond equal to it. Defends it back. So Lancashire got 2 slips in the gully, 2 slips. Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings, Dane Vias in the gully. They've got a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg.
They haven't really missed anything today, have they? They've, anything they've created, they've taken.
Yep. Oh, Hammond, that's a false shot. He's going to get 1 for it. But he's looking to play that through the offside. Gets a thick inside edge and it squirts out onto the leg side. Into the vacant gap there between square leg and mid-on. And he gets a single. Hammond moves on to 18, score on to 127. Chris Dent on 52. Just talking about Rob Jones a couple of overs ago, and he was so proud to play for Lancashire when he first started that he was known to walk around the Lancashire dressing room in just his cap. That's a dot ball squeezed out there by Dent.
Almost, though, funny we were talking about that, almost squeezed back into his off stump.
Yeah, he does play it quite late. He plays the ball late, which is a strength and a weakness, which I think is a very good thing for a batsman at the top of the order to play the ball late. But as we saw the other day, sometimes
He got so late on one from, it was Brad Wheel, I think, from Hampshire the other night. He actually missed it, and he looks like he's beaten for pace then. But he's a good player, Chris Dent. Really like watching him.
Williams back at the end of his run. He's been given a lot of work so far today, and he looks like he's been relishing it, bowling without a sweater. Staying around the wicket with these two left-handers in. One of the two men out, George Scott and Glenn Phillips. Scott for 23, caught by Jennings at second slip off Tom Bailey, and then Phillips caught by Balderson at deep mid-wicket, right on the boundary, off the slow left arm on Morley for 19. Wickets falling at 38 and 85. Williams round the wicket. There's a big appeal, but umpire Neil Pratt probably thought that was too high. Hammond
limping.
Yeah, certainly giving the bowler the message and the umpire the message that it was. Here's a second look.
Yes, hobbling Hammond.
Yes, M-A-H Hammond as he is.
Howlhead
Yes.
is his third name, isn't it?
It is. That's that going outside the off stump. Yes, Dan was talking about Miles not having had 100 since 2018. He got 2 that season, one at Cheltenham and one here at Bristol. The Cheltenham one, I think I read, was only his 4th first-class match. He'd played a little bit in white ball cricket, but it was only his 4th first-class game, and then he got the one here at Bristol was later in the season in a rearguard action to save a game against Middlesex. But since then, he hasn't experienced getting there, albeit I think on that wet day against Surrey, when he would have been 75 miles at start of play on the flattest of flat pitches, I think he was probably the keenest man in the country to see some cricket on that day.
Yeah, he certainly was.
Would have felt there was a 100 there for him. Here though, just trying to get a start really. Williams bowls to him again, nearly squeezes it through. He's what you say about Williams is, he looks just the sort of willing worker that you'd want in your side.
Yeah, just doesn't bowl any rubbish, does he? He's just there or thereabouts.
Yeah. Dare one say, like so many Kiwis, just an unfussy cricketer.
Yeah.
That's just on the pads for once of Hammond. They'll get 1. They might look for 2 here. There's ground to be made up, and it's a long boundary down there. And even though the throw comes in pretty smartly from Balderson, it's still quite a comfortable 2. So Williams remains wicketless at this stage, and in the Test match, New Zealand are all out. 326 all out. So tea will be taken there, and England will need 296 to win. Bolt was bowled by Leach for 4. Blundell left 88 not out, and Leach finished with 5 for 66. So 10
in the game.
10 in the match.
Well, he bowled really well here at Bristol in the last county championship game here, as Balderson comes around the wicket to Dent, who defends that. He got 8 wickets for Somerset in that match,
and he's taken all the last 4 in this game.
Yeah.
So New Zealand went for 290 for 6 to 326 all out. So he's taken the last 4 wickets, and the team when he conceded 36 runs in that time.
Spoke about Rob Jones. Me being surprised that he wasn't in the side. I'll come on to it after this ball from Balderson, which is defended for no run. The other one I'm really surprised at not seeing is Danny Lamb, who's another man who's come out of the Cheshire League. Rob Jones played for a club around sort of the Warrington way. Danny Lamb came through Bramhall in the Cheshire League, and his sister has played with him. Balderson, and where's that gone? It's gone behind Salt. Was there a bottom edge on that? There was a rash shot there from Chris Dent. Let's have a look at this on the replay. See what we can see here. No, I don't think there was a bottom edge, but it's gone through Chris Salt and Phil Salt. Chris Dent. Phil Salt. Balderson around the wicket, and Dent gets a thick inside edge down to long leg for a single. Yeah, so Danny Lamb, I mean, he's a very good bowler. He's coming to the side. He was the first concussion substitute in cricket in the UK when Joe Meny was hit by a return drive when bowling. And he's a man from Chorley, born in Preston. That's left alone. Jennings and Wells getting a little bit excited there at first and second slip, but wasn't like the leave in the Glenn Phillips category earlier.
Oh, no, there was one of those earlier that was very, very tight. Emma's an England international too, isn't she?
She is. Yeah, she is, Emma Lamb. And yeah, it must be. I think she's a batsman, isn't she? I wonder if she bats higher in the order than Danny. That's well bowled as well. Balderson doing really well here. Yeah, so I think she came through together and was offered like a full-time deal with Kate Cross, wasn't she? I think a few years back. Maybe Lancashire fans can tell us more about what's going on there. But yeah, great to see. Great to see the ladies' game thriving up in the northwest as well.
My little gadget tells me that she's a batting all-rounder who bowls off spin.
Uh-huh.
So, in terms of her numbers, she's played 2 women's ODIs and 1 women's T20.
And did she come through at the same time as Kate Cross?
She's 24, so Cross is older than that, I think. Williams to continue, and Dent just in those areas that he scores so heavily, works the ball again, leg side, square of the wicket, and picks up once more. I'm sure Kate Cross is older than that, you know. So we've established that Emma Lamb is 24. Kate Cross is 30, yeah, so a little bit of difference.
Yeah.
Williams around the wicket and let go once more by Hammond, who's not quite playing for tea yet, still 13 minutes to go until the break. Lancashire would love another wicket.
Alex Hartley from that part of the world as well.
Yeah, of course, Kate Cross's dad. I mean, we're talking about Tom Hartley's dad being an international 400 metre hurdler, I think, Bill Hartley. Here is that turn onto the legs. It really had me in the car this morning on the way down. So I had Bill Hartley in my head, and I think his wife, i.e. Tom's mother, would have been Donna Hartley, who was also a long distance sprinter, 400 metre to 200, 400 sprinter. Except I couldn't remember what her maiden name was.
Here we go. Emma Lamb, in 2014, when she was just 16, she followed her older brother, Danny Lamb, into Lancashire Men's Academy programme and was only the second woman to do so after England's Kate Cross. That's where the Kate Cross connection came from. I knew I wasn't going mad.
Williams round the wicket. Yes, I was sure. I'll just check that. Yes, so Donna Hartley's actually suddenly passed away, aged 58. Clipped away on the leg side, past Bohannon at short mid wicket. They'll take 2, and Luke Wood will do the fielding. That was in 2013. I just want to just check actually whether that.
Just a reminder that you can get in after tea. Come and watch. Come down to Bristol. Come and watch Gloucestershire v Lancashire for free after 3:55.
Nice shot straight up to mid-off, fielded by Bohannon. In fact, I just need to correct that. So Donna Hartley's maiden name was Murray, but she was not married to Bill Hartley. They are actually, though they're the same as the same, they were not husband and wife. Both athletes, but of the same time, to be fair. They're the same era, but not husband and wife, although just to confirm that Billy is Tom's dad. Largely though he's played in the T20 this season, not playing here.
Balderson around the wicket to Hammond. Balderson came through in that Bob Willis Trophy year 2020. Cheadle Hume High School. He's another one out of the Cheshire League. Hyde Cricket Club. Got 2 very sort of different leagues around the Manchester area as he comes in. Got the leafy Cheshire suburbs, haven't you, to the south. Places like Altrincham, Sale, Alderley Edge, Wilmslow.
I was going to say Wilmslow.
Yeah, and then you've got the northern, the gritty cotton towns further up, the Accringtons, the Burnleys, Rottenstall, Ramsbottom, Haslingden. Short and pulled for 6. Miles Hammond latching onto that one really quickly and punishing that. Let's have a look at this replay. Yeah, it's short down the leg side and got where it deserved, really.
Yeah, that's with the pitch across towards the Kennington Avenue side, that in first class terms, that's not the longest boundary, and when the ball is heading in that direction, going down the leg side, as you said, Miles can just help that on its way.
Yeah, I'm quite glad that they've stopped us from parking our car in that vicinity this weekend. Due to the T20 games going on, we're not allowed to park in that car park over there, so we're parked elsewhere, but that would normally be where our automobiles are, and unless you've got a fondness for visiting the panel beaters tomorrow morning, then
they don't have the time to apart from anything else to visit the panel beaters.
We're busy boys at the moment. The blast game's coming thick and fast. That is exactly where we park our cars. I'm not sure how that guy's been allowed to park there, though. We're not.
What the red vehicle?
Yeah.
He must be very important.
Yes.
Just while that ball is, I think there may be a chat between Neil Pratt and Rob Bailey coming on about the condition of that ball, having it bounced pretty hard on the concrete. And just to say that during the tea interval, we understand that the former players group are going to plant a tree at the Seat Unique Stadium. It is going to be at the apartment end of the ground on the Kennington Avenue side, so not far from where the practice nets are, and there will in time, I think, be a plaque to explain who and why who planted the tree and why it was planted. And our understanding is that David Lawrence, the club president, is going to put the spade in the ground, so to speak, for that tree. And the box of balls is coming out, and umpires are going to have to decide. Well, there's one there that approximately matches the one that's been damaged. A fascinating story I heard elsewhere on another platform about how they end up with the box of balls, certainly at a test match, and that is that at the start of a match a box of balls arrives, it is used in the nets ahead of the game, and it goes back in the box again afterwards.
Right.
And then the umpires have the choice from said box in terms of deciding if a ball goes out of shape, whether it matches any one of the alternatives. So it's not as if it's an exact science that someone can say, right, this ball has been used for 19 overs and it will therefore be appropriate at this stage.
Okay,
It is purely at the discretion of and with the experience of
the umpire.
The umpire. So anyway, here I suspect they have changed it, because that one would have looked pretty horrible having bounced on the concrete.
Yep. Umpire Rob Bailey's ready now. It's Balderson, that's left alone by Hammond. Rob Bailey was a fine player.
Only at Northants, from memory?
Only at Northants, yeah. Played for England a little bit. He was famously given out off his thigh pad when Viv Richards quite possibly conned the umpire by running down the wicket in the West Indies. Maybe that persuaded him to go into officialdom. Balderson around the wicket. Hammond works that down to long leg, down to Will Williams, who possibly, no, I thought he was going to keep the ball and start to bowl, but there's still one more ball in the over. Yeah, I think Viv might have to go and see this afternoon's guest Stuart Broad if he carried on with that sort of behaviour these days, wouldn't he? To have a little visit to the match referee.
And to be fair, a pleasure to have Chris with us for half an hour today.
Yeah, wonderful guest, wonderful man. Really nice guy, wasn't he? Balderson, and that's worked around the corner from Chris Dent.
Lancashire haven't quite got their line right.
No, they haven't.
This afternoon.
No, they haven't.
They've given, if that's the right adjective to use, some runs away that on another day they would have bottled up.
Yep.
Just been a little bit leg-sidey on occasions. Maybe only that may only be sort of 10 or 15 singles, but it still runs that they would have hoped to have checked. And 142 for 2. It now feels as if Gloucester have got to get through this last over until tea. But if they can come out and re-establish themselves for the first 10 or 15 minutes, then it's the last session is theirs to dictate. Here is Williams to bowl the last over before tea. There's an appeal there for an LBW, but again, umpire perhaps not interested.
Miles outside the line of off stump.
I also thought there might have been a bit of bat in that as well.
Let's have a look at this on the replay. Look how far. Well, I don't know if Chris Dent, where he plants his foot, if it strikes him, or if it's on the move. No, he's miles outside the line. As long as you're playing a shot, you can't be given out.
Williams has lost his run on the way in, and unlike Morley, who bowled 2 no balls now, having kept going with his delivery, Williams bailed out. But we've been quite lucky with the sunshine this afternoon, having had the interruptions this morning. And Dent just trying to see this out now. 57 these two have put on. Hammond's share just about half, as close to half as you can get with an odd number. There is still some wind about though, and I think because the pitch is quite a long way over on the Cannington Avenue side, that's what persuaded some of the spectators to watch from that side of the ground today, rather than be in the Moundstand where you're quite a long way from the play. And I know that Dan is looking forward to going to Cheltenham. One of the things you always notice, particularly there, is you are so close to everything. The ground is slightly longer than it is wide. It's not a perfect circle in that sense. Bristol here, it's shorter straight than it is across the ground. At Cheltenham, the shorter boundaries are square with the wicket. Here, that's off an inside edge from Dent to Harrow Drive down to fine leg. I'm not sure he knew a huge amount about that, but because you're literally close to everything, you do become very much involved with the game, and the crowd become involved with the game too as a result of it. So the last over before tea we're in at the moment. Lancashire will have to bowl for a long spell after tea. In fact, they'll still have 40 overs to so we thought there would be sort of 40 in the afternoon and 32 in the evening, and in fact we're going to end up with it being round the other way. 40 overs from 4:15. We're going to be quite close to 7 o'clock, I should think, with the finish. Dan's lost his pen.
I have lost my pen.
You've got 20 minutes to find it, Dan.
I have lost my pen.
During the tea interval. Here is Williams. And from the crease, that's forced away off the back foot by Hammond, and that's going to go all the way for 4. He played that from the crease, and off the last ball before tea, he's picked up a boundary to take Gloucestershire to 147 for 2. So they've scored 117 for the loss of Scott and Phillips in the afternoon session, and that's a good 2¼ hours work from the Gloucestershire batters. Dent has 58 and Hammond has 32, and I think you'd have to say on points, on a boxing scorecard, it's a comfortable points win in the session down to Gloucestershire.
Certainly was, and Chris Dent has been the glue that's held this innings together, and fine knock there from him. We're seeing him raise his bat there. Excellent footage there from the cameraman. Chris Dent's going to go into the teens form 58 not out, Miles Hammond on 32. So 147 for 2, and that session definitely belongs to the hosts.
Bailey 1 for 33 and Morley 1 for 21 are the wicket takers. Williams has bowled 16 overs for 37, Wood 7 overs for 21, and Balderson 5 overs for 26. I think we'll see Bailey again after tea, would be my guess. We'll hope to see you in 20 minutes. And after tea also, we hope to have another guest for us on what is former Players' Day here at Cheltenham. Somebody with very strong Gloucestershire connections, and a man who was in Holland last week. I'll say no more than that. Join us again shortly before 4:15 for the final session on this first day. Time for us to get underway again at the Seat Unique Stadium. Dan's found his pen. That's the highlight of the tea interval. And 147 for 2 is the Gloucestershire score as they resume. Dent 58, Hammond 32, as you can see. We were just discussing that they'd love another 100 runs or so in the 40 overs that we're going to see in this post-tea session. They might actually want a bit more than that, actually, if Hammond and Dent can establish themselves a bit. A reminder that in the Test match, England's target is 296 to beat New Zealand after Jack Leach took 5 wickets in the second innings to give him 10 in the match. And they're into the post-tea session at Headingley as well. And England currently are 17 for 1. Wicket's gone there early on, and Alex Lees was run out by Kane Williamson for 9. We did think Bailey might be back.
Yeah, he's going to come back from the pavilion end after tea. Bowling to Miles Hammond. No, to Chris Dent, sorry.
Would you say 100 runs would be a target, Dan, for after tea?
Well, there's 40 overs left in the day, isn't there? So we might be looking at a little bit more than that, possibly. But Lancashire will be looking to make inroads into this Gloucestershire.
So that will mean 86 overs in the day. So Lancashire would have 6 overs with a new ball if they should wish to. I don't know how they get on with the old one.
Bailey approaching the crease. As Dent nudges that into the onside. We're here to take your questions, your emails. Drop us a line. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. You'll see it up there in the right hand corner of your screen. And Ian Randall will answer all the awkward ones and save the easy ones for me.
It's always been the way.
Bailey. And that's well bowled. Chris Dent watchful there in defence. Looking to
be fair, actually, to go back to that, I mean, we've got another guest after tea. Chris Broad's memory of his playing career was very... Some players don't remember stuff that clearly from the number of games they play and opponents and such like, but his memory was very clear, wasn't it?
Certainly was, yeah. I thought it was excellent. As Dent gets that one wide of Dane Vias, goes fetching it from the gully, and Dent adds a couple more onto his score. Lovely evening here in Bristol. Entry is free, so if you're in the area, come down. Still got 40 overs left in the day. It's probably going to go on till 7 o'clock. So come on down, come and join us here. If you're not in Bristol, we're on the stream. Ian Randall, myself, Dan Whiting. Bailey. Easy approach into the crease. Dent lets that one go through to Phil Saul. A couple of slips in place. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. We've got a gully. We've got an extra cover and a mid-off. Can't see if there's a man deep on the offside out there. Don't think there is there?
No, there's anybody down at
third man even. So we've got mid-on, mid-wicket, and we've got a long leg.
Stephen Croft's on the chase, potentially anything that goes past the slip cord.
And that's just worked off the legs, and that brings up the 150 for Gloucestershire in the 47th over. So they'll be pleased with their day's work so far.
Yes, the board was a bit slow to tick that up. I wonder why there was no applause, but the board still for quite some time displayed 149. So 150 up. Lancashire bowled 47 overs so far, and there's going to be a change now at this Ashley down road end, and Morley is going to open the bowling after tea. Has 1 wicket already, although Phillips would have been very angry about how he got out.
Hold out, didn't he?
Deep mid-wicket where Balderson took a well-judged catch, but I think on another day Phillips would have sent that well into the car park.
That's well bowled.
And Morley was quite flat in the afternoon session. That's flat in terms of his trajectory, not that his bowling was
under par.
Under par, no. So you have to bear in mind he's only playing his second first-class game. That's taken off the back foot, chopped away by Dent, who, if he can just get into that groove where he almost doesn't have to think about picking up the singles, because he's in that sort of natural area where he can just nudge and steer and guide the ball square of the wicket both sides and keep the scoreboard ticking over, and just pick off the occasional really bad, the gift, the bad ball, and there haven't been many of those from Lancashire, to be fair. Then Gloucestershire can get themselves into a decent position by the end of the day. Morley, and that's cut away by Hammond, but there is a man out at deep point, so they'll just get 1. I think again that is Balderson out there, just checking the body. Williams is at mid off. I'm sure that's Balderson out there. He's fielded well today, to be fair. Morley
targeting the footholes there already. Tom Bailey's made some footholes, which I'm sure Zafar Kahar will be targeting later in the game.
It's the second and the third stride, isn't it, from the bowler. Morley, quite a whirl of arms.
That's well bowled.
Yeah, just getting Dent a bit tight there. Couldn't quite play the shot he wanted to. Didn't have the room to play the shot he wanted to.
Yeah, we spoke before tea, didn't we, about Chris Dent cutting too close to the body, and that was a classic example there.
Just looking at he did make the remark on Friday. It's a different format, I get that, but Lancashire, Hampshire didn't give away a single extra in the T20 match against Gloucestershire today. There have been 10 extras for I'll just check that number actually, because that may not be on the right card. I'll come back to that, make that point again in a moment.
Bailey from the pavilion end. Hammond plays it into the offside.
If that card hadn't updated, there are 15 extras at the moment. 5 byes, 4 leg byes, and 6 runs from no balls. So, as is sometimes the case on a laptop, you have more than one screen open, and I've read the wrong one. Too many tabs open at the same time.
Defended by Miles Hammond. Bailey gets a palm on it.
Don't know whether he'd have a burst with the new ball later, but I suspect this might be a kind of a second and final for Tom Bailey today. I basically had a long spell earlier on, but it might be that if his captain wanted, he could do another 6 or 7 here, perhaps.
Yeah, he's got a good track record. Tom Bailey, 275 first-class wickets at 24 apiece. It's decent. It's going to come around the wicket, just change the angle to Miles Hammond, who plays him elegantly through the offside, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot there.
What a chase for Villas, yet to just avoid the connecting ropes that keep the pitch covers together there. He could have had a nasty accident, but there's this replay. Second look at that, nicely timed by Hammond. Foot not quite to the pitch of it, but close enough that his timing was good to get it all the way to the long boundary, and Vilas couldn't haul it in. Lost his cap in the process.
Bailey to Hammond. And that's caught. Half volley outside off stump. And Miles Hammond has spanked it straight to Stephen Croft, a backward point. And that's another gift for Lancashire. Oh, Miles Hammond will be so disappointed. Wide half volley.
Oh, he can't believe. Look at the reaction. He's just played a really nice drive away through the covers. Perhaps we did say he didn't quite get everything right to the pitch of the ball, and there again, he will. It's another start and a non-conversion. Again, in terms of actual scoring rate, 37 off 48 it would have been before that dismissal, and now he is gone, and Lancashire have got a leg up perhaps in this final session that they may not have expected.
It's one of those where you think it's got to be a bump ball, surely. Surely he's not nailed that one straight to backward point, because he hit it. It went hard. It went like a rocket. But straight Stephen Croft.
Stand of 71 for the third wicket.
Croft's been around a long while himself, hasn't he? Made his debut against Oxford UCC all the way back in 2005. He's close to 19,000 career runs for the Red Rose.
Yes, I think he got was it the first of the Blackpool games earlier this week? I think he basically saw Lancashire home, and that of course is his. I listened to the commentary of that, and that's his club, of course.
Yeah, got a 90 in that game, didn't he, against Warwickshire? And he also hit the winning runs as they clinched their title back in 2011 at Aigburth. Here's another left-hander, James Bracey, and that's a no ball there from Tom Bailey, adding 2 onto the total.
Yes, Lancashire are sort of perhaps clinging on isn't quite the right adjective, but they're just staying in the game at the moment. I still think that 156 to 3, you'd rather be the batting side.
Yeah.
Particularly against an old ball, but
Bailey around the wicket. Bracey lets that one go through to Phil Salt.
But you have got a new batsman at one end. So can one wicket bring a little cluster of 2 or 3? That's what they'll be looking at.
Tell you what's really interesting, we're going to come on to it after this ball. The ball before Miles Hammond hit for 4, I'll come on to it after this ball it's well bowled by Bailey, defended by Bracey, that's the end of the over. So Stephen Croft had gone to fetch the previous 4 that had gone out there, and he wasn't actually quite in place. Let's have a look at this. So he wasn't actually in the right place, and he comes back into position there. And Miles Hammond hits it straight to him. Oh.
Had Hammond spotted where he'd gone, I wonder? I can't believe he wouldn't have done.
Surely you'd hold the bowler up and say, hang on a sec, I'm not ready yet, that fielder's not in position. Anyway, 158 for 3.
Here's Morley to Chris Dent, and lets that go outside the off stump. Morley looks happier bowling over the wicket to the left-handers, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Means that he can bowl one line Does get in quite close to the stumps. It's tossed right up, squeezed away by Dent, down through the slip cordon. That will almost certainly go for 4.
Very fast, that bit of the outfield over there. This outfield's been like lightning all summer here in Bristol, and once it's beaten the infield, it's generally 4 runs, and you knew that was 4 runs just from the moment they beat the bat.
There wasn't a chance to. I think that is Luke Wells at first slip, isn't he? He's been there most of the afternoon.
Yeah. Got a big score last week, or 2 weeks ago, didn't he? Luke Wells.
In the Warwickshire win.
Yeah, 195 or 175?
175, I think.
175.
Morley again to Dent. That's shorter. Dent has to go back. But Hannon's been short mid-wicket and short cover most of the day. Wider for Morley. As Dan said, he is just looking at that, maybe that 3rd stride foot mark. So the one, I'm tempted to say we need one of those arrows on the screen, but we haven't got one. So the one that's furthest down the pitch from Tom Bailey's follow through. Again, looking for it there, but Dent's getting his front pad right across. Make sure he covers the line. When he passed umpire Pratt, draws him forward this time. That's a bit straighter. So it is Morley and Bailey with the wickets for Lancashire. Bailey 2 for 42 from his 13 overs, and Morley, who's bowled both his spells from this Ashley Down Road end, he's taken 1 for 27 so far.
Bailey's going to continue around the wicket to James Bracey, and that's as he feathered that one down the leg side. Oh, Rob Bailey's unmoved.
Didn't look one where the bowler was desperately convinced, actually.
No, but behind the wicket, and they were, Jennings and Wells both fancied it.
Bracey didn't look too flustered by the whole affair, did he?
No. Bracey in this new position of 5. Played out to mid-on. Yeah, he's generally been at number 3 most of the season, James Bracey.
So it's a strange light to bat in at the moment, because the sun is going in and out, and when the sun is out, it is quite a glary kind of light, and when it goes in again, I wouldn't say it's dark, but it is quite overcast.
Bracey defends that. Yeah, it's don't know whether to keep my sunglasses on or off, Ian. It's one of those ones. First world problems, eh?
Whiting world problems, one might argue.
Yeah.
If you've joined us at some point later in the day, Gloucestershire won the toss this morning, decided to bat.
Bailey. Bracey lets that one go. No run.
Ajit Singh Dale, Ben Wells and Zach Chappell were the 3 players left out, albeit Chappell had been away with Notts. He played on Thursday and took 3 wickets in their T20 win on Thursday. They were then at Durham on Friday. He didn't play in that game, although he was named in the squad. And then Durham back down to Bristol would have been a long old trek on Saturday, so I don't think it's surprising that he was left out.
Bailey around the wicket. Bracey defends out and into the onside.
I think Ben Wells is kind of double cover in a way. He's cover in case a batsman should pull out injured, cover obviously for Bracey. And then it was probably a flip of a coin between Seandale and Matt Taylor.
Yeah.
Seandale played at Old Trafford. You sometimes wonder about playing two left armers in the same team, but Gloucestershire have done that plenty of times before with Payne and Taylor in the same attack, and they've gone for it again here. Lancashire, from their squad, left out Danny Lamb, Matt Parkinson, Tom Hartley and young Josh Boyden, who I don't think was really ever in serious contention.
That's Bracey off the mark. Nurdles a 2 onto the onside. That completes the over. 164 for 3. Chris Dent 66, James Bracey on 2. Tom Bailey has got a couple of wickets, 2 for 42. Jack Morley with the other one. The crucial wicket of Glenn Phillips.
Yeah, and just as we should also say that we've lost 10 overs today to 2 rain interruptions before lunch, so there will be a total of 86 bowled in the day today, provided the light holds. No seen a reason why it shouldn't. Certainly in this sunshine it's absolutely fine. Here is Morley. In and then plays that almost dead weight out on the offside. Bailey does the fielding, so there's a slip, a backward point and a point on the boundary for Morley. He's also got a man at short extra behind who's basically on the single. That's fired in once again by Morley. He does mix it up quite a bit. There is a little bit of loop there, but he's not afraid to try and bowl the quicker, straighter one.
Yeah, you mentioned about the sort of double twirl he's got before he comes into bowl, hasn't he? Here
it is again. And again, quite nice bounce. I think that was actually in the foot mark, hard to tell, but it was far enough outside the off stump that didn't need to play. You're going to compare him with somebody, are you, with the double twirl?
Well, Mike Proctor used to have a little double twirl, didn't he? But he's slow left arm, and Mike Proctor was right arm and quite quick. Oh, was that an edge?
Salt. Not too apologetic, so I don't know whether there was an edge there or not. Morley wheels in again past umpire Pratt. Almost a full toss. It's just picked out by Dent to Stephen Croft. He's got a single out of it. He might have got a bit more, but did the safe thing, and Croft with a little bit of Blackpool Football Club skills.
The Tangerines.
Yeah. Reasonable season in the Championship last year, and now of course with under a new manager again, having lost Neil Critchley to Aston Villa. They've reappointed Michael Appleton for the second time. Here's Morley. The sun goes in once more, and they're looking for one again here, and Bracey has just pushed that to the left of Tom Bailey and picks up one more, so he's slowly getting into his innings, just as you might expect. Just looking down below us, Dom Goodman and Matt Taylor wandering around the outfield.
I'm just marvelling at your knowledge of the current Blackpool manager here, and I think that's spectacular.
Well, there was rumour of a different man going into that job, so in the end, Appleton got it. Here's Bailey again. And
that's hit firmly by Bracey out towards mid-on, all along the deck. Tumbling stop, and I think that's Will Williams doing the business there. It is Will Williams, the man without a number.
If Gloucestershire keep going at this rate, they won't be getting to 400 in the 110. They're probably looking at kind of 350 if they can get that far.
Bailey into Bracey. Yeah, Will Williams not having a number, only on a 2-game deal for Lancashire. Was it The Prisoner? You say I'm not a number, I am a free man, wasn't it? Sure, that was in your day, Ian, back in the sort of late 60s. Filmed up in North Wales. It's also the birthplace of Phil Salt, Lancashire wicket-keeper. Bailey in, Bracey leaves that one alone. Many Lancashire fans up in North Wales as well. Many from Liverpool and Manchester and that part of the world have moved, sort of retired out that way, haven't they, to the North Wales coast, out to Snowdonia. If you're joining us from that part of the world, good afternoon.
Just a test match update. England chasing 296, now 27 for 1.
Ooh, Crawley?
Crawley 12, Pope 0 at the moment.
Bracey rolls his wrists on that, works into the onside.
Yeah, Alex Lee's the man out, he was run out. So, and just to emphasise too, I mean, obviously you're welcome to join us on the stream tomorrow. We'll be very happy to have you. If you had thought of going to the test match, it's free admission tomorrow, so you can start queuing now. Oh, I'm sure it'll be the same situation as at Trent Bridge for the last game, where the fans are encouraged to buy their tickets online. Just don't let the website crash.
No run there.
I say buy, reserve is a better word.
Yeah.
You reserve your ticket and you reserve your seat. And then the theory is that the queuing is much more orderly on the day, which I'm sure is right. 5 wickets for Jack Leach in the New Zealand second innings, including all the last 4, to leave him with 10 in the match. A real game of ebb and flow, that.
He certainly is. Oh, that squares Bracey up a little bit, but
Thought he might have gone around a bit too far for that shot.
No harm done. That completes the over. 166 for 3. Dent 67 not out. James Bracey on 2. And this game's meandering along quite nicely, isn't it? It's a bit of ebb and flow here.
Yes, you just when you think Gloucestershire are establishing a little bit of control, a wicket falls, and Lancashire have just done that on each occasion. Perhaps a little longer than they wanted with that 3rd wicket stand, but they would need another couple really to feel that they're wrestling control again. That was too short from Morley, really. Right out to tall figure of Jennings. That deep square leg, just 1 run. There's a long email from William Lawrence and a couple of shorter ones. Dan, if I take the long one...
You take the long one.
Yeah. Here's Morley in, and again, these two are running their singles well between the wickets. So William says this is a festering sore around Lancashire. Well, no Lancashire fan wants to see a player of theirs denied his England opportunities. It's become patently obvious that once selected in the England setup, it's very keen that to deny Lancashire using said players again. What is the point of expecting Lancashire ever to win anything? He asks. Go through this email a bit during this over. That top of the North Group, we suddenly lose 4 frontline players for an overhyped series of T20 games in Holland. Luke Wood never even played. Well, David Payment through that last year in the ODIs. In the meantime, we've lost our top spot. That's the off stump again from Morley. To add more insult to injury, when England very, very rarely release players, they don't release them all. We never see Butler and very, very rarely Anderson. This when they're not injured. I'm considering not renewing my membership, he says. And good, again, defensive play once more. Is that another no ball from Morley? It was. He just needs to maybe reposition that marker of his. The ECB says William is killing off the county game deliberately, in his opinion, and it appears our team in particular. No point aligning myself and hoping for Lancashire, while plainly poor decisions are taken by faceless people in the England camp. Don't sit on the fence there, William.
Strong words.
Those now cosseted players don't need continual net practice while watched by a team of people with clipboards. There is no... Straight from the hip. Morley in, and again Dent looks for the single, but it isn't there.
I agree with him.
There's no substitute, he says, for first-class county cricket match practice for test matches. It's the best training available. Only when the historyless 100 is underway will we see players released, because the ECB want them all on view. It's high time they realise nowhere else in the world would take this format up. I'll just counterbalance that by saying the West Indies want to play something called the 60. I can just see Williams' steam coming out of his ears at this point. Unless this stupidity is stopped, Lancashire will win nothing. People may laugh, they certainly wouldn't if it happened to every single season to their county. WL. William, thank you for your passionate thoughts. And I say shooting straight from the hip, but it's said in context, because clearly you have a very strong view, and as you've said, it is a view that is not necessarily only held by your good self.
No, I can empathise a little there. I think we all can as county cricket fans and followers. Bailey comes around the wicket. That's played out firmly.
And we can say with some justification that Gloucestershire supporters, and indeed the Gloucestershire club, were disappointed when Payne got picked last year for the ODI against Pakistan and didn't get a game. When the series was done at 2-0, the view from the management seemed to be, we want to win it 3-0, same as it was in Holland. He didn't get a game then, but he did get a game in Amstelveen.
Bailey to Bracey, no run. Well, it's a good point. We've had another email from John Wilson of Preston, and saying about Danny and Emma Lamb, which is an appropriate surname as they come from his home city of Preston, whose crest is the lamb, due to Preston meaning priest town. Well, I never knew that. I tell you, it's a learning curve, this job, isn't it, Ian? It's the things you learn. He's also one of Lancashire's many supporters baffled at the omission of Butler and Livingston. As Bailey comes in, and that's defended out to mid-off to Josh Bohannon. He carries on saying neither have any England commitments at the moment, and neither are in the squad of 15 for the match. If Parkinson can be named, why couldn't Butler and Livingston too? Many thanks for the commentary, it's very high standard. Well, thanks, John, thanks for your email, and you've got a valid point. If Parkinson can be picked, and Parkinson's got through a lot of overs at times this season. I think he bowled like 40 in a game, didn't he, at one point? Because he had I'll come on to it after this ball from Bailey, and that's a thick inside edge which goes out to deep square, just slightly backward for a single. Yeah, it's an interesting point, because Parkinson was talking about and it goes on from the previous email as well, about the timing of the games and about a lot of the county cricket season being at the start of the English summer. Well, we're trying to shoehorn as many games as possible, possibly to fit in the 100 in August.
Oh, possibly.
Quite possibly. And Parkinson was saying this isn't conducive to leg spinners. And then we had quite a dry spring, luckily, and Parkinson, I think, bowled about 40 overs in one game. So it swings and roundabouts, but we get your point. I'll come on to an email by Steve Judge. Thank you so much for your great coverage of today's game. Games against Gloucestershire bring back memories of the famous Gillette Cup semi in 1971, which he attended with his father. Bailey comes in, and that's just played onto the onside by Chris Dent. Also, I noticed the picture on the stream suddenly became a lot clearer at 4:25 p.m. Maybe the sun's come out. Maybe James Healy, producer James, has cleared the mist. Got his hanky out. He's got his hanky out and cleared the screen. But no, Steve, thank you very much for your email, and glad you're enjoying today's game. Bailey in. That's just Turned around the corner, no run. That completes the over. 171 for 3. Dent is now on 68. Bracey's on 5. And fans there enjoying themselves in the Bristol sunshine Sunday afternoon. What better than a day at the cricket?
Bailey's just walking off here. Either that might be comfort break. If it was just a drink, then surely they'd bring the drink to him. But he's walking off temporarily at the end of that over. Morley's going to continue from this end. What's struck me perhaps since tea is that Lancashire have tried to bowl very, very straight. What that meant is that Gloucestershire have been working the ball a lot into the leg side. Both these two. Oh, almost played down and into his boot by Bracey. But they just, maybe it's just a conscious effort just to try and dry the runs up a little bit. 24 have been scored since tea. And sometimes it's, if you can't produce the magic ball to take the wicket, it's just a question of trying to squeeze the game and force a mistake. Morley again wheels in. Hasn't quite got that. If he's looking for the foot mark, it's just a bit too wide for him against the left-hander. And the straighter one is the easier one to work into the leg side. That one isn't, and Morley fields off his own bowling. A second wicket, I think, has gone down at Headingley. Let's see if that scoreline does update. It has 56 for 2, England. Crawley is out. Morley tosses that one a little bit flight up, a bit more flight and a bit wider as well, and Bracey takes a single. So Crawley caught by Williamson off Bracewell for 25. England have scored those runs in only 13 overs, by the way, so they're racing on about more than 4 and over.
They want a day off tomorrow, do you think?
But they might want half a day off tomorrow, the way they're going at it. Morley to Dent. That wasn't taken cleanly by Phil Salt. I don't know how Dane Villas feels this day is going. Lancashire got to be a little bit careful that Gloucestershire don't charge away from this position, and that's why I think perhaps he is trying to, as much as take wickets, or equally just try and, if nothing much is happening, try at least put a bit of a break on the scoreboard. 172 for 3 from 56 overs, so the run rate steady, just about 3 and over, and Bailey has actually gone off to a point where they were going to see a bowling change, so Luke Wood's going to come back.
Yeah, Luke Wood, you're right. Venus has got a little bit of a conundrum going on at the moment, hasn't he? Where
it is Danny Lambert, though, who's come out as a 12th man. He's down at 3rd man at the moment.
Yeah, he's got that sort of conundrum where he's got to take wickets. Lancashire have only got 1 bowling point at the moment, so he's got to take wickets, but he also does need to keep a lid on the scoring rate as well. Here's Luke Wood. Bouncer! Bit of glove on that, I think. No, here's his 4 runs. That wasn't far away from the diving Phil Salt. I'm sure James Bracey would have rather got a little bit more on that than he did, because I don't know if this came off the glove or off the face of the bat. But it wasn't a million miles away from the outstretched mitt.
He would have been very angry to have got out to that delivery.
Yeah.
Had he done so, but he didn't.
Seagulls just circling around. Here's Wood. Bracey defends.
Seagulls in land, stormy weather at sea. James is nodding. That's right, isn't it?
Say this. Hang on. Say this again.
Seagulls inland.
Yeah.
Stormy weather at sea.
So this morning we've had. It's looking stormy over Will's mother's. Is that right?
West Country phraseology.
Wood into Bracey. We had earlier in the season cast ne'er a clout till maybe out.
Yeah.
And
clout being effectively an old word for cloth.
a coat.
A coat.
Yeah.
So effectively, always take a fleece with you, basically.
Well.
Well, not many of the Lancashire boys are fielding in sweaters today, actually.
No. Here's Wood. That's defender. Stayed a little bit low, I thought, perhaps. Wood's quite skiddy. Doesn't get the bounce, possibly, that that Bailey gets. He's a much smaller individual. He's quite skiddy. He's quick, but tends to kiss the pitch a little bit more as Bailey pounds the ball into the wicket.
Quite a long run too. It's a longer run than Bailey's is.
Yeah. Sort of pigeon-toed approach to the crease, short and wide, and crunched for 4 runs there by James Bracey. It's meat and drink to him.
He doesn't have the cover on the offside for that length of delivery, Luke Wood. Bracey with enough width to play with there. Whether James can... Let's have a second look at that last delivery.
We've got a very interesting email from Rich Morris at Cheltenham. I'll let you go for that one, Ian, after this ball that we're about to see from Luke Wood.
I think William Lawrence might be interested in this email too.
That's hits Bracey in the pads. Going down the leg side though, no one ever very interested in it at all.
So Rich says, as a Gloucestershire member, I entirely agree with our friend William from Lancashire when he says that the ECB are out to kill off county cricket. It is utterly shameful that in the height of the cricket season, apart from 2 championship games at Cheltenham, there is no decent cricket to watch. All we have is this pathetic and pointless 100, which we in Gloucestershire have no interest in. Neither do our friends down the road from Somerset, for that matter. The very best way to prepare players for proper cricket, test matches and 50 over one-day games, is to let the players play these games at their home counties. The 100 is all about the ECB making lots of money from people who don't understand cricket.
Hmm.
Here is Morley to continue with his slow left arm, and he's appealing to Neil Pratt for an LBW, but he's not going to get that either.
And John Trainer says, on the subject of ECB preventing players playing for Lancashire when they're not playing for England, Liam Livingstone has had 9 first-class innings in the last 2.5 seasons. Wow. I'll come on to the rest of it after this ball. It's interesting.
Here's Morley. Once again to Dent. Powers that away through the offside, and he's picked the gap through extra cover, and that will go all the way to the boundary for 4.
That's a lovely shot.
Luke Wells rather kicked the imaginary balloon there, that first slip.
So, John carries on saying Liam Livingstone is unlikely to play any first-class matches this season due to England's home white ball games in July and the T20 Tour of Pakistan in September.
Here's Morley once more, and Dent works that onto the leg side. Now up to 73.
He continues saying, how would he be able to contend for a test place if he never plays first-class cricket? Which is a valid point. And just to compound the anger of Lancs members, and I'll come on to it after this ball because it's a cracker,
Getting off the back foot by Bracey, this time from Morley tumbling stop. That backward point by Wood, just the one run.
So to compound the anger of Lancs members, Joss Butler played in a charity cricket match at Lord's yesterday.
You couldn't make that sort of thing up, could you? Morley tosses that right up. Doesn't, though, get through the defences of Dent.
Well, what can you say?
That's a good stat. Liam Livingston, 9 first-class innings, basically since the start of 2020. That is as nothing, is it?
No.
That's only 9 more than me. Here's Morley out on the leg side.
You're on fire today, Ian. You are absolutely roasting, mate.
It must be the bran loaf we had at tea.
Oh, fantastic. You might not have the hair of George Berry, the ex-Wolves defender, but you've got the cooking skills of Mary Berry. That was a lovely cake you brought in there, Ian.
186 for 3, 58 overs gone. And remember, we're 86 overs in the day because of the rain this morning, but frankly you wouldn't know now, would you? It's
no.
Very, very pleasant for playing.
Yeah, up here on the Costa del Horfield. Looks lovely over the view we've got over the city of Bristol. High up here in the flats. As Luke Wood comes in from the pavilion end. And that's caught! Bracey chips one at mid-wicket. And that, again, is another gifted wicket from Gloucestershire.
Williams with the catch.
Will Williams sprawling away. It was a good catch. He went diving away to his left. But James Bracey will be very disappointed there. And every time Gloucestershire threatened to just slightly get away, Lancashire pegged them back. James Bracey goes for 15. But you could say that Phillips, Hammond and Bracey look like they're in Vitality Blast mode still and have gifted their wickets away. They haven't been got out, they've got themselves out.
Well, Phillips certainly did. That was a hoik. The other two, a little bit, have been they've been going for forceful shots, and maybe that is because the ball is just not coming on quite as quickly. But in both cases, I mean, Bracey has faced more than 30 balls, and Phillips and Hammond both faced 49. So you would feel that they ought to have been in long enough to get a sense of the pace of the pitch. And I will go back to a comment that Alex Gidman made in his time as Gloucestershire captain, and this may be individual to him, but he said he wanted to face 50 balls before he had an idea of what was happening with the wicket. Now, clearly, if you're being absolutely pedantic about this, 2 of those today have got very close to that, but 1 was obviously short of it. But now, 4 down, Dent becomes the key wicket, you feel, for Lancashire here. If Dent stays, you know, Gloucestershire have still got Ryan Higgins, the 2 Price brothers, who are handy bats, and Zafar Gohar batting at 9, so there is some run potential in the lower order. But I think that you'd have to feel that if they were going to get 350 or maybe north of 350, then this has to be a substantial partnership.
Yeah, it's like seeing the slow wicket. It's like, you know, watching club cricketers, isn't it, who maybe play indoor on surfaces that come on lovely, and they hit lovely cover drives, don't they? They come onto an April one and try the same thing and get caught mid-off time and time again, season after season, because I know I did. Luke Wood around the wicket, gives Higgins a bumper. First ball, he ducks under it, goes through to Phil Salt. But yeah, they'll be disappointed. They'll be disappointed with that. They've all got starts. Phillips 19, Hammond 37, Bracey 15. But as he said, Ian, Chris Dent is the man Lancashire want standing firm on 73 not out.
Well, Higgins got 24 and 30. In fact, he's got in the last 5 of his last 6 innings, he's got past 20.
Wood around the wicket. That's clipped firmly off his pads. It's not going to go the whole way. He's going to get just the 2. Chris Dent wanted 3.
Stephen Croft was the chaser. I think Croft may have felt at 5 o'clock on the first day of a game, but he was running in treacle a bit there. So just those 5 scores, 46, 25, 31, 24 and 30. So he's got 5 starts out of the last 6, but again hasn't gone on. Been a kind of a common problem for Gloucestershire this season.
Wood around the wicket. Higgins plays that to Croft. Stephen Croft, he's an epitome of versatility, isn't he? He can bat, he can bowl off spin, he can bowl medium pace, he can field everywhere. He's even kept wicket. I mean, that is like the modern day cricketer, isn't he?
Well, is he a Lancashire version of Glenn Phillips, albeit of a slightly different era?
He's certainly a jack of all trades. Wood. Ooh, and that doesn't... Higgins ducks that one. Not very well. It just goes... Well, maybe it was very well. It just goes over his shoulder.
Again, when you're not at the ground at cricket, as Dan and I obviously aren't on match days, sometimes you listen around podcasts or other commentaries or other sort of cricket chat, and talk of the amount of protective gear that batsmen wear these days, and the attitude to playing the pull and the hook shot is different now compared to when you started out. If you only had effectively a head guard on, come back to that after this ball.
Wood. Higgins nudges it around the corner. That's going to completely over, takes the score on to 189 for 4. Higgins on 3, Chris Dent 73, Luke Wood 1 for 31.
Yeah, Danny, I'm still on the field for Tom Bailey at the moment, but if you only had a head guard, your first thought probably was self-preservation, whereas today, because now you've got so much more protective gear, maybe a modern day batsman would take on the pull and the hook rather more.
Definitely, and that came in when headwear started to come into the game, didn't it? In the mid 70s. Mike Brearley used to have that cap.
Oh, that little skull. Oh, yeah, it was a tiny thing, wasn't it?
Sunil Gavaskar had a little protector as well, didn't he? He used to wear under his sun hat. And then used to have Dennis Amiss used to come out with something that made him look like Neil Armstrong.
Actually, seeing through that would have been a challenge, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got a left and right hand combination now for the Lancashire bowlers to bowl. They've had the left-handers at 3, 4 and 5 in the order, as well as Dent. So now Morley will have to bowl at the right-handed Higgins. Is Lamb going off again? Are they dropping a man? No, they're dropping a man out.
No, getting a helmet.
They're going to get a helmet for a short leg. It's not Salt, is it? No, they're going to have a man in at short leg. So I imagine if it's the same situation as we had earlier in the day, that will be Croft coming in there. They've already seen Higgins work the ball round the corner.
I think he's going to leg slip, actually.
He is.
Yeah.
And very fine at that. So let's prevent the sweep, even though Morley's bowling round the wicket. That is down the leg side, and that's taken by the leg slip. It's like somebody in club cricket is a backstop. That would decry Phil Salt's professional wicket-keeping skills, which I don't wish to do. Morley past umpire Pratt. In, Higgins goes back. bowling it from quite wide of the crease around the wicket. Jack Morley. So a slip and a leg slip for him. And Higgins works that away straight to Balderson out at deep square. But that if he continues to bowl that line and length, that's a you miss I hit situation, isn't it?
Certainly is. Yeah.
Dent and Salt just exchanging a word there, I think, about something. All seemed.
Where's good for dinner in Bristol?
Over the wicket though, Morley to Dent. Again, squeezes that out. They want two here. Balderson's got ground to make up, and Dent is comfortably back. They run the first one quickly, and Gloucestershire up to 192 for 4. So closing in on a first batting point. Just conscious I didn't give you the T scores from the other games, which I'll do shortly in Division 1. Obviously Gloucestershire started the day as the strongest team in the division, i.e. propping up the rest, and the scores from elsewhere in Division 1, 341 for 3 against Kent in the 80th over. Morley again tries to draw Dent forward, but he only finds skipper Vilas. At Chelmsford, Essex already dismissed by Hampshire, 238 all out, and Hampshire 17 for 1 in reply. And at Northamptonshire, 356 for 5 against Warwickshire. Josh Cobb and Rob Keogh in the runs for the home side there. And just looking at the scorecard at Chelmsford, where Essex batted first against Hampshire. Wickets actually reasonably shared, 3 of them to Kyle Abbott, 3 to Liam Dawson. He the pantomime villain of Friday.
Yeah, he's not a popular man with the Gloucestershire fans on social media after his antics here, where he dragged back a 4. Luke Wood in. I'm not saying he was over the rope, but he was halfway to Gloucester.
Albeit with both feet off the floor.
Yeah, he's almost in Thornbury when he dragged that one back.
Yes, we are back into this add 2 wickets again to the board, aren't we? Because that changes the balance completely. If you add 1, depending on whose it is, Lancashire would still feel they've probably done pretty well, having lost the toss.
Yeah, this game's on a knife edge here. Wood, and that's a good delivery. Beats Higgins outside the off stump. Angled in, just tails away. Coming in on the angle, hits the seam, just tails away from Ryan Higgins. Goes past the outside edge. And you feel with this angle that Luke Wood's bowling as a right-hander, you don't ever feel comfortable leaving the ball, do you, because of the angles. The geometry.
Yeah, geometry, that's right.
And the geography of your off stump both come into play. Wood. That's short, and that's gone up in the air, and that is just over the head of Tom Bailey back on the pitch, and that's going to go for overthrows, and that's going to be 6 runs. Oh dear. What's up?
Nobody at the stumps at the bowler's end.
Oh dear.
And the stretch for the backing up from Stephen Croft couldn't haul the throw in. Let's see whose the throw was actually.
So Higgins got 2 for the throw. Bailey has back on the pitch, has gone chasing after it, picked up the ball, held it at the bowler's end, and it's taken probably a little bit of a bobble and gone past. That's Croft there at mid-off, is it? I think.
Croft at mid-off, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone past Croft. It's gone for 4 runs, so 6 in total. And Higgins goes pulling again, can only find Bailey, who hurls that one in, this time into the gloves of Phil Salt. Thank God, because imagine that had gone for another 4 runs. Luke would be doing his biscuits there as the bowler, wouldn't you?
Do you sense that Ryan Higgins is sort of, he's in the Ben Stokes mental mode at the moment, trying to go out and effectively not be bowled to, but to try and counter-attack?
It's either that, or have they been playing a lot of Vitality Blast T20 cricket and they're in that sort of frame of mind. That's well bowled by Wood, squares Higgins up a little bit, plays it into the offside.
England 74 for 2, need 222 to win at Headingley.
Yes, talking of people who won't be dictated to when they're batting. England.
Yeah, Pope's got 30 off 35 there, and Joe Root's made 4. The men out, Lees for 9 and Crawley for 25.
This is set up for a Joe Root 100 to win the game, isn't it? Don't you think? It's Headingley Test, his home test.
We'd have to bat all the way, you'd have thought.
If he does.
In order to do that.
Who'd have thought we beat New Zealand 3-0? Wood, more bold. Higgins defends into the offside. Completes the over. So the hosts, having won the toss, elected to bat. Just 2 runs away from their first batting point. 198 on the board, 4 wickets down. There's the scorecard. George Scott went caught. Keaton Jennings bowled Tom Bailey for 23. And then Glenn Phillips for 19. Hammond for 37. Ryan Higgins for 15. Morley, Bailey, Wood doing the damage. That was a firm of lawyers there. Morley, Bailey, Wood. Or architects.
Oh, well, yes, probably one of those two, I should think.
Yeah.
Thanks for your emails today. I'll get James to remind us of the email address, top right hand corner of the screen, in a moment or two. Here is Jack Morley, though, from the Ashley Down Road end. One thing you would say is that he may have straightened 1 or 2 out of a foot mark today, but generally it does look as if this pitch doesn't have a lot of pace in it, so that any turn, even later, would be quite slow. He goes back there, does a left-handed dent. Morley, and again, dent works that almost over half volley up to Bailey at mid-on. He's had 2 quite, well, 1 very long spell and 1 shorter one today, so I suspect that he might be kept, I suppose, in case Lancashire do want him for 3 overs with the second new ball. 86 overs to be bowled in the day, so they would have 6 at the end of it with a new ball if they want it, and suspect they may at the way things are going at the minute. Worked off his hip by Higgins, and that will bring up the 200. Gloucestershire's first batting point, and that after winning the toss here at 10:30 this morning against a side whose bowling attack has been made to look fairly ordinary, if truth be told, and that's 4 more pulled away once again by Dent.
It was a poor ball.
Yeah, Bailey and Williams bowled well up top, but the backup for them has been steady rather than really. The feeling has been, generally speaking, that Gloucestershire have stepped up from Division 2 to Division 1, and that the backup bowling for most teams is better than you would expect in Division 2. Here today, the pitch may have nullified this to some degree, but certainly, Wood and Morley. So Wood has bowled 10 overs for 38. Morley's bowled 15. He's now finished his 15th over, 1 for 49. Balderson's bowled 5 overs for 26, although he did create a few concerns. But really, Williams and Bailey have offered the control, and it's been relaxed a bit as those two have been out of the attack.
Yeah, and if you compare that to the attack that Gloucestershire faced in the game up at Old Trafford, where there was Saqib Mahmood, Jimmy Anderson, Hassan Ali, and Matt Parkinson, I think, weren't there? And that's a really strong attack at county level. It really is. Here's Luke Wood, though, looking to make inroads, bowling to Chris Dent. Oh, and Dent nearly chops that onto his stumps. Just dribbles through to Phil Salt. We spoke earlier, Ian, you made the point that Chris Dent chops on, often playing a little bit too close to his body. And here he doesn't go cutting, he plays a defensive shot, but he's on it a little bit late. And goes backwards behind him. A couple of bounces to Phil Salt.
Might you think about giving Luke Wells an over or two? Just as variation?
I can see that. From Luke Wells to Luke Wood. There's Dent. Just tickles that one around the corner. Oh, leg by. Thought he didn't time it very well. It's one more to the total though, 206. Gloucestershire on the bonus point board.
Lancashire already there, but
yep, each side have got a point apiece.
what it will do if Gloucestershire were to get somewhere sort of between 300 and 350 or even more than that, it would I think it would force Lancashire's hand a bit into how they bat.
Lovely shot by Higgins out to mid-off, but that's Bohannon there, I think, isn't it? Mid-off?
It's Villas.
No, it's Villas.
It may force them to bat at a slightly different tempo. I mean, would they think that they could, if it's a really easy pace pitch, would they think, right, we can bat big, bat once, and then force Gloucestershire into trying to save the game on the fourth day? Interesting tactic. It depends how long Gloucestershire actually bat for. If it gets to 4 sessions, it's a different conundrum. Gloucestershire may have a bit more of a handle on how this pitch might behave, but as a rule this season, and we know it's been a very dry first half of the summer, the pitches have got easier and easier. So for example, in the Surrey game, there were only 12 wickets taken in 3 days, and I think Rhys Topley voiced his opinion on that at the end of the 3rd day.
Wood around the wicket. Higgins defends that one.
Didn't Topley say words to the effect of something like, "It's not a fair contest between bat and ball"? Was that
something along those lines?
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Or I think the alternative reading of it would have been, "I don't want to bowl on that ever again."
I don't want to commentate on games like that ever again, really. I mean, we were there for 3 days when 12 wickets fell, and 3 of those were in the first hour of the game. I used up all my old stories here and a lot, you know. Luke Wood around the wicket. Just goes a little wider on the crease there.
But in the same way that, Lancashire want to catch the 2 teams above them, so they would see an away game against the team at the bottom of the table as an opportunity to pick up a win. And Gloucestershire need points to catch the likes of Somerset and Kent and Northants. If they're going to stay up, they're not going to do it by withdrawals, arguably. Now, you might debate, where their opportunities might come. Would the wickets at Cheltenham offer them a better chance between bat and ball? Certainly the Northants game might, but Hampshire will be very hard. as they proved last year. Here's Morley continuing from this Ashley Down Road end. This is his 16th over. So with Balderson only bowling 5 overs, it's almost as if Lancashire using a 4-man attack here. Dent forward.
Yeah, I think we will see Luke Wells. He's got a decent record. He's not just a part-time leg spinner.
His first-class wickets.
69 career wickets.
Yeah, 43 piece for his first-class wickets. Oh, Morley thought that was going to get through for a moment, but Dent's got it away down into third man area. Has he come off the bat? Yes, it has. Nothing signalled from umpire Pratt. There's our email. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We've had some short ones today and some rather longer ones, but passionate ones all. And thank you for getting involved. And that email remains open until the close. And of course, we're back with you tomorrow from 10:55. James is as well looking after the cameras. He monitors the emails as well, so he's a busy man. Six men saving one for Morley here, and the slip clipped to one of them, but Bailey will have a dive to make to his left, so Dent knew there was always a chance of a single. Bailey just flexing that right thigh a little bit. Higgins, just a little push drive at that, but on the bounce to Bohannon at short cover. End of the over. There's the full card of the day. As you can see, with Higgins now on 11, everybody getting into double figures. Starts for 4 players, arguably, but only Dent going on to convert it into something more meaningful at the moment. Skipper Higgins, though, having called correctly this morning and chosen to bat, he'll want as many as he can get from this Gloucestershire first innings, but I would, he'll want 350 down, won't he, minimum, really?
Yeah, he will. He'll be looking at 350. Take 4 batting points. Wood, and Dent goes pulling. Doesn't get anywhere with that. 22 overs still left in the day.
Just a reminder that as we are now back into 4-day cricket, it is free after tea for each day of this match. So in theory the tea interval is at 20 to 4, although tomorrow presumably we can make up a little bit of the time that was lost today, so there may be that there are an extra 8 overs on the day tomorrow. Even better value for you after tea if you can make it. Bit of a yelp again from behind the stumps, but I think umpire Rob Bailey's pretty clear that he's not giving very much for the LBWs here.
No.
Nothing so far.
Reece Topley wouldn't like it, would he?
Yes, I don't think Topley enjoyed his 3 days in Bristol very much. Well, he spent probably a day and a half with his feet up.
Yeah.
And a day and a half then with absolutely no reward at all from a very docile pitch. Down the next side again from Wood.
Yeah, it's one of those pitches. So placid that he would have made John Lennon, the Dalai Lama and Mother Teresa look aggressive, wouldn't it?
But we had this discussion back at the start of the summer about. In fact, you mentioned today about the relaying of the square at Old Rough Trafford when they turned it round. I mean, that's a big job for a groundsman.
It's a massive job. Well, they were away for a year, weren't they? They were away from Old Trafford. one of those grounds that's changed a hell of a lot in recent years, isn't it? With the point and the other red building there, and they used to watch side on from the pitch. The pavilion used to be side on from the pitch, and it was never a nice place for batsmen to watch that, because you see how quick the bowling is. And Old Trafford's had a little bit of pace in the wicket over the years, isn't it? It's one of those wickets, takes spin. It's a good cricket wicket, actually. It's a proper test wicket where it's got a little bit of pace and it's got a little bit of spin in it.
But now the pavilion is behind the bowler's arm.
And now the pavilion's behind the bowler's arm. As Wood comes in, and that's defended by Chris Dent. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those places where up until the 80s, I think, that if you were an uncapped player, you were in a separate dressing room from the capped players there. They used to change upstairs or downstairs in what was not far from being a cubby hole. So there was a real hierarchy there back in the day. 209 for 4. Chris Dent's on to 84. Wood comes into him, and that's hit him on the top of the pad. Wood's a little bit frustrated, but that completes the over.
This is obviously Dent's first season against a really consistent level of Division 1 bowling, and we mentioned about Luke Wells and Chris Dent being two players who have never got any England recognition yet, whose numbers in terms of runs made and averages have been pretty good earlier in the day. And he's already taken a double 100 off Surrey, and he's got a chance of taking 100 off Lancashire here. Morley into Higgins, who sliced that high in the air, and it's caught by Wells, and Morley has a second wicket, and that was a Phillips type hoik. Here's a second look. Whether that was losing patience, only Higgins will know, but Morley's flighted that up. He's gone to hit it away into the car park, and it's an easy catch for Wells, who's had nothing to do all afternoon. You expect, as I heard somebody say the other day, you expect someone to stand at slip for 4 hours, and then when the nick comes their way, you expect them to catch it. Well, that's the kind of nick you want to have coming your way when it's as gentle as that.
Ryan Higgins will be dreadfully disappointed with that shot, but probably not as disappointed as coach Dale Benkenstein will be, because that really was an ugly heave. And there was no need to do it. There's absolutely no need. They're scoring at over 3, between 3 and 4 and over, which is perfect. It's the first day of the game.
And here's Ollie Price coming out now to bat with Chris Dent, and this will be, so he obviously made a debut first class 50 at Kent in the first innings, and what we have seen of Ollie Price so far is that one of the things that's got him to this stage, aside from ability obviously, is temperament, and that generally he's looked somebody who hasn't been one to panic. So this is where he'll need a cool head, because 209 for 5. Lancashire might think, with a couple of younger batsmen at 7 and 8, might they still be able to get Gloucestershire out for 280 here?
Yep.
Morley into Price, and they're thinking about a appeal, and up goes the finger. It's gone back pad and then up, I think, to Wells again at slip.
Is this LBW?
The decision, I think it's for a catch here. Wells has taken it. The appeal came, I think, once it was clear it was in the air. The appeal really wasn't for the LBW from Wells. It was when he'd taken the catch, and Ollie Price has to go first ball.
Be interesting to see how that's given.
Well, we have a connection to the stats provider that does all the information that goes right around the cricketing world in terms of the scorecard for this match. But Ollie Price has to make his way back to the pavilion, and he's out for Norton. Gloucestershire are 209 for 6, and it's 2 in the over for Morley, who now has 3 for 53.
But this is what happens when you top order, you know, throw the wickets away. It opens the door, doesn't it? And Gloucestershire have been in a position of being completely in the ascendancy to now Lancashire are the top dogs in this game. And they looking at bowling Gloucestershire out maybe for 250 perhaps. And if they do,
well, I think Dan, you and I had a conversation during what appeared to be the dying embers of the Somerset match, and as Tom Price. Now, what's happening here?
I believe Ollie Price has been given out LBW. Yes, he has. Him on the back leg.
Oh, he has been given out LBW. So there was no edge off the bat. It was strange because unless Wells was just almost appealing as a cover appeal in case there was an edge.
Yeah.
Well, Ollie Price has gone for a duck. We can say that.
A golden duck, and Morley's on a Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, that's right. So Tom Price on the hat-trick ball. So a leg slip, a slip, and a short leg for Morley. Are they going to change that? So they're going to put an extra man on the leg side now. Bohannon coming across. Morley around the wicket then to Tom Price, who works that. Gee whiz, that was a tight call. Past the right hand of the fielder at short leg. It was played positively. He didn't want to be.
Got 100 last week, didn't he? Tom Price
Pushing at that.
second team game.
Villas is the man at short leg. Morley now with 3 wickets, lost his run from about 6 yards, so he'll start again. Gloucestershire were 156 for 2 at one stage. Price again past Villas, and they've got to come and sort that out quickly because there was a call there from Price or Dent, I'm not sure, but it was a sharp bit of work by Balderson to throw to the bowler's end.
Imagine if Tom Price ran Chris Dent out here, that would be catastrophe.
Well, he's keen to get off the mark, you sense. Price goes back and plays it on the bounce to Villas. So Morley now has 3 for 53. So 4 wickets have gone down for 53 runs. Which isn't a collapse, but it is a loss of a good situation.
Yeah, certainly is. Certainly is.
Well, 156 for 2. You'd say you were in the ascendancy. 209 for 6 could be anything yet, and I think Gloucestershire might even take 300 from here.
Well, that would give them 3 batting points, and really 350 was there for the taking. And when you bottom the league and desperate for points, it really is throwing.
The initiative has been tipped, hasn't it?
Yep, certainly has.
And they're going to be giving Dent singles now, aren't they? You feel?
Yep. Luke Wood to Dent, who plays that. He doesn't throw his wicket away though, Chris Dent.
To be fair to Tom Price, he's shown some.
Here's the replay of Ollie Price's, and it hits him on the back leg. Yeah, it's pretty adjacent.
He's
He's bent down. His
he's
knees
bent down,
bent,
isn't he?
isn't
That's
he?
the point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good
although
decision.
interestingly, the suggestion is, I'm not sure the Lancashire players knew how he was given out.
No, I think they were going for the back pad as well. That's a lovely shot by Dent, really well fielded, and there's nearly a run out there. Oh, that's a fantastic bit of work there in the covers. Can't see who it is. It's Croft.
It's a good stop. It's a partial stop, and the fielder then at mid-off through to Dent's end, i.e. the striker's end.
I think it's Josh Bohannon there, mid-off.
A good job Dent turned round.
All Gloucestershire need is a run out this stage of the game.
Putting a man back to give Dent the single. 20 balls left in the over. Still 3 after this one.
Here's Wood to Dent, who plays that one.
I think there will be a little bit of farming of the strike, I think, here from Chris Dent, if he can.
Yeah, he'd like to be there at the end of play. There's still 20 overs left in the day. Ollie and Tom Price playing in the side for the first time together this season. From Great and Little Chew Cricket Club in Oxfordshire.
They both played at Canterbury.
They did. Sorry, first home game of the season.
Correct.
First home game of the season, yep.
Yep.
Wood. In, and that's full toss to Dent. Played out onto the onside. Misfield there by Will Williams, but no damage done. As Gloucestershire specialise in pairs of brothers from Oxfordshire. The Charlesworths, the Taylors, the Prices. Don't know if Miles Hammond's got a brother. He's an Oxfordshire lad.
Well, you've got 2 balls left at Tom Price then in this over. I mean, Price has shown some ability with the bat in his 8 first-class matches. He averages 24, so...
Via's just making a change in the field here. He's bringing Croft into short leg. There's signs that this wicket is starting to take turn, and the Bristol wicket did this last year. Oh, and that's a good bouncer. Goes past the gloves of Tom Price. The Bristol wicket did this last year, and Zafar Gahar came more and more into play, and I expect him to get into the game quite early. But Lancashire have got one of the best players of spin in the country in Keaton Jennings. He's maybe a little bit susceptible against pace, but against spin, his track record, he's one of those names. If we've got a tour of England, if England have got a tour of India,
or the subcontinent,
yeah, he's always one of the names touted around due to his proficiency against slow bowling, and it'll be a really fascinating contest.
leg slip on a short leg now for Price.
Oh, and that's a good bouncer as well. It's a no ball. That's 2 onto the total. Takes the score on to 212.
I think that we mentioned about Gloucestershire would take 300 from here. I don't think they would race to that target. You get the impression that there's...
Yeah, I've still got 44 overs to get there, though.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But in terms of the runs v wickets equation, it'll be a question of Gloucestershire, I'd say, eking out those runs.
Word and Price chips that one just slightly over the left arm of Croft there.
Wood can't believe it.
That short leg, and that's what he was there for. Oh, good tactics this.
Drinks being brought out? Oh, change of footwear. And also like a change of undergarments as well for one of the players.
I often had to do that myself, Ian, when on my playing days, often when the bowling got a little bit quick.
That's Vilas there. He's done that because he's going to strap on the underpads, the little lightweight pads, to field at short leg by the looks of it. And also, because he might need some other protective equipment, that may be why the change of undergarment was necessary. But Morley, 17 overs on the first day, 3 for 53.
Yeah.
He's justified his inclusion. 2 in the last over. Vilas is up and ready again. And he's not going to go quite into short leg at the moment because Dent is on strike. And Lancashire spread the field, offering him a single almost wherever he wants it. And the answer is he doesn't.
It's an interesting position there. Vilas and George Balderson in a short extra cover and short mid-wicket. And due to the sluggish nature of the pitch, I wonder if the drives are going to go slightly aerial. It's good tactics.
Morley. What's Vilas thinking of here? They've had 2 balls of the over. Yes, it's Vilas, and I think it might be Bohannon under that hat. You can't quite see whether that's a 10 or a 20 on the back of his shirt.
Oh, it is Bohannon.
Into the ground by Dent. He'll take the one this time up to Danny Lamb, who's still on the field as a sub fielder, but not for Bailey at the moment, so somebody else has gone off. And now Morley will bowl to the right-handed Price, and this is where all that protective gear for Vilas will come into play. In fact, they've actually got 3 close catchers now, all wearing head guards. So you've got the leg slip, the short leg and the keeper. Morley around the wicket to Price, who goes back and defends. Lancashire are absolutely level on the over rate at the moment. 19 overs to go after this one, so we are looking at about a 7 o'clock conclusion to the day. Morley tosses that right up, and Price with a drive at really not much more than 50% power up to Danny Lamb, who at least stops it at mid-on. It wasn't the tidiest bit of work we've ever seen in the field, but the ball didn't get past him. And now, of course, they're content to give Price the single if he wants it, with 2 balls of the over to go. Maybe only 1 ball of the over to go. Let's play phase 2, and he will take the 1 run this time out to Bohannon, who switched to the boundary at deep mid-wicket for the right-hander. So Price will now keep the strike against Wood. I wonder whether, Dent will have seen Price bat, I'm sure, and he'll have spoken to people around the club. If he hasn't batted a lot with him, he will have talked to the coaching staff about his ability with the bat. And in a sense, you have to try and give somebody who's batting at 8 a little bit of confidence in himself and not overprotect him, so that he doesn't feel he can make a realistic difference.
Yeah, I mean, he's a number 8. He's not a rabbit. I mean, he's a guy fresh off the back of 100 in the second 11 last week.
And that is what's known as the commentator's curse. Fast and straight from Luke Wood.
Bowled him, yorked him. Sorry, it was my end there, wasn't it?
It was your end,
Dan. It was my end, yeah. I was waiting.
You were waiting for something to happen, and it did.
It was my end. I was waiting for you, and you were waiting for me. But the long and short of it is that Tom Price has been yorked comprehensively there by Luke Wood. That's 214 for 7. And this innings is
5 wickets for 58 now.
disintegrating.
And if Dent wants to get his 100, he might need to get a move on.
Yeah.
I know. I say this tentatively. Is there a chance Lancashire could be batting tonight?
There is. Yeah, I mean, Zafar Gahar's coming in. He can bat though, Zafar Gahar. Very strong through the offside.
I mean, even if they weren't batting tonight, I think Lancashire would feel that if they bowl Gloucestershire out on this first day, having lost the toss, and they've got, well, now you're probably taking first base as 250. Our sort of thoughts about where the first innings may get to. Having to lower sights a bit. It's just. This is a question I think you and I may have discussed away from live cricket days. If you look at the number of sessions that Gloucestershire have won during this season, you can probably count them on one hand, and you don't use all 4 fingers and the thumb to count them up. Now today, arguably they've won 2, but the difference in the game is that Lancashire have got far more out of the one session that they've won than Gloucestershire out of the 2 that they've won. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I also think that there are times this season when Gloucestershire have lost sessions, it's unravelled very quickly, hasn't it? We saw that in the Somerset game here, and we're seeing it here, where score at tea was 147 for 2. And they're moving on serenely, even up to 186 for 3 or 209 for 4. But all of a sudden, 214 for 7. Here's Luke Wood anyway to Zafar Gahar. And he gets up on his toes, defends that.
And Morley obviously back. I mean, you would argue that a spinner ought to be able to play a spinner, but Morley's got the joy of bowling to a two left-handers again now.
Yeah, he has. He'll be looking to put it into those footholes. But I wonder if there's a little bit more in this wicket than we've seen, and I wonder if maybe Gloucestershire have had the best of the conditions this morning. I wonder if it's starting to do a little bit now. Luke Wood in. Zafar Gahar plays it out to mid-off. But Lancashire bowled very well. They haven't given many freebies away.
In contrast to the run rate going down here at Headingley, England 111 for 2 from 26 overs. Pope 46, Root 23. They still need 185 to win. That's a mid-afternoon finish tomorrow by the looks of that, one way or another.
Wood into the crease, good bumper. Zafar Gahar weaves it. Plays a practice shot on the hook.
Yeah, Lancashire have hung in there today, haven't they? They've. You say 147 for 2. They would have said, well, you know, the game's not quite got away from us yet. We just try and get one. You never know what might happen after that. And you know, the middle order.
Yeah, I mean, I think what will happen is you know, Ollie and Tom Price were got out, and I think that happens in cricket, and that's fair play to the opposition. As Wood comes in, that's another short one. That's too short, really. They were got out, and I think coaches like Dale Benkenstein will look at it and say, I can accept that. But it was the middle order dismissals. Phillips, Hammond, Bracey, Higgins, who got themselves out, going for big shots, who, as we said, were possibly in T20 mode, possibly in, you know, Vitality Blast mode. And at a time when you didn't really need to play those big shots. And I think that's opened the door then to the inexperience of the Price brothers, perhaps, and
yeah, if you look at, I'll come back to those 4 in a minute.
Wood in.
Gahar plays that down at his feet.
I would say of the four, what's the word I want to try and use? The least culpable was probably Bracey.
Yeah.
Hammond had just clipped a lovely cover drive and went to try and repeat the shot and didn't get to the pitch of it. And Phillips and Higgins both tried to heave a ball from Morley halfway to Nailsea. One got caught just inside the rope and one made a horrible skew to a dolly catch to first slip. Anyway, Dent is still there. Can he get what would be a 21st first class 100? Morley to bowl to him, and he's solidly forward. Just looking at the number of balls he's faced now, Chris Dent, he's up to 196 balls faced, 13 fours. So it's a proper innings, this. Nearly 5 hours at the crease, and he'll pick one up here to Tom Bailey at well, 3 parts away to the boundary at long on there. Lancashire quite content to give Dent the single and bowl at Zafar Gahar, but they'll be aware too that Zafar likes to put bat to ball. He isn't so the and the greatest, they may feel the greatest chance with the pace, and I use that word in inverted commas, in the pitch, is that you don't judge the pace right, and that you mistime the shot you're playing and it ends up high in the air somewhere. Short, they're going to slip for Morley. That's short and flat, and Zafar goes back.
Still lots of time left here today. Still an hour left.
Yeah, Zafar's scores with the bat. He got a 49 at Canterbury in the first innings. So, you know, he's as Dan says, he's not a. He's a, you know, as a 9 would go. In fact, he's got a score of some substance in all but one. He got a pair in the one championship game, but he's got a sort of some substance in each of the others. Pads it out on the offside. So 40 in the opening game of the season. In this, he got 53 in the second innings against Yorkshire. That was obviously in a game where Gloucestershire lost. He got a 40 in the second innings in round 2, then 27 in the third, then the pair, and 49 against Kent in the last game. He was left 7 not out in the second innings. So, you know, has shown ability, but generally almost in a counter-attacking kind of way. They've got 2 slips in for him. I'm sure Lancashire will be conscious about how he bats. Generally, you know, likes to play some shots.
He likes it through the offside.
Sometimes it comes off, sometimes it doesn't.
He likes to back away and give himself some room, play through the offside in general, and he's very strong through that area. He's got a very nice cover drive on him.
216 for 7 as we get to 6 o'clock on this Sunday evening, first day of the match, but we still have an hour's cricket ahead of us. Well, 16 overs, which is basically an hour, because we lost time to rain earlier in the day. And as we've lost 10 overs today, then there will be some time to be made up tomorrow.
Luke Wood going to continue. I will remember that he's bowling from way in this time. As he comes in and gets up on to his toes.
Villas is staying in at short leg there. It's really for the, I think it's the one that is dug in, and which Zafar might just try and literally drop down in front of him, and if he doesn't get it quite right, it'll come up off the splice for Villas. Oh, this is there's an indication there to one of his bowlers. It might have been Balderson, I think. Well, we haven't seen Williamson since tea, so maybe Morley might be being removed from the attack.
That's aerial as well, but that goes for 4 runs. But that was in the air for quite a long time, getting the Lancashire cordon there. Rather excited.
Yeah, that went away through.
It's Williams who's off.
A straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, Williams, we haven't seen him for a while. He's the one who's off.
I just wonder who that is. Yeah, they've straightened that mid-on now into that, well, rather after the horse has bolted, but
yeah.
they're going to stop Zafar pushing it through that area. They're going to force him to play straighter.
Wood into the crease. That's a wayward bumper, and that's going to go away for 4. Is it wides or buys? It's buys, and that's rather unfair on Phil Salt, if I'm honest with you, because that could quite easily have been a wide. Let's have a look at the replay. Almost took leg slip out here. There, look at, I mean, Phil Salt ends up 2 pitches away. Phil Salt looking at the umpire, incredulous.
I think the coach's reaction to that would be, can you tell me the thought process that led you into thinking that that was a good idea?
Wood, and that's well bowled. Got a short leg slip, long leg. Nearest thing we'll see to body line. Perfectly legitimate tactic, though.
They presumably think that anything in the slot Zafar will drive at, so they're not going to give him anything there at all.
Phil Salt had a very good tour with England last week, played in the games out in Amstelveen. Wood approaches the crease, and that's short and pulled by Zafar, and that has gone for 4 runs. He's always in control of that shot. It's a good shot. And I wonder how long this tactic of bowling short at Zafar Gahar will last, because here we go on the replay. Wood bangs it in. Gahar, couple of bounces, and away backward, a square on the leg side.
Wood bowled Tom Price with a, basically a fast, straight, almost Yorker length delivery, and yet the plan looks totally different to Zafar.
Yeah. Here's Wood. Oh, and that is nearly popped up into the hands of short leg there.
Vilas can't believe he hasn't caught that.
No. Let's have a look at this.
Just on the edge of all shots. Vilas' left hand is short of him actually, but only just short. That's the chance they're trying to create.
Yeah.
And we are going to see there's still going to be Morley. That was interesting. The inference appeared to be from Vilas that he might have thought about a change, unless it's the removal of Wood at the other end. Which I suppose it's possible it might be. Wood has bowled 15 overs, 2 for 49. So Dent, who's been a bit becalmed whilst the wickets have been falling around him, now has a well spread field to contend with, if contend is the right word. Morley to bowl to him, and just literally plays that dead weight out on the leg side. So Chris, it's a single anywhere you want it, old chum. Fine leg 3 parts of the way to the boundary. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, just in from the rope. Morley in, and Dent again defends, just the one slip in, and on the offside again it's everybody back. So Morley's got to do his own fielding here. It's a bit like taking part in a single wicket competition. Do you ever do that in a club, in your club?
No, I've seen it happen, yeah.
Morley in, and Dent will take one. Out on the leg side. I mean, this will be a very quick story. We used to have a single wicket competition at the club I played at, and let's be clear here, I was somebody who batted at number 11 in the seconds most of the time. Did bowl a bit, but I batted at number 7. The fact that I got to a final one year was beyond comprehension to most people, let alone me. I didn't win, but I largely got there because I tended to bowl first and get people out. Here's Morley in, and Zafar picks the gap on the offside, and he'll get one. Yeah, I think I don't think I had to get a score of more than single figures in any round, which was just as well, frankly. And I think in the final I got. I think I was asked to bat and got 4 or something, and you're never going to win getting 4 in a single wicket final. But if your club has had a single wicket competition, they are quite fun days to be involved in. Here, there's slipping a short leg for Morley. It's tossed up. It's very wide, and it's flat batted really by Dent out to the deep cover boundary. 231 for 7.
I did see a tweet actually someone wanting to get Michael Pepper into the England side so he can have salt and pepper in there. So
good, I like that. Zafar waits for Morley. Almost hits that on the full. Out to again the deep cover boundary once more. Balderson's out there. He only had the one spell with the ball today. It was a bit expensive, but we've not seen him since.
I don't think there would be such a combination if we had salt and pepper in the side since the days when Durham had mustard and onions.
Talking of which, are we going to see Balderson now? I think we may be.
I think we are. Yeah, that looks like him.
So
removing his sweater.
So
yes, it is.
To remind you of the Lancashire bowling figures. Bailey 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 45. Williams 16 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 37. He's bowled only 4 overs since that spell either side of lunch. Wood 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 49. Morley 20 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 61. And now Balderson back into the attack for his second spell. 5 overs for 26 at the moment.
Yeah, Danny Lamb's gone off the field as 12th man as well, so will Williams come back on? I wonder if we're going to see him possibly finish us off from the Ashley Down Road end where he's bowled for the majority of the day. Here's Balderson in, and Zafar Gahar works that one down to long leg. Where
there seems to be, dare I say it, a little less protection of Zafar from Chris Dent than there was of the Price boys, and that may just be the relative experience of Zafar compared to the Price brothers, and the number of games he's played compared to the number of games they've played.
Here's Dent. Oh, that's an absolute peach from Balderson there. And it goes to show, I don't think this is a wicket where you ever feel in on. I think there's a little bit in it. And if Gloucestershire can get to 270, 280, it might be one of those good cricket wickets. You know, the time we see at places like Durham, where it's 280 plays 260, plays 250, plays 230 in a game. And I wonder if it's one of those. Balderson around the wicket, Dent just nurdles that into the onside. In front of square, goes for a single, moves him into the 90s.
Well, there was that third day against Surrey, where at one stage we wondered whether Chris Dent would get to that double 100 by the close. Here, there are still 14 overs to go. He's got 90 now. If he stays there, you feel he should get the 100 by tonight.
Balderson in, and Zafar drives handsomely.
Well,
Out to mid-on,
there's
mid-off.
one caveat to that, and that would be that he doesn't run out of partners at the other end. Because
Yeah.
that it is possible that he could get deprived of the strike, and that Lancashire could.
Well, that's what Lancashire seem to be.
Zip
Their
out the tail.
tactics seem to be to starve him of the strike at the moment, don't they? So here's Balderson to Zafar, who lets that one go outside off stump, much to the excitement of Wells and Jennings.
I don't think those two would want to bat tonight. Actually, 14 overs to go. They probably wouldn't want a little 4 overs tonight, would they? Not now, I don't think. They'd be quite happy for Gloucestershire if they could get Gloucestershire 9 down by tonight, or they'd be quite happy to say, okay, we'll be fresh in the morning.
Balderson around the wicket, angling in. Zafar plays it to mid-on.
They
Wells
stopped.
and Jennings like a pair of 70s goalkeepers, aren't they? Peter Wells and Pat Jennings.
Peter. So Wells was at Southampton.
He was, yeah.
I think most people know where Jennings was. North London, chiefly.
Yeah. Not many players made the move that Jennings did across North London.
No, indeed.
Last one to do that was Sol Campbell.
Morley just asking his skipper what he wants, or what he can do with the field here to Dent.
Dent will just play in his style, I think.
Yeah, I
No
think
need to do anything different.
he has got a little bit withdrawn in the recent overs. He hasn't really unfurled anything too great in the last 30 minutes or so.
I think he might want to be there when the new ball's around at 80 overs.
Morley over the wicket. A lot of encouragement for the young man today, understandably. So he was brought down in a squad of 15. I wasn't sure he was going to play. I thought Parkinson would, but maybe that injury that kept him out of the T20 on Friday was worse than we imagined. Only in here again. Dent just almost going into autopilot. He can go back into his crease, work it behind square on the leg side, pick up a single, and repeat, and repeat. That's that will get him to his 100 if he continues to bat like that, and it will frustrate Lancashire as well, because Gloucestershire will just very slowly tick the runs up. He just needs to get someone to stick with him. Zafar is at the moment. Short leg in. Morley, and Gahar plays that out on the bounce to deep point. A lot of the runs at the moment are coming square of the wicket, either on the offside or the onside. And Lancashire again changed the field for the established opener. Dent won't get one there. Vilas has come into short mid wicket. So there's a misfield there, and that's a poor take from Salt. And to be fair, Zafar wasn't really interested in a.
He hit the stumps, I think.
Single. Did he hit the stumps?
Hit the stumps, so they would have been within their rights as long as Zafar wasn't sort of blocking off Phil Salt there. They'd have been within their rights to take a single on the overthrow. And we've already seen a 6 overthrown from Lancashire earlier in the day.
I think Venus would have expected Phil Salt to have taken that, actually. Another no ball from Morley.
It's his 4th of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, 26 extras now. Lancashire given away. You tighten that off the scoreboard, and they might feel that they really could be really in the box seat here. With say Gloucestershire with 220 for 7 rather than 238, with some better out cricket. I mean, they've taken their chances. They haven't dropped anything, but one or two bits of thought from the bowlers has been a bit awry on occasions.
Certainly has. Lovely evening here. Sun, watery sunshine. Midsummer in Bristol, lovely.
So 12 overs to go, 6 with an old ball, 6 potentially with a new one.
Elegantly driven by Zafar Gahar off the bowling of George Balderson.
I would think there's no doubt that Lancashire would take the new ball tonight, Dan, wouldn't you?
I think so, yeah, I think so.
I think I have a chance that Bailey and Williams might be held for that now, and it will be Balderson and Morley until that stage.
Here is Balderson, and they scamper through a single, played just in front of point. Run through, takes the score onto 239. Zafar Gahar onto 14. And I'm looking forward to watching Josh Bohannon bat, because he's always in the runs. He got a 200 against Gloucestershire, didn't he, earlier in the season? And he started at Social Circle Cricket Club in Bolton, as Balderson goes around the wicket to Dent. Yeah, Social Circle Cricket Club, before he went and moved to the Liverpool competition as well, due to its strengths, and played for Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, which Lancashire use as an outground. And he's the... whatever Harry Brook's doing on one side of the Pennines, Josh Bohannon's doing on the other. Balderson. Dent leaves that one well alone. There's only one slip in place now.
Just looking at scores around the country, they're still playing at Surrey, very close to the close though. They're 437 for 4 against Kent. There's been 16 wickets at Chelmsford today. Essex 238, pardon me, 238 all out. Hampshire 66 for 6 in reply.
Will that attract the attention, do you think? Balderson around the wicket, then defends.
At Northampton's 410 for 6 against Warwickshire, and they're still playing there. So those games approaching the last few hours of the day. We've got more cricket here than they have. But a couple of big scores. I mean, Northants, people looked at their bowling attack when they came up and said, are they going to be able to win enough games? Actually, they've drawn a lot so far. I think they've only lost one.
Defended by Dent.
And they've... a 400 in that game would give them a good decent chance of a draw there too, you'd have thought.
It would. Yep, it certainly would. That's the end of the over. 239 for 7. 5 overs till the new ball is due. There's the car today. George Scott 23, but the mainstay Chris Dent 91 not out. Glenn Phillips was out for 19. Miles Hammond 37. James Bracey 15. Ryan Higgins 11. And then the Price brothers, Norton 1 respectively, Ollie and Tom. But Chris Dent is the man that Lancashire want to see the back of. He's the one underpinning the Gloucestershire innings.
I wonder, is that a subfielder out there at backward point? Let's judge that in a moment. Here's Morley to continue with the old ball, and that's very gracefully played away, and that will be 4. Nicely played by Zafar Gahar. Away through extra cover, picked the gap, and that's the slightly shorter boundary on that side of the ground, and it's beaten the fielder on the cover rope.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Here's a second look at it. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all. A little bit battered, a little bit away from the body, but you know, he's batting at 9, and he probably rather face a spinner. We might be able to pick than somebody a bit quicker. Morley again to him. Put a single there, just dabs it out on the offside, but Dent was not interested. 29 these two have added. Doesn't sound a lot, but it's just steadied the innings a little.
Ooh, I thought Zafar Gahar was shaping up to have a big heave there. His bat just came down straight at the last minute.
The longer boundaries on the leg, so you've got 3 men on the single as Morley on the leg side, and a man in at short leg. Just for that little dab if Zafar doesn't get it quite right. He doesn't have anybody out on the leg side at all. No, so no cover deep for Morley. Tosses that right up and tempts Zafar, and Salt doesn't take it cleanly.
That's well bowled. That's getting the ball above his eye line, tempting him into that big booming drive. And if he can get one to turn out of the footholes back through Zafar Gahar's gate, that's what he's aiming to do.
Mid-wicket just dropping out a little bit, and he's got it off the edge, and it's going to go all the way down for 4, Zafar Gahar. It doesn't matter what it says in the book, it's 4 more to the total. And Gloucestershire closing in on a second batting point here. Let's see whether this was catchable for Wells. I think it dropped in front of him at first slip.
Went through him. Rose too early, I think.
He's a tall man, Wells. If he'd have stayed down there, just a chance he would have scooped his hands underneath it. Gloucestershire will be grateful. Zafar to 22. And another useful little contribution from him.
Certainly is. Is Balderson. About to bowl to Dent. Defended back.
I think you're right about the new ball down. 4 overs to go with the old one.
I think so.
And then there'll be a final burst, almost certainly from Bailey and Williams, you would think.
Yeah, I think that's Will Williams back on the pitch at mid-wicket. So I'm sure that we'll see him roll his arm over. Balderson to Dent, defended again. Dent doesn't need to do anything different here, does he?
No.
And he'll be looking for the new ball. He likes the pace of the new ball, where the field will be different. It'll be less defensive. There'll be probably 3 slips into him. And that's when he can milk some runs.
But 28 extras in that total of 247.
Balderson, Dent defends, no run.
Yes, given that you've got a new ball and an opener batting with the tail effectively, albeit that Zafar's a bit better than a tail ender, could be one of those games where
Balderson in. Dent defends again.
We bat for a day, you bat for a day, and then the third day becomes the moving day in the match, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And that's what, we were saying about that Durham, where it's, 280, 270, 260, 250. And it's often that it's the side in the third innings is the crucial one in the game. Balderson in, Dent just tucks that one round the corner, moves on to 92.
You have to doff your cap to Dent for his got a no ball from Balderson.
It's a no ball as well. Another one to the extras. Moves the extras into 13. That's 250 up. That's the batting point.
Dent's concentration over a full day like this is admirable.
Yeah.
He had to start 3 times in the morning.
Balderson and Gahar drives firmly, but really well fielded there by Stephen Croft. Second really good bit of work he's done. Not bad for an old man, is he? He's a good fielder.
37 he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah.
Dent only had 11 at lunch. He had 58 at tea. And he's got 92 now.
Balderson. Zafar gets up on his toes, defends that. That's the end of the over. So 3 overs left to the new ball. Balderson none for 32. Zafar has moved serenely on to 22. There's the card.
Yes, first 2 sessions of the day. I think first session, 30. You might say 30 for no wicket. You can't really tell where that's going, albeit in 3 short bursts. Second session definitely to Gloucestershire, but Lancashire have taken 5 wickets since tea. So they would, I should say, the last session, albeit Gloucestershire have scored 103 runs in it so far. 103 for 5 is Lancashire's for me.
Yeah, as I think the afternoon session was Gloucestershire's, this is Lancashire's. And lunch, it was so curtailed by the 2 interruptions for rain this morning, 30 for none. It was fairly even Stevens, wasn't it?
You couldn't say either side really had any significant advantage at that point. So just the 1 slip for Morley. And the 21-year-old comes in again. That's a bit short. And they'll... Yes, no, wait, sorry club. Don't have any further membership from a ball up towards mid-on, which Jennings does the fielding on. Then hit that quite firmly, and he tries to pull that straight round to the man at deep square. That was a bit more of an aggressive pull. I think he probably thought he could get 4 for that, actually, but didn't really time it. And Croft does the fielding. So now Morley has the chance once again to bowl to Zafar. The field out on the offside. He's got a man out at deep extra. Vilas is just changing the field here actually for the Pakistan slow left armour. Vilas is going to go in at short leg. And they're going to bring a man out into the offside again at short extra. That he's at Balderson once more. Morley into Zafar, tries to cut and doesn't. Taken by Salt. His intention is generally not to defend, is it?
No.
The ball's there to be hit, I think seems to be his approach. Morley again to him. Zafar steers that away. He'll get 1. We might get more than that. Tumbling stop from...
It's been an intriguing day's cricket, this, hasn't it? It's been a very, very good day's cricket where the fortunes of each side have sort of... It's been even Stevens, really. I think Lancashire might be slightly happier with their day's work at the moment.
Morley into Dent is too wide for him really to be thinking about cutting at it.
But I think if Gloucestershire can get to the close, still 7 down, and maybe another 30, 40 on the board, with 10 overs left in the day, or 9 overs left in the day, maybe 30 on the board, they'd probably take 282 for 7 as well.
I think they probably would. Here's Morley. Chopped away by Dent, and he's going to get probably 4 for that. That's beaten the tumbling stop of the fielder at backward point, and that goes all the way to the boundary in front of the offices for 4. Dent to 97. He's within 1 blow now of a century to back up the double against Surrey earlier in the season. And remember, he has got 19 first-class hundreds.
Balderson around the wicket to Zafar. And that beats the outside edge. Lovely day in the sunshine here in Bristol. Lovely evening. Crowd out there in front of the Thatcher's Bar enjoying it in the sun as Balderson comes around the wicket. Zafar punches that into the offside. No run.
I think, as you know, those at tee would have seen Dent, who had 58, and they thought, I might go at 5, but I think Dent gets to 70 and you think, well, I think I might stay because he might get a ton tonight.
Yeah.
And if you've seen him put in 5.5 hours of graft, you want to see him through to the end.
Balderson into Zafar, who works that one backward of square for a single. Chris Dent onto 97.
14 fours at the moment. He's been here before.
There's Balderson as Dent just works that one off his hip. Nudges a single. Takes him 2 from the magical 3 figures. Loved in these neck of the woods, isn't he? Local lad from Backwell.
Yeah, he and David Payne obviously both played England under 19s and both have gone on to very good first-class careers with the club.
That's around the wicket and left alone by Zafar.
It wasn't as close as the ooh would have told you.
No, I think there have been some a little bit of kidology possibly from the slip cord by saying ooh, and it then plants a seed of doubt into the batsman's mind, doesn't it, about where his off stump is.
There were a few oohs earlier in the day that were very close. Glenn Phillips left one that was literally a coat of varnish from bowling it.
Defended by Zafar. That's the end of the over. 258 for 7. Dent 98, Gahar 24, Balderson none for 34.
And one would think that this might be Morley's last over because this will be the 80th of the day. We've lost 10 to the rain, so there will be a total of 86. There's just a bit of a brains trust meeting between Luke Wells, skipper Vilas, and Williams, who is going to actually bowl an over here with the old ball. That may be just to get his rhythm back. He had a long spell. He bowled throughout the morning session, so 7 overs before lunch. He then bowled another 5 after lunch, and we've only seen him bowl 4 overs since, but he's now going to potentially have 4 here at the end with 7 overs left on the day. This one though with the old ball, but that's just to get a bit of rhythm first. And Lancashire, having taken 7 wickets today, would like certainly 1 more before the close. The Test match, England 149 for 2 in the 36th over. Pope 63 and Root 43. So they're more than halfway towards their target, which is 296. Then we were saying 2 sessions tomorrow. It might be only 1.
Yeah.
Williams back into the attack. And Dent will go to 99 with a single out to the deep cover boundary. Didn't hit it too hard, just placed it into the gap. And yes, it's been the 5th hour of the day was definitely Lancashire's. That's where they made some headway after tea, but Gloucestershire have responded with these two. 214 for 7 they were. So they've added 45 for the 8th wicket. And Zaffar's not exactly been a placid partner in this stand, has he done?
No, he certainly hasn't. He's looked to score himself.
Williams into bowl to him. Again, that's just played not with any great force, off the front foot, out on the offside.
He's pleasing on the eye, Zaffa. I think any batsman who scores predominantly through the offside as opposed to the leg side is often pleasing on the eye, aren't
Yeah,
they?
and I think he's batting at 9 in this game. He's quite a good 9 actually. And I think you and I said before that even batting at 8, he's far from a shabby selection at 8 either. Williams to bowl to him, that's let go. Through to Phil Salt. Yeah, so just Payne and Taylor to come after Zaffa. We'll be looking at what the Lancashire bowlers have done on this pitch today and say, okay, what can we do better than that? What might we be able to get out of it? It's a bit more responsive. Williams, high stepping run. Zaffa again. I'd say he pinches the single, but he just places the single out to Tom Bailey, who's out on the boundary at deep cover. I imagine he'll be getting a bowl at the far end in the next over.
You'd expect so. You'd expect Bailey and Williams to be taking the new ball.
Woods in his cap up here at mid-on. Now then, Dent, 99.
Do you reckon they'll just drop this at their feet and scamper through, Ian?
How deep is the field? He's got a gully and a slip to contend with. 5 saving 1. Williams into Dent. No, he's just going to stab that out on the offside. Like as you're trying to at least force him to play through the gap. There isn't an easy single on the offside for him. The most obvious place is to fine leg, but Williams' line generally today has been very good. Hasn't bowled very much that's been leg side at all. Dent Waits needing 1 for his 100. He won't get it there. Let's that go outside the off stump. It was probably, well, for the 5th stump probably.
Clever bowling from Will Williams though. Just dangling the carrot there, wasn't he?
There's the card of the day. And about 30 extras at the bottom is a relevant number. I think we will stop banging on about it shortly, but that is a relevant point. If that was half that number, 245 for 7 would feel a bit different.
Yeah, well, Glyn Chappell will probably also be having a word about that.
Now then, more people on and off the field. Danny Lamb's been out as a sub-fielder here, so he has now gone off again. And what are Lancashire going to do in terms of bowling? The answer is Tom Bailey. And here is the signal. New ball being taken straight away, which is not a surprise. 6 overs to go, and a reasonable assumption that Bailey and Williams will see out the day now with the ball for the visitors. The question is, can Zafar Gahar and Chris Dent see out the day with the bat? They've batted for 11 overs and 5 balls, these two at the moment, so that gives you an idea about how they've just checked what might have been a real crumble towards maybe 240 all out. Well, Gloucestershire have got past that, and they've still got 3 wickets in hand. Can they survive the day?
Bailey from the pavilion end, new cherry in hand, and Zafar Gahar works that down to long leg. And Chris Dent Now on 99. Wonder what they'll do here. Where will Lancashire bowl? Will they?
I
Will
don't
they bang it in him?
I doubt it. I don't.
Do you think,
What's the point of banging it in?
do you think they'll just work him outside off stump and see if he wants to put back to ball? Here's Bailey, and Dent just works that one. It's going to be a leg by because we've got a pre-signal from the umpire, and the crowd have been cheering. But unfortunately, it's a leg by, much to the boos of the Gloucestershire faithful down below.
Rob Bailey was making that very clear from a long way out that was not off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah. Pre-signal from the umpire to the scorers to let them know that something's coming just by holding your hand out slightly down to the waist.
Now Croft is coming out of the slips for Zafar Gahar into that position at mid-wicket where that clip went earlier on.
Bailey, Gahar leaves that alone. Doesn't fancy it. Crowd down below us, enjoying the sunshine. That rain of this morning seems a long way away, doesn't it now, Ian?
It does, yeah, and actually the forecast was proved right when they said it would be clear after lunch, and that's exactly as it has been.
Bailey approaches the crease. Zafar Gahar digs it out. Goes out to extra cover where Dane Viers, the skipper, does the fielding. 2 slips in place for the new ball. Wells and Jennings, customary position. Salt keeping wicket. Bailey approaches the crease. I thought Zafar Gahar had a little waft at that.
Would have just gone away a little bit off the seam, that. Not a lot of movement, but
Enough.
just enough.
Yep.
You can see Bailey's full run on the replay. There's a little bit of a prod at it. May just have been the angle as much as anything else.
Here's Bailey. And is that tickled? Is that strangled down the leg side? Lancashire wants it. Rob Bailey again unmoved. Oh. Luke Wells kicking the imaginary balloon again. Let's have a look here. Oh, the bat was a long way from the body.
Rob Bailey's absolutely shaking his head there.
Yeah, the bat was outside the line of the body, so I'm not sure what that could have been if there was a noise. But the man who matters is Rob Bailey, and he said not out. Zafar Gahar therefore is not out. He's on 26, not out. And more importantly, now we move into the next over, Chris Dent is 99, not out.
Williams is just looking at his field here. He wants to make Dent work for this single. So he's got 4 men on the offside saving one and the 2 slips. On the leg side, a short mid-wicket and a mid-on in front of square. Williams around the wicket to Dent on 99, who just defends. Not going to get into a panic situation about this one run. And from what we've seen of Williams today, and he has into his 18th over, generally his line has been very good.
Yep.
Springs off again from the end of his run. Balls again to Dent, lets that go.
Yeah, I think with Williams, what we've seen is he's a probing bowler. He's got something of the Mike Hendrick about him, hasn't he?
He's a little bit, and forgive me here, Lancashire supporters, if you're still with us on this Sunday, he's a little bit like Stephen Patterson at Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Reminds me a bit of him.
Probably got a little bit more pace than
maybe
Patter.
a little, but you know, that's the word probing is a very good one. Dent on 99.
Ooh.
That was inside half of the bat. He thought that was going out on the offside, but it went to Stephen Croft at mid-wicket instead.
Just reaching for that a little bit, wasn't he?
On the walk, on the garden walk down the pitch. But he doesn't only do that on 99, does it? On a lot of other deliveries as well. Dent's quite a square stance. 5.5 hours in the middle to get to this point, and he won't hurry over the one.
Be interesting to see if the match referee comes into play, because we had a little bit of dissent earlier, didn't we, with Rob Bailey, when I think Tom Bailey snatched his cap off him a little bit, and we saw that one down the leg side there, and you wonder if Luke Wells was kicking the ground in disgust, and you wonder if the match referee might have to step in.
Williams again to Dent, pitched up. Dent, we thought about really trying to unfurl the drive then, but just checked it and goes straight to Luke Wood at mid-on. How many balls left in the over? 2 at the moment. Might only be 1 actually, and that's what the screen's updated. Maybe just 1 to go in the over. Yeah, there it is. So Dent will probably see this out. We'll then have 4 overs left in the day. Williams to Dent. Oh, and he's pushed at that, and that's gone very low to Salt without getting a touch. He's a touch unfortunate there. Williams not to get his man right at the end of the toil of 82 overs. It now it's 4 overs left in the day. And Lancashire still striving for 1 more wicket that might just shorten their morning's work with the ball tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what they'll be looking at. They'll be looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible in the morning. Anyway, here's Tom Bailey in from the pavilion end, and that's down the leg side. Zafar. Phil Salt there. No appeal there.
Yeah, even from this vantage point, I mean, I think you said, Dan, is it a pitch where you totally ever feel it? Pardon me.
No, I think there's a little bit more in this than the games that we've seen earlier in the season. That's defended out to mid-on. I think there's a little bit more in this wicket than the Surrey game, definitely, which was flat as a pancake. And I think this is possibly a little bit more like the Yorkshire wicket that we saw, where first game of the season here against Yorkshire, where Gloucestershire got 227, Yorkshire then got 376 all out, as Bailey comes into Zafar, defends that. Gloucestershire then responded with 359 thanks to a brilliant 177 from James Bracey, before Yorkshire knocked it off and won by 6 wickets. And I'm wondering if it's one more of those wickets where it's maybe a 300, 350 sort of deck, as opposed to a, well, I mean, the Surrey game, if one side wanted a bat, they'd have got 900 if they wanted to. Bailey to Zafar, no run. Just putting a block on the scoring at the moment, Lancashire. 262 for 7. 3 and a bit overs left in the day. 3.5. It's the clock.
Yes, I think
it's 10 to 7.
Yeah, the realistic target for Gloucestershire from here, if they could get to 300, they'd probably say, oh, I'll take that from this situation.
Oh. Bailey going around the wicket. Zafar nearly nibbling at one there. Definitely, I mean, from 214 for 7, you'd take 300, wouldn't you? But then, as you pointed out, Zafar is not your average number 9.
No.
And he's a very good number 8.
normally. So Gloucestershire going
And
in with the extra batsman here, perhaps.
Lancashire's batting, good top 6. Balderson will probably bat at 7. Wood, Bailey, Williams, Morley.
That's just turned around the corner, and has that been... No, judging from the cheers of the crowd, we can't quite see down below us, but judging from the cheers of the crowd, that's 4 runs. And is that a snatch cap again?
I think that was
from
in
Bailey.
Rob Bailey's looking at Tom Bailey there.
Yeah.
But that's the 50 partnership between these two as well with that shot.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Stephen Davis, the match referee, might be called in here, because Dane Vias is just having a word with Tom Bailey over there, with his arms outstretched, asking him possibly to calm down.
Dent on 99 faces Williams. He's gone. He's covered everything up there. He's playing the curtain rail line outside the off stump. 2 overs to go in the day after this one. I don't think you'd really want to be on 99 not out of the night.
No, you can have the best bed in the world. You wouldn't have an easy night, could you? Well, I say that he's probably knackered himself out, having batted all day.
Familiar twiddle of the bat before Dent settles himself. Williams to bowl to him. That's short, and he's cracked that away, and he's got it. A century for Chris Dent. His 20th first-class 100, and it's been a major effort. The first one since the loss of the ponytail, and maybe he won't let it grow again.
There's his family, grandmother, kids, loving it. Fantastic. Crowd loving it. The cowbells ringing here. Great to see. This son of Bristol churns out yet another 100 at the Seat Unique Stadium. Fantastic from Chris Dent. 103 not out.
235 balls, 15 fours. And more to the point, it backs up the unbeaten double 100 he made against Surrey here in his last first-class innings here. Didn't play in the Somerset game. Tension's gone out of the day now. Can he survive to the end? Williams outside the off-stump. That just straightens a bit wide all the same. So the next target for Gloucestershire in the remaining, to be fair, they've got 24 overs yet. So it's about the wickets, not the time, in terms of where they may limit,
to the bonus point.
Yeah, for the limit their ambitions for the bonus points. Then goes back into his crease and
26.
Yeah, will be 24 at the end of the day.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So, 350 would be on.
As soon as we start thinking ahead of ourselves, though, Lancashire start taking a couple of wickets. It's one of those games where you're trying to sort of predict the future, and then, I mean, we thought 250 might be a stretch for 214 for 7, and then this brilliant partnership has redeemed Gloucestershire.
To get off the back foot, and even with the new ball, there is not a lot of pace in this pitch. The quickest of the Lancashire bowlers, a hard ball. Yes, I know Dent's been there all day, and he's probably seeing it really well. But the only thing you would say against that is that Williams is in his 19th over of the day, so he's not as fresh as he was this morning. 2 slips and a gully in for him. Dent again defends. So I think these two have settled on survival till tomorrow now. First base has been achieved. Dent getting his 100, and Zafaka has been a good foil for him, to be fair.
There's Rob Bailey having a little chat with VS, and you wonder if that's about Tom Bailey's behaviour in the last over there.
Yeah,
because
I think the impression I got was that Bailey and Villas had a chat, and Villas almost put his hand up to Rob Bailey, the umpire, to apologise. That was the impression I had, and then of course there was a chat, as you say, before the start of this over.
here's Tom Bailey around the wicket. Zafaka thick inside edge through mid wicket. Probably won't help the anger of Tom Bailey, who I hasten to add is absolutely no relation of Rob Bailey.
Yeah, so in terms of the other Lancashire bowlers today, Wood 15 overs 6 maidens 2 for 49, Morley 23 overs 2 maidens 3 for 79, the spinner took 2 wickets in 1 over, and Balderson 9 overs no maidens no wicket for 34, but it's the new ball pair that will see the day out.
Bailey into Dent, who's got that nice and fine little tickle around the corner. He's going to get 4 runs there. Nice placement.
Increasingly he's been deflecting and steering and guiding in this last hour or so.
Yeah, as opposed to scoring down the ground,
Yeah.
where he can as well. We saw him early on this morning, because he was on 1 for ages. I think he took about 25 balls to get off 1 as he defends that. I think he was on 1 after about 25 balls this morning, wasn't he?
It was the case, though. I think that George Scott had a lot of more of the strike than he did.
And then Dent unfurled a beautiful off drive off Tom Bailey this morning, and that sort of got him going, clicked him into gear, and he's never looked back.
Hasn't given a chance.
No, not at all. And I'm expecting, I'll come on to it after this ball from Bailey. It was Dent, just tickles that one around the corner. I thought they might have thought about a single there, but
I think Zaffa did.
yeah, but Chris Dent turning back. But I'm thinking when Gloucestershire come to bowl, they've got 3 spinners in their side, with Glenn Phillips, Ollie Price bowls spin,
Yes, some very gentle off spin.
and Zafar. And we've seen a long bowl here from Jack Morley, and I'm wondering if we'll see the Gloucestershire spinners come into play, possibly. Here's Bailey. They brought the man up at backward point there, as that's played out to extra
Another no
cover
ball.
with VS. Another no ball. Tom Bailey 2 for 55. But Tom Bailey's been overstepping the mark with umpire Rob Bailey. He certainly overstepped the mark there of the return crease, as that one goes down the leg side.
I think Glenn Chappell will feel that Lancashire have had sharper days than this. They've not been terrible, but there have been a few rough edges today, haven't there?
Yeah.
Number of extras given away. Some of the direction of some of the bowling hasn't been absolutely top draw.
Bailey in. Dent nudges that one into the onside, just in front of square. Takes a single, retains the strike. And for the last over of the day, the hosts will commence it on 278 for 7. Chris Dent on 108. Zafar Gahar on 31. And Ian Randall will take us up to the close.
Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the cricket today, especially since lunch, when we've been uninterrupted, I'm pleased to say. Forecast is pretty sound for tomorrow. And Gloucestershire would love to go in with these two still together. 64 they've added so far for the 8th wicket. Make that 65. It won't be 2, I wouldn't think. Zafar might think about a second, but Dent was never interested in that. And Dent's been the dominant force in the day, really, with that century.
Really good knock from Chris Dent.
A measured knock against one of the leading teams in the table. Williams into Zaffa, who again defends. Yes, you made the point that the attack they fielded here completely different from the attack that played at Old Trafford, which was arguably stronger. But Lancashire's standards are such that they don't let you get away with 40 minutes of freebies basically with their attack. They've kept going. Williams in particular has not given much away, hasn't taken a wicket, but 20 overs, this is his 20th over, he's only conceded 44 runs, so
he's got a good wrist. His wrist is right behind the ball, Will Williams, and that's why he's got good control, good direction, because he's got a strong wrist right behind the seam of the ball.
In the 86th and last over of the day, Williams to Zaffa, who's not concerned on taking a single there, will stay on the strike. The Pakistani 31 not out he's got. Thanks to James Healy for his work on the emails and camera today. Thanks to you for your emails too. If you can join us tomorrow, obviously be delighted.
Thanks to Chris Broad for joining us earlier.
Yeah, that was a good chat as well. One of the players here on Former Players Day. Well, Zaffa was hit by Williams, but I think he knows there was a start of an appeal, and then he realised it was probably thigh pad. Have a second look at that, maybe from a. This is the angle behind the bowler's arm. Yes, that went outside part of the thigh pad. He was quite a long way across as well. As Williams got a sting in the tail for the day. Zaffa lets that go. Job nearly done. In fact, it is done. 279 for 7. Gloucestershire won the toss this morning. If you'd have offered them that at the close, I think they would have, on a gamble, I think they would have probably taken it. There's actually a good, nice to see the handshake for some of the Lancashire players as Dent walks off, and I'm sure those still in the ground will give him a good hand. He will lead the Gloucestershire batsmen off, that's for sure. And it's been hard graft for Dent in particular, but he has held this innings together. 109 not out off, within reason, 6 hours batting, and he will resume tomorrow with his teammate Zafar Gahar alongside him. There's the raising of the bat for Chris Dent. Not a great deal of fuss in a way, because he knows the job isn't finished yet.
Yeah, plenty of applause there from his teammates, and thoroughly deserved. But it's a game that's gone back and forth. It's been a bit of a cat and mouse. I mean, we saw Gloucestershire go to 156 for 2. There's his family as well, Chris Dent. Look at that. That's lovely to see. That's absolutely fantastic. And this is what cricket's about. It really is. Bringing your family to the games. Dad scores 100, and then those kids will want to emulate him when they get hold of, trust me. But there was a game that, or a day where the Gloucestershire got to 156 for 2, and they're looking at possibly 350, 400. And then all of a sudden they're back 214 for 7. Lancashire in the ascendancy. And you're thinking Lancashire wants to nip them out for sort of 250 or less. But I thought that was a really, really mature partnership there between Zafar Gahar and Chris Dent, both showing their vast experience. And actually getting the hosts up to 279. They'll be looking to push past 300 tomorrow and then ask questions of the Lancashire top order. There's plenty of runs in that top order, the likes of Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings, Josh Behan, Steve Croft, Dane VS, Phil Salt. It's a good, strong top 6. George Balderson at 7. So this has got a long, long way to go in this game. But for today, the day belongs to Chris Dent.
It does. The Lancashire bowlers at the end of the bowling figures at the end of today. Bailey 2 for 58, Wood 2 for 49, and Morley 3 for 79. The wicket takers, but 33 extras. Lancashire will feel that's a few too many, particularly on 18 of those coming from no balls. That's poor discipline when you think about Championship cricket over a 4-day span. First hour tomorrow will be very important. If Lancashire get the 3 wickets quickly, then there's a chance of them to get maybe parity in the game out of tomorrow's batting. The longer Gloucestershire bat, the more it eats into the match in terms of time, and the third innings then becomes the tactical shift. How do Gloucestershire play it, depending on where Lancashire end up. Ground staff just putting the pitch to bed for the night. Our turn to take our leave of you as well. Thanks for your company today. I say thanks to James and his work on the streams and the emails. Thanks to Dan for his company as ever, and we'll be with you tomorrow at 5 to 11. Do join us then if you can. From Bristol, where it's pleasantly sunny now. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye bye.